Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Today's show is brought to you by the best sports app in the game, Running Prize Picks. And we use my code right now, HMA, or just click the link down in the description section below. They will match you when you have a $5 lineup win on a $150 lineup right now, right out the gate. Just $5 for $150. You can win a lineup. You got baseball rolling right now. We've got football on the rise and preseason football you can take advantage of. Go out there and win yourself some money today. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details, but use that code HMA and try to get on. There's so many varieties out there. Want to do the fantasy, want to do the seasonal picks in football, or just do the daily lineups, whatever your flavor, they've got you covered. Please remember to gamble responsibly. I thank you guys for watching today. I hope everyone out there is having a fantastic summer, and it has been a great training camp. A training camp that's really just kind of steady waters. You know, not a lot of tumultuousness. We have the scrimmage yesterday, which I know many of you guys are going to probably want to talk a little bit about today. I've got to admit that when it comes to the, scrimmage results, I don't put as much stock into them as we might have prior. I think under like Coach Carroll, for instance, you've got a lot more. It was more of a game. This is more of situational stuff. It's more of even kind of a light practice. So I know a lot of people are diving a little bit into the results of this type of thing, and I think prior it would have made a lot of sense. This is one where I would just say that I don't put as much into it, which is why I'm not as carried away with the results. But the one thing that we did hear a bit about that I thought was interesting, because many of you have rightfully said, here through training camp, we haven't really heard Fleury speak. We had his introductory press conference, and then we haven't heard anything really relative to that. It's been kind of quiet. And this last week he did the press conference, did a little bit of a bit there on 710, and I did think that there were some interesting nuggets in there that I want to dive into and discuss with you guys today, because I think that you'll have some fun with them as well, and it starts to maybe color in the picture a little bit more for us of what was once kind of black and white. We're starting to get a little bit more of how and where his intent's going to lie and how he's going to run his thing. Yes, you're going same for same offense, but there's going to be some differences here that are going to be put into tow. So with that said, I think the first question right out the gate, which is maybe the most important one when it comes to this offense currently, is taking over with a new offensive coordinator. What's the status? How is this thing progressing right now?
Every day, and so much of the package is built to attack.
How much is installed right now, and how much is still put in?
I would say a good chunk of the foundation is installed. The challenge that we face is we're going against one style of defense every day, and so much of the package is built to attack different styles of defense. So there's really no point in putting it in because it's not going to work or be executed properly against what we're seeing on a daily basis. But that's one of the reasons I'm excited to get to Tennessee and use some of those other pieces.
So this is one where there's a lot loaded actually within that answer, more than it might seem on the surface of it. And that is because there have been coaches in the past, the NFL and even recent NFL history, who would say that, we're going to run our system how we run our system, and there'll be some slight modifications around the opponent that we're going to play. Where is our opponent's weaknesses? Where is our opponent's strengths? But overall, we're going to be who we are. We're going to line it up as we are. And I think what you see in his answer there is a little bit more of where we're going to be trying to, on a motivational front, to actually be getting into the more deeper layers of it, where I analyze you stem to stern. I take a look at what makes you tick every single week. And then, and as like a reverse engineer process, find where you're going to have those vulnerabilities and then modify my game plan around it. So you're playing Mike's defense right now, which is a certain type of defense, which is going to have some more probably variety, and especially in training camp from the sounds of things, Mike's really putting him through the ringer, as many of you would want. Mike is doing. And so you're getting just kind of one specific style of defense and specific style of players, and every team in the NFL has got their own little bit of iteration, even same type schemes go. So it does sound like there's going to be a real inherent goal every week, much like you do on the defensive side of the ball. And some of this may seem self-evident, but I assure you that it is not. There are a lot of teams out there that instead of really trying to be at their smartest by attacking and modifying every week's game plan around those things I just spoke about, they go the other way with it. And so very encouraging that he's, right out the gate, you can see that's where some of his intent is. And they're getting just the base fundamental stuff in there right now, because you can't put the stylized stuff into the opponent as it stands. Got a little bit of another good question here that we asked him in regards to whether his style is, about, this is a little bit back to the nature of the just prior question. Are you about coming out there and attacking, or is it more about feeling out what the defense is doing, or is it, just working playmakers? What's kind of some of your process to that?
It's a combination.
How much do you want to, on offense, dictate to a defense what you're going to do with your play calls versus put them in bad situations and know that there are rules you might want to break?
It's a combination of both. It's really both kind of all the time. We're attacking defenses and their structure, but utilizing our players in ways that fit their skill sets and allow them to succeed.
Again, a pretty straightforward answer that, may not have as much layered into it as the prior answers go, but again, it speaks to that I'm not trying to be single-minded in my approach. I'm not merely just trying to go out there and I'm going to call plays to what I think is going to work. I'm going to call plays as I've tried to marry up where we can attack you to modify the game plan around while still layering in our playmakers and know that we're utilizing our playmakers at the utmost, that we're not forgetting about them in the game plan per se. And it's a very, fine balance to kind of strike, but it's good to hear that he has got the intent to want to be like this, because I have heard a lot of hard-headed coaches and stubborn coaches who can sometimes get very small-minded thinking in their approach. They're not, as Mike says, chasing every edge. They're sort of, we're going to carve out this area right here, and that's who we're going to be. And we'll leave the rest of that stuff to other people. We're just going to perfect this. It's like, well, let's utilize all that we can utilize on the table to go out there and win football games in every manner. And again, I think some of this is a little bit of an extension off of Mike to a degree. Got to talk a little bit about the impact of having Cooper Kupp and Sam Darnold and what that's sort of bringing to him, and then how he can then not only, utilize their knowledge, but, also lean on them as a voice at times because they've earned that right.
Players you come across, it's been my case in 14 years now where there's been a number of them that eventually earn the right to have ownership of what you're doing. And he's in that category. Sam's in that category. And they've been around so much good football and have such a great perspective that, it gives them the opportunity to have a collaboration, if you will, on like how things are going to go. And deservingly so. I mean, he's a great football player with a great football mind. And so having those people in the building is an asset to everybody.
It's a place that you would love to be able to add on your football team, but sometimes can get hard in a sport that is so driven by the youngsters and youth. And when you're watching the Hall of Fame game, and you're seeing, it was a very good performance by Beck, but beyond that, you're watching Larry Fitzgerald and they're talking about his Hall of Fame induction. And then you're thinking about this Cardinal receiving crew. You're thinking about Marvin Harrison Jr. kind of having at times, it seems like, even when you see on the practice field, where there'll be some good plays and then plays where it seems like he's got still a little bit of the yips when it comes to catching the football. Like it can be directly in his hands and it just bobbles out of it. And then you think about, the inverse of that being that you have guys guys in Cooper Kupp and in Sam Darnold that have been here for a long period of time. And Jacoby Brissett gives them a little bit, I guess he's been in this league a while now to kind of, learn his way. But have a guy like Kupp, who's already just so wired smart, we can see that in his outlook of the game and the way the coaches, you just see it in Mike's faces. He's helping him break something down in Hard Knocks. Having this on the receiving course, I've said many times over, is what makes, as much as before we even get to the production of Cooper Kupp and what he brings to the field, almost worth it in itself, that investment. The cascading benefits of that, which aren't necessarily the catching of the yak or any of that. I still think Cooper's got something to give in that. A lot of the reports you're hearing from camp is that he looks even more revitalized than he was last year. And you do wonder a little bit about less of the pounding of having to be a centerpiece point of the offense and have all those touches and all those targets, is that wears you down year after year to actually get a couple of years to kind of, I'm on this kick right now of elder NFL players getting opportunities in some way or another to find windows where, they can have the bodies recover in a way that can't always occur necessarily via just a short off season. There's some bumps and bruises that will sometimes prolong and last. And I'm not talking about stuff that needs surgery. But you do wonder with Kupp, prior year to coming to Seattle, wasn't really super overworked, still working through some of the injury stuff there, trying to get right, but wasn't overworked last year. Coming back here now into this offense, maybe he can kind of, re-tap in on that sort of third wind, I guess you'd say, of the career, so to speak. But also to have these guys' knowledge just can't be undertaken. And then the way you're able to develop your young receivers around having these kind of minds and really building them forward in this way to help them just cook up the stuff above the neck faster than it would normally otherwise. And I think that that's one of the places when you look at this in the Cardinal organization or other organizations, they don't have that in the room to, to work off of. Keep it going here. He was asked if he was a field guy or booth guy. I bring this one up because I know I'm going to be asked this question. Do you think he's going to be a field guy or booth guy? So here you go on the answer to that one.
Booth guy.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah, so I like, when I did the introductory press conference, I said I want to do one each, one up and one down, and then make the final decision for the third game. I'm going to stick by that, but I do think I'll ultimately end up being on the field. It's just there's something about face-to-face communication with everybody, and when you're thinking about what you want to do next, or previewing plays, or even making changes to the game plan, it's just something about looking people in the eye and being able to make sure that you're not adding a layer of communication, me through the position coach to the player or on the phone to the player. It's just I'd rather eliminate that element.
Good stuff here again. I like and prefer coaches to be down on the field. I understand the benefits at times of being up in the booth, but having that connection to the players in that way, as he just really illustrated really well, the variety of different parts of that connection that you need, on top of cutting out sometimes an extra point of process in the communication. So it comes down to him getting trust up in the booth with the guys and what they're seeing, so that when he's getting information from them, he knows that they're seeing it the way he wants them to see it on the field, so that he can adjust his play calling around it. If the people in the booth are saying, we're feeling this way or that way, when in actuality it's a slight deviation from that, that can be problematic. Just because it looks like, cover two on the spot to somebody, he might be like, well, that's more of what I would have called a tighter two, where we're going to be able to press that a little bit more over the top. Those little nuances within that. So it's as much, I think, what he's talking about and trying to make sure that he's got those guys up in the booth going, okay, you guys are seeing how I'm seeing it here. So make sure you can trust in those guys, because you do need the booth eyes. You can't just all do it from the field level. You need those guys up there that are actually giving you the goods on what's going down. And so it does sound like he's going to be a field dude where we get to see him on game days, which is probably the best place to be. Talked a little bit about the way that Mike Macdonald's defense stresses Fleury, and talking to the boys of the syndicate the last couple of nights about being on the field, and they were speaking to this, and that's that you really do have in this team Mike in training camp kind of going wild. Like Mike goes more crazy in training camp with some of the varieties of stuff he's throwing. Kind of like he just wants everybody to have a memory bank of having run it. So if he ever wants to call upon it during the year, but he's nowhere near as fancy with it when he gets to the regular season as he is with training camp. I think I counted last year, we were in training camp on one day and he went 13 straight plays with a blitz. 13 straight plays with a blitz.
Ways that Mike's defense can put stress on offenses. How does that help you as a play caller to see that in practice?
It definitely helps. I think it's more challenging in practice than it will be in a lot of the games. Just with the variety and the pressure packages and the movement and the physicality that they come with every single day. So it's good to face that and then hopefully transition. And when you're game planning and things are a little bit slowed down, a little bit more specific, it just makes it seem easier and slower for the players.
So why does Mike do that? Yeah, he creates the memory bank. It's kind of a multi-pronged reason for why Mike does this in training camp. He wants to have a system where he can call upon everything in the playbook. You can't call upon everything in the playbook if it isn't natural for you to run it. If you haven't repped it out a bunch through training camps and practices, you can't be asked to do it with detail in the game. This is one of the problems when we tried to kind of blitz during the end of the Carroll era, of course, is because we just didn't have guys that were understood how to do it. You didn't commit to it as much, and then you just tried to start running it, and it just doesn't work well like that. So part of it is that, in that getting stuff memory banked a little bit for the players. But the other part of it, the other prong of it, is that you try to make things, and Carroll was like this as well, you make things harder in practice for your coaches and for your players, so it seems and feels easier on game day. You create those conditions so that they get to the game and say, wow, this is a lot. Man, practice is where I'm really just, my head's spinning here. I feel like I've got it all day long between plays to call, and I feel like I'm not rushed here. And you can understand why they want to do that. It's a little bit like Jaden Daniels was famous coming out with the utilization of VR, and he created a lot of VR for why he was able to find so much quick success in the NFL, and as well as just even at LSU, the way it turned him around. And he talked about, if you guys remember, that he would turn up to 150, 175 speed on the VR, have it play out that fast. Because once you're trying to operate that fast, and now suddenly everything's slowed way down, it feels like slow motion. So a little bit of inherently what Mike's trying to do at practice, just one of the reasons that he's such a smart coach. And I have a feeling that it's going to have that kind of impact for Fleury when it comes to game day. Talked a little bit about the returning starters and the benefits of having all 5 of your offensive line starters returning to this team.
The offensive line, they're coming back. What does that do
for you as you try to read something like that?
Yeah, it's an extremely rare situation, I think, to have all 5 starters returning, especially from a Super Bowl team. So I'm walking into a really good situation. And then I've worked with John Benton before. He does a phenomenal job of coaching that group. So the cohesion that they already have just makes it really, really easy to implement stuff. And then when you do realize that an adjustment needs to be made, they're just so used to working with each other and communicating that adjustments happen lightning fast. And so that's a nice advantage to that situation.
Nothing you guys didn't already know in regards to this. I'm not putting anything out there that's new, but it's something that it's good that he's notating it as well. And it is an effective thing. This is no small thing to return all 5 starters. I would even argue if you're returning 5 below average starters, but you got 5 guys playing together in tandem on a string, that's powerful. And that's going to be making your offense more effective on the whole because of it. Having talent built in with the cohesion, that's when you're in the best of all worlds, which Seattle's getting very close, of course, with that, with the type of talent that they have put together. And a couple guys kind of round out their development. It will get there as a strength of this football team. But good to hear that he's seeing the same type of thing. Again, back to just Mike stressing him out a little bit here in practice.
I've thought as a play caller for a long time. Obviously, doing it for the first time at this level is going to present some challenges. Mike is doing a great job of putting me through the ringer in terms of challenging situations. We go through different ones every day. For some reason, we're always down by a touchdown with 50 seconds left and no timeouts. I don't know who's burning through the timeouts, but it definitely it helps me adjust to those situations.
So he's handing, he's going, all right, Brian. 50 seconds, no timeouts from the 40-yard line. Let's make it happen. But this is what we got. You make them run uphill. You make them run with the parachute on their back. Then come game day, you cut the parachute off their back. They feel like they're running 60 miles an hour on the field. And it works this way for players, and it works this way for coaches. And I like to see that Mike's doing this is because this is effective, and it worked great with Carroll, too, when he was here, I think. Players often cited that as one of the reasons that they were able to be so successful on game day and be so locked in on game day. Let's see here. We got a couple others here. Just a little bit on his utilization of 2 backs. Another place where I think we're seeing a bit of an expansion and differentiation from Kubiak here will be the firm commitment at that, to find the 2-back system in play here on this team. And he talks a little bit in this clip about the creative ways that you can get into that it's not all about just fullback per se.
Backs, because it can change the formation strength after the snap as opposed to the whole defense being able to identify it before the snap. So I think it creates some fit problems, and it's becoming less and less common across the league. So it means it's more difficult to prepare for. So those are the elements I like about it. I think I'm more of an old school traditionalist just because of my upbringing in football. And so I'm always going to want to play with 2 backs at some point. And I like the guys that we have in that role right now.
So you got the uniqueness angle of this. Not every team's committed to running I formation, offset I, that type of thing. It's everybody's in single back sets with their 2 tight ends or 3 tight ends. And so to run it is very unique. This is helpful because I've kind of simplified this at times down to I'm a middle linebacker playing single back team after single back team after single back. And I go up there to get in the hole, and I'm going to either have to take on a lineman coming down that I got to get off and then go make the tackle to, or I just got to go fit my head into that gap and take care of my gap integrity, and we'll be fine. I'll go make the tackle and we're good to go. It's an animal of a whole nother realm when you have a 250-pound fullback or 250-pound tight end now coming downhill to meet you in the hole. First, you got to worry about the guy scraping down to second level. Okay, that's not happening. Now I get to the hole. I got to double check to make sure the fullback's not there. Okay, now that's off the table. Okay, now I can go make the tackle. So you're giving them stuff to have to go through, essentially. And again, you're not used to dealing with it. You don't have it mastered. Guys, 1988, middle linebacker, every week you were facing a middle linebacker that was built like a fire hydrant and that would hit you as hard as any other player on the football field in the hole. You were used to it. You know how to deal with it. It's different when it's unique like this. The other thing that he talks about is the formation strength. And this is where we get down to real simplified football. I got a field and I cut it in half. Can I find a way to get you putting too many defensive players on this side of the field and me having more offensive players on this side of the field and you not having as many offensive players on this side of the field? You go to an I formation, tight ends here, you got them maybe kind of stacked up defensively to deal with the strength of the formation being towards the tight end, heavier to one side of the formation. What if you can reverse that prior to the snap? What if you bring the tight end over here and then you bring the fullback to that side? You create the numbers game to one side, you create a formational strength to one side where you're hoping to get that one extra body there late, and the defense doesn't have time to necessarily accommodate with the shifts in the formations to get over and equal up the numbers on both sides, both halves of the football field. It's the very simple type of nature in football at times. Like, we don't have enough bodies to here where they're attacking to get this guy tackled before it's a positive play, before they've chipped off 5-10 yards. But it's done on the back of the shifts and the motions. And like he says, having that 2-back look, we're 2 tight ends. Now it's a little bit more. If I bring this tight end from over here to over here, he's got to come all the way over to this, right? Whereas if I just have the guy right here already and he's going here, we're talking about dash motions and getting guys moving quick. It's essentially just to attack them before the defense can realign to what we're trying to do offensively speaking. And so it's going to be inherently in this offense, the 2-back system. And that's going to be one of the places people have looked for that's going to be really different, I think, necessarily from what you got from Kubiak. Kubiak would work it in, but I would argue that it was more of something that he was kind of peppering in more than it was something that he was as wholly committed to rolling. Did talk a little bit about the progress of the running backs. It sounds like there's a little bit more work to be done here.
I want it to be better, but we're moving in the right direction. I think we've been efficient in practice, but I see things through a different lens. It's not like the success of the play on the practice field. I'm just looking at everyone's alignment and the techniques, and there's a lot of room for growth there. And not to say that we're doing poorly, but I expect that to be an extremely reliable portion of our game, and it's not there yet.
So I'm sure a little bit of this has to do with just some of the details, and because you're as a running back, especially that second running back, or you're going a lot of pre-snap motions and movements, this gets beyond just, where your responsibilities are going to lie in this outside zone play. If you're going to go this gap, that gap, you're going to read off this leverage, that leverage. Well, it starts to get different where it's like, okay, pre-snap, you're going to shift to here. They're going to shift over there. You can't shift to here until this guy gets over to there. Make sure you're aware of the snap count. Okay, post-snap, you're going to shift back here post-snap. You're giving sometimes some extra details to the running back room a little bit for them to pick up on that, which is probably a little bit of some of his frustration. I think we've heard as well that I'm sure he'd like to have a little bit more beyond what he's necessarily seen from purely just Holani and some of the pass pro stuff, but that's a little bit more of a guess there than the other. But you're asking him to run a little bit more of that pre and post snap stuff than you would have on the prior. Another place where I think there's going to be some differentiation between him and Kubiak. Good question was posed to him on regards to the system. And I thought that this was an interesting answer when he was talking to 710 a little bit about how this system is looked at as elevating quarterback play, or that's kind of the general narrative that sort of surrounds this system. And he sort of dives into that a bit with this answer.
That you run and that other people run allows that not top 5 quarterback to excel. What is it about the system that allows a guy who isn't considered the elite of the elite to play that way?
Yeah, so I don't think it's any secret. I think one of the hardest things to do in sports is to be a quarterback in an obvious drop back situation where the defense knows you're throwing the ball, everybody in the stadium knows you're throwing the ball, and to drop back and stand in the pocket and distribute the ball effectively, it's just incredibly hard. So the thought process behind the offense is to minimize the amount of times we're asking any quarterback to do that. And it's, screens, it's misdirections, it's play actions, moving the pocket, like all those sorts of things that just kind of take a little bit of the load off of the quarterback, allow him to play a brand of football that's a little bit lower risk and higher reward. And then when they are asked to do that, the percentages are a little bit more in your favor. So that's really what it is.
And so this is something that's always been a bit of an issue for me with coaches and quarterbacks throughout the league, and especially taking the young quarterbacks in the league and finding ways to do this type of stuff. Because often with young quarterbacks, it's just sort of like, well, here's the playbook, throw you into the deep end. Let's see if you can swim. And oh, wow, you can't swim, and you can't just execute my high level offensive playbook in a great way. Why aren't you doing that? And it's like, well, it's tough. It's hard to do this expansive playbook with all these details. And then also when you have the systems that are, not taking into account down and distance, not taking into account how hard am I making my quarterback's job versus making my quarterback's job easier. Do I want to come out on the first throw of the game and do a 7-step drop with my quarterback and ask him to rip it 55 yards down the field? Or is it smarter at times to maybe try to, people have seen me harp on this for years, working a little bit of the short passing attack, get him warmed up a little bit, a little frothy sweat going, then you can start to, try to dial up some of the higher level stuff. And he dials into some of this even to a more minute degree, when he talks about when you're in situations, the NFL, and you're into knowing passing situations, and that defense can pin its ears back, life gets really tough real fast. And I think fans especially oftentimes won't give that quarterback in those moments a lot of leeway where it's like, go make the throw, find the open man, make the pass. But it's like, yeah, but this is where we're in a predicament with this defense. And so I, as an offensive coordinator, what are my answers for that? Are my answers simply that I've come up with a brilliant game plan that may or may not hit the defense at the right time based on what they're calling on the other side? Or is there a manufactured quality to what I'm doing? So like when I say I want a short pass to open up a game, I got a cold as ice quarterback who's just in the flow, maybe needs to take a hit or two to get right. A little play action roll. Defense is expecting to run early in the game. Play action roll out of that. Drag a little tight end in space. Give him a little 5-yard pass. Oop, there's one nice throw completion. Get into a nice second and short. We got this first drive already rolling on the back of that. Kind of look for little stop routes in there a little bit where you can kind of just work that in, kind of just little quick throws, hit the back foot, get it off 3 steps, intermix a little bit of the run game. Like that's the way you would kind of do that. And he's talking about this, I think, and again, to a little bit of a different degree, but it's in the same spirit of mind, which is through things like screenplays and through, okay, it's 3rd and 7. And remember some of the cool things Kubiak did last year in the 3rd and 12s, like the Steelers game, where I think it's 3rd and 6, 3rd and goal from I think it's the 16-yard line, and you throw a pitch play to Kenneth Walker and he runs it in for a touchdown. The John Lynch play where he's putting his hands on his head and he's cussing and he's screaming in 49er Stadium in the second 49er game, where again, it's like 3rd and 12, 3rd and 13, you're in shotgun, you run a pitch play out there to Walker. Well, what you're doing there is you got a defense that's going, we're going to pin our ears back. We're going to light this quarterback up. And you go, oh, no, you're not. I'm not stepping into your trap. And I have to, at times, this isn't easy as a play caller to do. It's much easier to just be like, I'm going to call the play, execute the play. Okay, it's high leverage. Okay, it's a long down and distance for you to get your job to be successful. That's kind of small-minded thinking, right? Like, yeah, you can have quarterbacks that you can just, throw that on their shoulders and say, figure it out, get it done. But why not try as I can? And this is always what I say should be the inherent driving spirit of a coordinator on either side of the football. It isn't about you calling the perfect game plan. It's about how many advantages can I give to my guys? How many advantages can I continually stack up and giving to them? And they will bore themselves out. And of course, play calls and how that goes. But within the way I call my plays, how is that going to bear it out? Can I keep those screenplays consistently in the game plan instead of forgetting about them? So the defense has to sometimes hold up for a second before they can lock in their pass rush and really click it in, because they've been hitting us with those plays. And that you have a coordinator who understands this. And these, again, are things that to you as a fan, when you hear Fleury talk, are things that you may think everybody says or everybody does. And the answer on that and covering this sport is no, it's not the way it works. Every coordinator and every team and every philosophy is a little bit different, and some have major differences. But I'm telling you, it's still a sport with a lot of hard-minded guys that say, I'm going to just do it this way, and the kid needs to figure it out with us. First, let's try to make his job as easy as I can. That should be your spirit. That should be your drive. Mike's got this on the other side of the ball in the way that he goes about it. He's got all the blitzes in the world, all the pre-stacked, pre-simulated pressures you can imagine. I'll bring a guy from here. I'll pull it out there, zone blitz for days, drop Leonard in space, pick 6. I'll do it all. Does that mean he does it constantly? Does that mean he's hammering that button? Because it's like a director with an overactive camera. Look at how good of a director I am. Look at all these stunning crane shots. Ooh, I'm wisping and I'm droning through stuff, and it's a lot of you doing a lot of stuff, but it is effective. At the end of the day, that's what you need to do, is be effective. But you want to be driven as well on, how do I make the job easier? How do I help them out as I can? And all of our coaches are wired this way. Fleury's going to, I think, fit in really well. And I think this is a little bit of, he's talking this way to Mike in the interview. You can see how this would really draw Mike in, because this is inherently how Mike is also wired. I don't think it's merely that, Fleury's just coming in here and trying to like, okay, what's the company line? What's the motto? What's the mission statement? I don't think that's what he's doing here. I think he's being true to his word on how he's looking to run this. Because again, a lot of this does also, of course, completely cut from the Kyle Shanahan cloth, from the West Coast offense cloth, wholesale, I would say. Last little cut here. And this one's in regards to condensing formations. Another just, I think, cool little soundbite here. about just, where the sport is kind of going and what you're kind of looking to do, and why you lean in so much into the 2-back sets as much as you are a little bit?
Spread out, 3x1, 2x2, empty, all that stuff. And over the years, the game has kind of tightened back up, especially in this division, right? With obviously what you're doing, the Niners, the Rams. And as I get older, I appreciate that more than spreading it out. What do you think the advantage is of kind of compacting the game a bit when it comes to calling plays?
It's just different ways to create space. Bringing the receivers in kind of matches with what their blocking responsibilities would be in the run game. If you want to spread them out and you're running the ball, it's more like RPOs, creating horizontal pass conflicts. Guys have to fit an inside gap, and the receivers are out wide, so they can't cover him and fit the gap. You bring them in close, and it creates more vertical run pass conflicts, so they have to fit their gap. Receivers act like they're going to block them, then get more depth, and it's just a different way to like create conflicts for the defense, honestly.
Very, very cool stuff here, because I kept thinking in my mind a lot about the condensed splits last year, especially, which accomplished this. Going to 21 personnel with the tight, fullback and I formation alignments, that accomplishes this. The game of the football in the 2000 teens goes to spread. It goes to, we're gonna go from, it's almost like you could kind of do this on like a graph or a chart, right? Where you're like you're in the mid 80s, and it's like football is mano and mano, a lot of guys up on the line of scrimmage on each side of the ball. And then you start to get into Bill Walsh's effect and the West Coast offense, and things start to widen out a little bit. There's still a very heavy interconnection of heavy formations and stuff being very stacked up, very tight up front on both sides of the ball, but the offense and the defense, but it is starting to widen out, right? This kind of holds in through this gentle widening that's happened like a crack. And this goes through into, your 05, 06, 07. And then once we start to get the Chip Kelly influence and the spread offense influence from college, and stuff really starts to spread out as we get into the 2000 teens, right? It's really starting to stretch from that place it had been in the mid 80s. And now you have just guys, it's almost where the inherent draw offensively is, how can I get as many guys out wide as I possibly can? Like, do you guys remember the thing where they'd put trips out wide, and they'd have sometimes like a literal offensive lineman on the ball, but out wide, and then put like 2 guys behind him? That was a move for a while. Like, they're just, as you could see, offenses tinkering and toying with the very notions of how you can spread things out wider and wider and wider. Then the cover 2 shell comes in, right? Oh shit. Oh no. So the offenses cover 2 shell comes in. We only got one answer for that. We got only one answer for that. And that is that we must come back in and condense. We got to make them pay the price for having the less guys on the ball of the line of scrimmage. We got to come back to that now. They found an answer for what we're doing. We got to find an answer for what they're doing. And it's going to have to start with us getting big, with us getting heavy, with 12, 13 personnel and 21 personnel becoming more of the common standard once again. It's the evolution of football. Things go back to front, front to back. We'll probably at some point in the next 10 years be back to spread concepts once again. This is just the way that the sport does flow. But right now, we're in an overlap period where we're more into getting into the heavy place. And I love the point that he makes about, lateral versus vertical. And I think of it the same way. If I'm shotgunning you out, if I'm spreading you out, it's not about hitting you with the deep, big plays. I'd like to do it, but remember those Brady teams with the Chip Kelly offenses. They dink and dunk you to death. I'm throwing lateral passes, get the ball into my guys in space, let them work with the ball. And we slowly work our way up the field. What this does, what this has got is kind of a happy benefit to it, is that you think it would become boring and you just 3 yards in a cloud of dust because everything's overlapping. But instead, what we saw last year was what? Go look at Sam's yard per attempt last season. Explosive plays all over the place, because what we ended up seeing was you're condensing things down. You're creating all of this space now that wouldn't exist if you're on the outside, to where they've got more of a man ratio across the field in coverage, to where you cover it down to this and it gets all very tight in there. And now there's all this 2-way space go area. But he talks about, now you integrate the play action. Now I integrate the run fakes within that, let's say. And I have a linebacker who's got to get to real depth post snap if it's a pass play, but he's also got a run responsibility. I've got a safety who's got a gap responsibility on the play that's over here, but he's also got a pass responsibility on a zone drop and coverage. Can I hit my man to that zone coverage drop before he has time to react off of the first instinct read, which has got to be to the run, especially if I'm running some play action in front of him. Can that millisecond of time that I get him to bite forward and I'm bending him over the top with my route I'm running, can I hit him on that with that? And that verticality seems more increased when you condense down these splits than it does with some of the spread stuff that you got to build in. And henceforth with it means more of the opening for the shot play, more of the ability to get down the field with depth, not have to just simply inch your way up the football field constantly, but to have that thing built in there to where if you can get the structure of the play right with the numbers and you get the right space and you can get a guy like, let's say, JSN singled up on a guy, the Jaguar game on the road where he took the defense off the top in that game, and a little bit of pre-snap motion with him, defense caught trying to kind of squat down on some of the shorter routes, and then boom, you're able to get him up over the top and hit him deep. But it comes out of that condensed split. And a lot of the big plays last year for Seattle came with them condensing down some of that stuff real tight to be able to open up that space. And as a receiver, you just love it because that sideline, which at times that sideline on the outside really helps the defender out because he can kind of subtle physicality force you out of bounds. Now you can't be the first guy to touch the ball. So you always got to be aware of stay off the out of bounds marker, right? Quarterback, if he fits a ball in, has got to fit it in between you and the out of bounds marker. But if I put you here and I got that two-way space of going, you got a little bit more freedom of movement to get your way up the field to go create space in the route. So it works well for the tight ends, works well for the receivers, works well for the fullbacks. And I think that the real part that you're going to see that'll be to me, across the league, the real cool adjustment you'll see from offenses this year in their ongoing war, in the never-ending saga of war between offense and defense, and the fighting of the great cover two shell Vic Fangio defense, the way that they will push back this year, I think, is going to be on those two-way kind of routes. Those routes that look like one thing, but then they become this. Sometimes that can be a sluggo route, right? Stop and go. Sometimes that can be a wheel route out of the backfield where it looks like the running back's going out into the flat, but then he's wheeling it up the field. It can be the rail route that we've seen Jadarian Price, Cooker, Ernest Jones up here in training camp already in one of the practices on, where instead of running the wheel, you're just, like Brian Walters talked about on our show a couple days ago, you're just flattening out and you're going. You're just cooking it right up the field, but the linebacker's kind of anticipating a cut. And so that's where you kind of catch the linebacker thinking you're going to do the typical move to be done here, but instead you're kind of breaking it off. I think you're going to try to do this to defenses. You're in your cover two shell. You're going to kind of try to squeeze the short routes that you know that we're going to try to feast upon because you're trying to drop to depth. We know you're trying to feast upon our short routes. And so we're going to fake our short routes and then hit you deep. And doing it out of the condensed and the tighter splits now gives you some of that vertical room to be able to pull some of that stuff off a little bit easier, I think. But really cool to hear from Fleury. Progress is ongoing. It is a work in progress still, but I think a lot of the things that we would have hoped to hear from him on a little bit more of a detailed level of things fit to what I'd hoped it would be, right? Like these are things that maybe a little bit self-evident you'd be hopeful for, but a lot of times coaches will sometimes say not the thing on what you're hoping they're going to hear with this, and that they kind of have a little bit of the wrong spirit driving them a little bit. Mike's talked about this before in the past with like guys that, try to just take plays from guys and like, oh, that was a cool play, we're going to run it. It's like, well, why was the play successful? Why are you going to be successful running this play with your particular scheme? Go a little bit more into the details of it. Don't just get simple-minded in your approach of it. I thank you guys today for watching. If you could for me, please do hit that like button, as it does help out the show tremendously. Again, want to just thank the sponsor of the show, which will be Prize Picks. Use my code right now with Prize Picks. Put a $5 lineup down, win. You'll get $150 in your account. You can click the link, the description link in the section below here in this video. The link's right down there below. Or use the code HMA, and that will get you set up. So just a $5 lineup. You got the Mariner baseball right now. They can't seem to hit anything. Take advantage of that. Go out there, win yourself some money. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. I also have my seasonal pickup right now with Jackson Smith-Njigba over 1,324 yards and Jacoby Myers over 750 yards receiving this year. So I think he'll be kind of the number one target down there in Jacksonville. I'll be getting some more seasonal picks up for you guys here today, and we'll be doing some weekly picks on this, so you can track my picks on the app and go step for step for me if you want. I know there are some limitations in the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full. Big shout out to you guys for using the app. Thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring the show. And let's get over to you guys here in the chat. Hope everyone's having a good day. If you have a question for me or want me to respond to a comment, of course, just put B Brando Hawks Nest, and happy to respond. I would assume Spoon and Seahawks are close, just the finer details. Yeah, hard to pinpoint exactly what's going on with the deal. The fact he's practicing, I think, is a real tremendous sign and a no small sign to pay attention to. If you reach the point in time that these negotiations get weird, sometimes that can start to come up a little bit. Guy gets an injury out of nowhere all of a sudden. Based on everything we're hearing from camp, from the boys, and what they're hearing from some of the sources out there, everything sounds like a deal was close to done or done. And I think I have a sneaking suspicion that the Gonzalez negotiations are somehow not holding these things up, but maybe holding the announcement up. Yeah, playmaking, you're on a Reaper Swords. That's when play action becomes a haymaker. That's when you turn it into a devastating tool, because you're giving these guys that bind where it's like, I got to be up on my gap integrity, and I can't be late to that first responsibility to get up there to the run. And this team is committed like hell to running the football, so I can't take the play action as window dressing. Oh, that they're just trying to get me to take the false steps. I got to take the false steps. But then if the timing of it hits the play right, we can take advantage of those false steps on the back end of it so well. And that's where those big shots come down the field. And having a quarterback with a huge yard per attempt average, having a quarterback that's hitting deep shots down the field with consistency is in a lot of ways the modernized gold, because what does the cover two shell do? It forces offensive patience. It forces offenses to have to run the ball. So you take that out of their pocket now, and you're like, wait, we can go steal a free 35 yards down the field. You're going to give us that space to do that? Then yeah, we'll dictate that you're going to force us to give us that space, because we condense things down, because we bring you down into the mud. Abdi, did anyone see the Arnold news today? It's not checking no more. We're going to full Seattle visit today, visiting the building. He came to Seattle Day. Wow. Darian Arnold's here. That'd be pretty crazy. But I haven't been tracking a lot of what's been going on with that situation. I hadn't seen that note, but that's very cool, Abdi. So Darian Arnold in Seattle. Yeah, Chris is with it. The agent's just playing between the two to get maximum value for both. There's just some way that's coming into play here. You just can't help but think to some degree. Abdi, I'm interested if we sign him. The hard part about signing Terry Arnold becomes, where's the legal situation really at? Because he's got some very serious charges that are on the table right now. And, in the NFL, you can get suspended for charges. You don't have to necessarily be convicted. And so how would Seattle kind of proportion that in? I know they liked him a lot through the draft process, and I believe had him in on a visit during the draft process. But that's the one where you wonder on, how would the details of that go? Still, you're getting, basically a first round talent out there for nothing. There's no risk here at this point in picking a guy like this up, where it's like, what's the price to be paid? If he gets convicted, if he goes to jail or something happens, like, you're just like, all right, well, that sucks, but we're not out anything then because of it. So you can understand why the team would be interested on this, where you find a market opportunity with no cost. And that's what you want your front office looking for. Didn't want to pay Cam, Sherm, or Thomas, your general manager of Penny Venture. Well, he paid Richard Sherman and Thomas, so that kind of goes against your theory there, Dixon. He paid all three of those guys. What are you talking about? Come on, man. If you're going to troll, you got to troll correctly and at least get your information right. He didn't give him a third contract. Cam retired on his contract extension, man. In the midst of it. Abdi says there must be a reason we changed our mind from 1 month ago from only checking in on him. All of a sudden we really want him. You might be onto something, man. It's a little bit of reading between the lines on their interest, because there hasn't necessarily been anything from the legal side of it that's really given us a insight into what's going to go on there. And the initial charges were, kidnapping, and it's pretty rough. he could get hit with a pretty tough suspension here. But we know how these stuff goes as well, right, Abdi? Because we had the situation with Pierce of the Falcons this offseason where it's like at one point he was out there just about, I think, purposely trying to run over an officer or something, reportedly. I don't know, allegedly. And then the charges just all magically go away. So with this type of stuff, it does tend to be a little bit some background stuff moving around, I guess, that could kick this forward. I don't think anybody would turn him down, man, as long as the legal situation's cleaned up, then he certainly would be a bigger talent than anything you have as your current fourth or fifth cornerback. Jax is also, Brandon, keep uploading the streams on Spotify. It really helps get through a 10-hour flight. Appreciate it, brother. Oh, my pleasure, Jack. We got hooked up with the Believe Network this year, so I've got a little bit of more of a reason to try to get the audio podcasts out. But if you guys get a chance, please do put up a review on the podcast, the audio podcast on Spotify, Apple, wherever you watch it. If you happen to be watching on it, if you guys can throw up a little bit of a review over there. Do a little bit more to try to keep those pumped up, but I'll keep them coming, Jack. Thank you for listening in on those. So if Spoon demanded $2 million over the current top paid cornerback, would you pay him, Hawks Nest? It's a good question. It's a very good question. These are all great questions, by the way. Yeah. In general terms, the answer here is a yes. 31 million would be the next step over the top of the last quarterback. If I've got to pay him $33 million, to give him a substantial bump per year, I'm okay with that. The caveat for me being at that point to Layup that, I need to be able to stack this on the last 2 years of your current rookie year to make sure that I can push these numbers out. I'm going to start to get a little bit pressed when you start getting into $34, $35 million per year. I'm going to start to be like, okay, the bottom line on this, we got to retract this back on Devin, where it's like, look, you're a top 5 pick. You got a lot of money. You've been paid a lot of money as a top 5 pick. You just passed year 3. You have earned a new contract. You've earned the right to be paid. But I do have 2 years of club control on you right now. I do have 2 years of franchise tag control on you right now. I have 4 years of club control on you, essentially. And I'm giving that all up to make you by far, high and away, the next highest paid at your position. Not merely the next highest paid at your position, but beyond all, in regards to talking about $35, $40 million, you're talking about a substantial bump. You're talking about a much bigger bump than just your standard issue. I get the $500,000 more. I get $1 million more than the last guy. And that is where I think that there is kind of a line on these type of negotiations from my standpoint with Witherspoon, where it's like, you got to kind of pick a lane here, big guy. Your either intention here has got to be, I want to be rewarded early and I want to be high paid, or the intention wants to be, I want to not only be the highest paid quarterback in the sport, I want to be beyond Thunderdome, the highest paid guy in the sport. I want to do what Linderbaum did to the center position, to the cornerback position. Well, great. Awesome. The problem with that being, Linderbaum was a freaking free agent. You're not. So that's where I have a little bit of a concern with the Witherspoon negotiations, and I hope that it's not this, where the demands are going so far over the top here on the point of where they're pushing towards, that from John's perspective, he's going, well, what's my savings here? What is the benefit to us other than, we're locking you down for 6 years? Like I'm giving you all of this money. I've got no way to save it and no way to put, it just starts to get to a point where you're just like, let's wait out a year and we'll pay you basically then the same price you're asking now next year. I mean, what are you going to ask, $45 million next year if you're asking 37.5, 35 million now? And again, this is a lot of conjecture here, so we don't know which way this is going. I would estimate the deal gets done. It's probably for $1 million or $2 million over what the last guy got paid at as the high water mark. But I have a little of the worry there too in the back of my head about, but it could be this as well. And that's what I hope it's not. 206 Remy, thank you for the $2 donation. Did you see Terry and Arnold visited? So I'd missed the note prior to going live on the stream. I was just trying to get some of those clips put together for the show, but they did kick the tires initially on calling him. So this is where, if you look at Seattle from a standpoint of, is Seattle interested? Number one, yes. I would say that this would be more beyond than just John's in on every deal. They liked him in the draft process. They were very early on to contacting his team and his people after this initial story broke with him getting released from the Lions. And then you now have him in on a visit. So, there is true interest on the part of Seattle. I would estimate that, you're not going to have a problem with finding the way to make the contract work dollar for dollar. He's not going to exactly be able to demand much of anything at this point, I would estimate. So then that's not really a problem. You got the interest. The money's not a problem. Really where all this just comes down, the fly in the ointment on this is just, what's the legal situation going to play out to being, or am I holding a roster spot for you until next year? Am I, just having you inactive, but you're on the roster, so to speak, kind of like one of those guys? Is it, I would think that they would expect that he's going to be active at some point this year if they were taking these steps. That, okay, you're going to be out for the first half of the season maybe, but we're going to get you on the back half, and your legal situation will push you into the off season. And so you're not really going to have to cross that bridge until then anyway, as far as actually doing potential jail time, per se. So cool that they're bringing him in. I always say with John, and you guys can see with moves like this, that there is no rock that goes unturned. He's going to look for every method and way he can in order to improve this team. And it's a 365-day process. And many other teams, it is not a 360-day process. I would offer for you, for a lot of teams, it's maybe as much about like a 190-day process, that there's parts of the year that they're just not paying attention to as much to improve and make the roster better. But John's looking at all times. It's not exactly like our corner positions in some piecemeal stage of things, right? Like, not at all. It's, you're trying to sort out who's your fifth corner at this point, pretty much. I brought you onto the tree so you wouldn't cry a bunch. Sort of defeats the process. I would say to Reaper, it's Darnold may have a lot of control on the offense to audible. I don't know if every play you're allowing the guy to audible. I think there are times where it's on the OC to get it done. But you don't want your quarterback doing all of the heavy lifting for your offense and having to every time situate the offense into the right play call, prior to the snap. And so play calling does become very important in this realm of things. But it helps having a veteran like Sam that can get you into the right place too. Yeah, it's a good question, Stanley. So that the Spoon deal, I start to get nervous at 34, 35 million, because you just come back to like, that's just kind of not the way this stuff works, Devin. And I worry about this because of the Hard Knocks comment from him the other night, where he's talking about like cornerbacks being the second most important position behind quarterbacks on the field. And, that's great that he feels that way. And I think he provides a lot of versatility to this team that I think he has a right to say, and I wouldn't undersell him on that. But asking after your third NFL season to not only be the highest paid, but beyond, that's where it starts to get, for me, it makes me a little nervous, because there's a way we can get these contracts fitted. There's a way we can pay everybody from Sam Darnold to keeping Cooper Kupp even next year on his back, big cap hit, and not having to make any of these cap cuts that so many Super Bowl teams have to make. The way that you get to that spot is getting over demanding players, guys that are just going beyond the pale. And I'm sorry, I understand short careers. I understand you got to get every last dollar you can, but when you're up to be the next highest paid guy and you're saying, no, I need to be paid 3, 4, 5 million more per year, every year that contract beyond the next highest paid guy, boy, you're putting your team into quite a predicament. I feel like a little bit there. I really do. But we don't know if that's really what's the case. For all we know right now, Snail, the deal's signed and delivered. They're just waiting on the announcement. And maybe they want to get the Leonard Williams deal done at the same time so they can have them both ready to go at the point, I still would go back to thinking that it'll get done sooner or later. Sorry about the cat. She's being a little bit loud today for some reason. She's got opinions too, Matthew Kaufman, hey B, what's the chances that Winterspoon demands a $35 million contract and that Seattle put their foot down and trade him after playing him out his fourth year? It's possible. I think the Witherspoon's Mike Macdonald's favorite player on the team. I think that Mike would, very much pound the table for him when it comes to like making the trade. You don't know if hurt feelings can get ruffled, with Witherspoon coming back and saying, you didn't pay me after year 3. The tendency is that even if you don't pay the guy after year 3, you can pay him after year 4. The cost goes up and the cost is pricey, but so what? When he's talking about it already being $35 million, it's like, okay, so you didn't pay him $35 million this year, but you're going to have to pay him $37.5 million next year, $38 million next year. Right? I mean, that's where you come down to, that's where the player and the agent, from their standpoint of it, I think they're so caught up in, I've got Gonzalez and I have Spoon and I have Gonzalez and I have Spoon, and they both are at the same time and they're both the best corners. And it's like, you have this, I feel like, agent that's a little bit like, okay, dude, I think you're pushing this a little bit beyond the pale a little bit, in my opinion. And I think a team has every right to come back to the player and say that if you're going to put your foot down and demand this, and we're not getting any savings, you're not giving us anything. We're giving you stuff. We're rewarding you before we have to. We're not even getting close to the point of franchise tagville. We're not even in the vicinity of franchise tag. You're not giving us anything back to your end of it other than a willingness to sign the contract that you dictate in full, basically, to us. That there is really no negotiation at that point. Because I'm sure Seattle starts out the negotiation saying, oh, it's a year early. How about we go 30, expecting he comes back at like 33, 34. You can go, okay, how about 30, 31 at 32? Come find a happy place right there. That's how those negotiations should go. But if people are just pushing, then you go, okay. We'll call it a day and move it down the road into next year. And then you give them a couple extra more million more per year at that point. But then there's also the benefit at that point of getting another year outside of Devin Witherspoon's rookie contract, which does carry a high bonus amount, in part because Devin Witherspoon dictated and enforced upon Seattle that they gave him a high bonus amount, which is the great irony of this deal, is that potentially maybe some of the greed to get all that money at that point in that rookie deal, in which you held out for a couple of days on your rookie contract, and to have that put into bonus money and guarantees, is kind of flexing out that old deal a little bit on the back end, which is maybe making it hard to onboard as much this new contract a little bit. So there's a lot in on this one a bit. I think the deal's probably done, but boy, I'm a little nervous about it, that this is some of the reality we're going to be facing a little bit with it. And if they do put their foot down and say, we're going to wait a year, I would get it. I want to reward Devin. I want to make you the highest paid player in the sport. I want you to be a Seahawk for life. I'll make you the highest paid player in the sport, more beyond just the standard modification. I'm going to do more than the $500,000 bump. I'll give you a couple million more just to show that added value, but I'm not going to give you 5-6 million more per year. I'm not going up to that. And I am a little worried, Okay, Brandon, if you were Buccaneers, would you pay Baker after the way he was talking in the press conference, or would you wait it out and try to find a way to draft one next year? I would wait it out. I think most of these teams need to wait it out, quite frankly. I think a lot of these teams get so scared by the alternative and so scared by losing FOMO that they don't really look at the situation in a very, what should be kind of a clinical decision, where you're just looking at it and you're going, okay, this guy's playing at this level and that's worth this, and this is what we're going to pay. Like, we're not going to get sentimental. We're not going to get fear-based in our approach. That's what they're worth. And it sounds like in the Buccaneers case, that's kind of what they're doing. The problem is of course, this is completely unusual in football for teams because they so very often fall into the trappings of the things that I just spoke about. So good for the Buccaneers and that they're putting their foot down a little bit. Baker is, as Brock Hewitt said the other day on the radio, he's a lot. He's a lot. And when you're trying to think about paying a guy this kind of money and you got a little bit of an extra layer of he's a lot, that can make you just a little bit hesitant. And when you're talking about wanting the team to pay that kind of money, you need there to be no hesitancy. You need to be bulletproof. And I think with Baker, there is always a little bit of that lively nature to him, a little bit of the look at me energy to him at times that doesn't always work for the quarterback position all the way around. It endears you to certain players. It makes you a favorite to certain people. But I always say I want my guy boring at the quarterback position. I want him nerdy. That's how I want him wired. I don't want him like Jackson Dart. I don't want him like Baker Mayfield. I don't want him out there worried about how swaggy am I. I don't want that thought processing. Is where's my brand at right now? Nope. Don't want that either. I need to run from that as fast as possible. Jax says, ironically, the other night on the roundtable, when you guys were talking about the long flights, I was literally on one at the moment. Boy, it's wild how McVay is going to do it, man, with flying those guys out there and doing the very next day, basically, not trying to come in there and acclimate to the Australian weather. And if McVay's successful at this, people will start using probably his standard as the way to do this. Just fly him in late. Doesn't seem like it would be the smartest way to go, but you never know with this type of thing. Look at Denzel Ward's contract. Got to get over that for Spoon. Indeed. Indeed you do. Okay. Hi, kitty. I know. Just so many. So right now they don't even have Ward's current deal. I don't think they've got the new deal up there for Ward yet. Oh, there they do. So yeah, he's $31 million. They're all around $30 million. So Ahmad Gardner crossed the 30 million threshold just last year, was the first cornerback to pass the 30 million threshold. Then you have Trent McDuffie this offseason at 31, right? So it's 30.1 million for Ahmad Gardner. Trent McDuffie goes up an additional $900,000. Then we go to the next contract being Denzel Ward, who signs it after Trent McDuffie, and he goes up $100,000 over the top of APY, what McDuffie was making. So, you just kind of go, well, 900,000, 100,000. Like I said, that averages out to about $500,000. So $500,000 if you go to contracts, whether it's edge, quarterback, tackle. When one guy breaks the market and sets the standard here, the next guy that tends to come in will be $500,000 to maybe up to $1 million. That's where you're pushing it. Where you go, maybe you can get up to like $1 million more per year as far as the contract goes. But you're not going to be able to really push 4, 5, 6 million over the top of the last guy. It just doesn't work that way. Spoon is risky because the way he plays, size. I think his third contract would be a good idea. You may break down like Earl. You never know. Kind of like that. The nice part about maybe keeping him a little bit more on the outside. Oh, Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? Thank you for the $10 donation. And man, it's good to see you in the house, brother. Hope you're doing well. This is Pumpkin. I know you're all Hawks, but if you can spare any care in the best interest of the Mariners, us Mariner fans would appreciate it. God bless you, Brando, Zeno, and the fam. Zeno and the fam. Well, thank you for that, Garth, so much. You got any thoughts on the Mariners? Any thoughts on the Mariners? She's got nothing for you, Garth. She said no. Even Pumpkin can't save the Mariners at this point. And tough to see for them. Sometimes teams, it's about You got the talent, you capture lightning in the bottle. Do you just kind of have the quite right energy? Maybe it's chemistry is the word I'm looking for. But that seems to be what the Mariners seem to be missing a little bit right now. It just the right interrelation of parts doesn't quite cohesively go together. But even she can't save us on that one, man. Not even the great pumpkin magic can get us there, Garth. Thank you, though, brother. And it's great to see you in the house, man. Great to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well out there. Appreciate you. Janya, if we have 4-year club control, why don't we just do that? Well, I think that's where you come down to, like, by the time you get to franchise tag, you're in a place of having to trade him. You're not going to get to that place. It's all theoretical, certainly. And these players, even without the holdout, can be a pains in the ass enough to where they can force your hand in a trade. We've seen too many situations of that occurring to believe that it certainly couldn't play out here if it went that way. The way it goes in practicality, and kind of typically is, okay, I've earned this contract after the 3rd year. I'm this kind of player. I'm take the Cowboys, for instance. I'm a Micah Parsons, or I'm a Dak Prescott. And the team goes, in Parsons' case, much like with Witherspoon, you're a 1st-round pick. We have 2 years of club control on you. You're asking for a lot of money after year 3. We're going to make you wait after year 3, and we'll come back around this into year 4, and we'll figure it out there. Then they come back into year 4, has a fairly successful year 3 with a little bit of injury, go into year 4 of that offseason before the year 4. And again, he's asking for even more money. And now the Cowboys are like, we didn't want to pay you what you were asking for last year. We certainly want to pay this much now, but we know we can't hardline you on the 5th year of your rookie contract. We know that we already got away with that 4th year. That's as far as we can pull it. So now we've got to trade you. That's the way that the situation will go for a guy that's kind of in that territory of things, right? So I would say that you're going to get him through this year, and then it kind of comes down to next year being, will you pay the high price now? And if not, then he gets moved. But you can pretty much hardline that 4th year right now with Devin to say, you're going to play out this 4th year, and we've got the club control, and we're not going to give that up just because you kind of want us to. That's not the way that this sport works, or how guys get paid. So it's on the table, man. Abdi, Brandon, how are the Salmon Snacks negotiations and Pumpkin going? Hope she was happy with their last offer. She's been temporarily satiated on the current salmon stock. Just barely, though. Just barely. Snail, if Witherspoon's asking in the $35 million range, would you be interested in trading him for a blue chip pass rusher? No. What I would do on this is I would put him through the 4th year. Then I would come back in the next offseason and I would say, okay, right now we're at $31 million. A couple of cornerbacks are probably going to get paid between now and next offseason. No one's probably going to crack into $35 million. I mean, maybe, but it's going to take somebody really drawing a hard line and really putting a team in a predicament. So we get to next offseason. I come back around to him and he's like, you didn't pay me 35 last year. That's what I wanted. We go, okay, we acknowledge that. We'll bump this up to 36 now. We're paying you 36 now. And you're by far the highest paid corner in the sport by multiple millions of dollars, even over what Gonzalez had been signed for if he's signed. There you go. And if he's like, then, well, no, I want to be paid $42 million per year. Well, then that's when you're going to start to get to the point of like, okay, this is getting to the uncomfortable place. I don't think it'll go to this place of things, but that would be more of I'd be very hesitant to try to move Spoon. I wouldn't be one of those like, well, it's an asset and it'd be only if it's really, you're in that place of we've extended out all our club control as far as we really can practically take it. And then he's just asking for far too much money, which I don't know if any of these is really the truth of the matter, Abdi, if our amazing front office told him to come visit us today, something positive must change after July 10th to August 9th. Brandon, brother, I hope so, bro. I hope so. And possibly. I haven't heard anything, but that doesn't mean there hasn't been news in the background of this, It's very possible. Yeah, Micah, you're on it. Spoon's a core player. And you don't trade him until it's absolutely necessary. So it's as much of I just The spirit is not, let's wait a year and then I'm going to move you as a movable puzzle piece and we'll do that. It's to, we'll wait this out a year. The price is a little bit too high for us right now. We're probably going to be more able and ready to meet that asking price next year. That would be more of the inherent spirit. The NFL's current highest paid corner in the league is Denzel Ward at $31.1 million. But there are only 3 cornerbacks in the NFL that are making $30 million or more right now. Just 3. So like that, Gardner just barely broke through that glass ceiling. 32 regular. Hey, Brandon, just wanted to say I appreciate your takes and view on things. Can't wait for the season to finally start. Go Hawks. # run it forward. Hey, thank you for that, man. Appreciate you for that. Very much so. And thanks for watching. Gonna be a great year, man. We got a lot lined up for you guys. I'm really looking forward to it. I think we're gonna have our best year yet here. I mean, last year's hard to top, tell you what. But I think we're in for another great year this season, man. Thank you for that. Janya, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm a big fan of Spoon, but this $40 million talk is wild. Can you give examples of money of what 4 years of club control looks like? Seems like a good option. Well, that's where I would say that you're not going to get it's where, again, too, Johnny, you just got to look at like recent history. How many guys do we have in recent history in the NFL that have had double down franchise tags? Very, very infrequently, if it's ever happened. I can't remember in recent. It's probably happened like once or twice in recent 30, 40-year span here in the NFL. So you just don't get to that place of things, which it's also hard to kind of characterize with a franchise tag because the basis of the franchise tag is built upon the top 5 paid players at that position. And that, of course, you got to wait till you get to the place of the franchise tag and where that happens to sit to get that determined. But that's where I say you technically have the 4 years of club control, but this is all theoretical. It's all kind of on paper. The player at one point or another in the process is going to push his way out of town in true practicality, in true when the rubber meets the road, when reality hits, when you're not in the, operating in a matrix, but in actually how, true life tends to play out in these situations. You get to like that Micah Parsons situation I just talked about. You get through that 4th year, you can press them through the 4th year. They don't have a leg to really stand on in that 3rd year to really hardline you. But then once they get through that 4th year, bingo, bango, boom. Now you're at the fork in the road. Now something has to be done one way or the other. And that's where it gets into more of the potential trade discussion, or you just meet his asking price. But you're not going to get him even on the 5th year of his option. Like you'll get him through year 4, but he's not going to play on the final year of his 5th year. He would hold in. He would force a trade. There's really, to me, zero possibility of making that work in that manner. So that's why I wouldn't really want to try to exercise even go down that realm of it. It's not going to be on the table, especially with him right now and them so much pushing to try to make as much as they can. They're only going to be so patient in this situation because of that, if it goes that route. So, to your point on this, you do have him on a contractually a place that's fairly inexpensive over the next 2 years. And this is why I like kind of letting this play out through the 4th year, because right now, currently, here we go. So right now, currently, Witherspoon's got a contractual hit of $10 million this year, 10.1. And then next year, he's got a $21 million cap hit that's all base salary. So you're not getting him to play on that base salary at that point. He's going to want the extension. But if you get through this year of his contract, all of the bonus money is off the books. He completes all of it. All the essentially guaranteed aside from the base of his 5th year options off the books. And so now when I give him new bonus money, now when I'm building in that new stuff into his contract, now I don't have to also build in prior $5 million bonus hit that hits this year, for instance. Like if I give him new bonus money, it's going to go on top, whatever it cuts up into its portions. That portion for this year is going to go on top of the $5 million bonus money he's currently got in the books. I wait till next year, no more bonus money. It's in a better place in a position to then execute a new contract. Versus right now, it's a kind of a pain in the butt for teams because you're still winding your way through a very expensive rookie deal. You were a top 5 first-round pick. That's not cheap. You may not be getting what they used to, but it's still a $53 million contract when it's all said and done, coming for the number 5 overall pick. So it ain't cheap. It's a good question, man. But you're only going to get that 1 year extra. I promise you on that. The data on this is very hardy. These guys you can press them a little bit. You can't hold out anymore, but the hold in is a real thing. And few teams, even Jerry Jones won't go to like, I'm going to make a play through his 5th. He'll stretch you through 4. He'll stretch Dak Prescott through 4, even after he'd earned the new deal. He'll stretch Micah through 4. I think he stretched CD through 4. But once you get to that 5th year, you got to crap or get off the pot. Max Pumpkin's so cute. She's got a lot to say. Pumpkin's one of the most talkative cats you'll ever find. That is for sure. Mix says, I'd take Arnold if Mike and John approve of it. These guys know what kind of culture we're building, so if they think it can fit in, it'd be a low risk, high reward type deal if he's cheap. True. That's the final point of what you made on. It's the key to me. You take a high talented player, and even if he's a problematic guy or he's got an issue on his record, well, if you're not putting anything on the table as far as true financial risk or commitment, why not take the shot? These guys can turn their careers around. They can turn bad situations around. Nobody should be defined by a single situation in their life. These guys are still kind of young kids coming to the sport. He's a middle-aged dude here, right? So I get and I'd be open to it too. Yes, Mike, that's true. Arnold's visit to Seattle has nothing to do with Spoon. Just about building up the biggest strongest cornerback room. Coke and Brando, how old are your cats? Pumpkin is up to about 12 now. So she's getting up there on me. And then my poor Xena girl, I think she's over 20. I got her, I think about 14, 15 years ago. She was already a full grown cat. I think she's in her 20s. And man, my girl's holding on. I'm doing all I can. We're feeding her wet food and giving her a bunch of little this and little that to try to give her feeling right. But she's definitely, she's rounding the bend, as they would say. And I'm not quite sure. So she was full grown when we got her. And I think she's somewhere in her 20s at this point, Koken. We're trying to figure out the fantasy thing too, man. So I saw your email. We're going to get that figured out on that end of it. Got to connect base with Megan. One Wolves, 3 years, 120 million, fully guaranteed. Whew. That'd be a pricey one. I mean, if I can put it on the end of his current deal, if I put it on the end of his current deal, that'd be a 5-year, 140, 150, 5-year, 150. So you guys, you might be knocking Wolves at first, but if he puts the 3 120 on top of the current 2, right? And then it becomes 3 years. It becomes 3 years and 150, or sorry, it becomes 5 years at 150. So it's $30 million a year, right? That could definitely work. And that's the way to get it done, is give him some more guarantees in the deal. It's one way to kind of situate these guys. What happened to the 6'5" corner Barton? He got released. It wasn't going to work when he got transitioned to corner from receiver that late in his career. Responding to Rainos, how will teams deal with Murph and Mills on the interior with Big Cat this season? I think it's going to be a problem. I think it was a big problem last year. And it sounds like with Mills, and we know with Murphy that they've done some of this, they can put him out there at the 5 tech as an edge at times. And those guys can work off that edge, which this is one of the creative ways to get around. There's only 2 defensive tackle spots to be able to utilize at any one given snap. How do we get these guys all in the field at once? Well, if you can kind of turn them into kind of quasi edges early down, and they can be effective as pass rushers from that position. It's one creative way to kind of make that happen. But it's going to be a group of strength and depth, meaning that it's a position as much as any positional group on the field heavily depend upon your ability to rotate and keep guys fresh. Well, not only are you going to be able to keep these guys fresh because you have that depth, but you've actually got the pure raw talent of depth on top of it, which is kind of a rarity. Every team can rotate guys through, but you typically are going to see a drop off in that rotation to where you can't keep those guys keeping the pressure on 24/7 at the same rate, which we are going to be able to do so from the interior to the outside. And then with it, those guys can play 100 miles an hour every snap because they know if they need to go get a blow, the guy coming in filling for them is not going to be, just a scrub. He can do the job every bit as good as I can. Micah signed Spoon to a 3-year deal before Gonzo inks his deal in New England. Do they still have the same agent? Yes, they do. Mr. Bill, if the Arnold signs with the Hawks, league will suspend him for a year due to the dislike for Seattle. Well, at least we get him in the program at that point. Johnny, that said, why is JSN worth 42 and Spoon not worth 35 million? Well, every positional group in the NFL is not charted out equally in what's paid. And that is determined by the free market. And what the free market, the NFL has determined, is a more important positional group than other positional groups. Corner is not off-ball middle linebacker. Corner is not safety. Corner is not fullback. Corner is not running back. It obviously has more value. Corner has more value than guard. Corner has more value than center. Does corner have more value than franchise left tackle? Maybe not. Does corner have more value than edge? I mean, these are, it's close, I would say. Wide receiver has been determined to be one of those positions that's right behind the quarterback as far as kind of the pecking order goes on this type of stuff. So, from a Spoon perspective, it may not feel always, fair to the corners and group on this, but it's as well, I would say that the corner room also has no problem taking way more money than what the off-ball middle linebackers make. And you could make the argument, why should Ernest Jones make $1 less than Spoon? Why should Ernest Jones make 1/3 of what Witherspoon's making? Just the way it is. I definitely don't want to get rid of him, 61 Wolves, either. The ideal is to keep this guy. I love him. Louis says it does seem selfish if he really does try to milk the team dry. Dynasties need selfless players. Tom Brady used to take pay cuts to get a good team around him. Yeah, I get where definitely Witherspoon's coming from one, if this is the case. And a lot of this, too, is a bit of blind conjecture. We don't know what potentially could be holding up the negotiations and whether or not there is anything. I mean, for all we know, maybe there is a deal in place. But I will say to your point on this, if we talk about like how to build up a team that can be a, if not a dynasty, a team that can really sustain and not only just being successful in a playoff team, but actually truly pushing for multiple Super Bowls. Well, you're not going to get there by breaking the bank on players. You really are not. You can make guys like JSN highest paid at their position, but JSN signed a very team-friendly contract. He's being paid on an APY at a certain rate, but you have him under a 6-year contract. He got him almost the totality of his whole career as it stands right now. And that's kind of worthy of note than just looking at purely the APY and saying, well, here's what he's making average per year. He structured the deal in a way that made it very, very accommodating to the team. And that's why that deal got done so fast, so quickly. Because JSN was willing to come to the table and say, I'm willing to give up something here. I want to get this. I'm willing to let you structure it so that I can get this. And that's the way that these kind of deals have to break down. just doesn't make sense for one side to dictate to the other wholly, this is the way this is going to be, and the other side just has to sort of take it. Either way on that one. Again, too, if you got a question for B, just B Brando Hawks Nest. We always have a lot of discussion on in the chat. So with that, it's going to pick up this year majorly, guys. So if you do have something you want me to respond to, if you can just put that in there, that lets me know you want me to directly respond to something. Louise McVay seems willing to take a week one loss, not to throw off their internal clocks the next couple of weeks. I mean, maybe. I will say it's what he's done for the London games. And he blew the doors off Jacksonville doing the same, like, we're going to come in the night before thing. And so he may be onto something with this too. I don't know. It does seem to me like one where you go, I can't wrap my head around how they will not be physically impaired trying to run the game the next day after you just came in on a flight. But maybe there's something smart to this. Dixon, the only reason Schneider paid JSN is because the fans would have rioted if he didn't. He's a cheap GM and everyone knows it. Yeah, it's, again, man, you're bringing up a lot of discussions, but you're not really backing any of your discussion points up with anything, Dixon. So, for instance, I can back up my discussion point. So, like, there was last year, you could look at something that came out that showed the owners out there that had actually put out money, per se, spent money, or the top owners that spend money, because you have your salary caps and you have theoretical money you're going to spend, and then you have your actual money you actually spend. What comes out of pocket, right? So we were a top 10 team over the last 10 years in pure spending in the NFL. So if your statement's true, and you made a couple statements in here, and neither of them I've seen that you've even tried to back any of them up whatsoever. But if your statement's true, how are we top 10 in money spent for a given 3-year period where it ain't theoretical money on the books, but actual money spent? We've rewarded all of our players in-house, from Charles Crosses to Abraham Lucas to Jackson Smith-Njigba this offseason. We're going to get a Leonard Williams contract done soon. I'm sure the Witherspoon contract will be done sooner than later. There's really no evidence pointing to what you're saying. And if you're going to make this case, I'm fine with you making it. Please do. If you got something to actually back it up, but you're not backing it up. I just mentioned a second ago why the JSN contract got done. It got done in part because JSN was willing to broach that distance of negotiation and say, okay, you can structure this in the way you have to structure this to make it right on your books so you can fit all of these great players. That's the point of it, not to be cheap, so that you can fit everyone. You just sign contracts and you just negotiate against yourself and you just pay everybody all the money. You squeeze yourself all up nice and tight and you can't do anything else, So I appreciate where you're coming from, but it'd be great if you could actually back up with something that's actual factual to what you say on that, because it's not factual to what the baseline is, both since the Paul Allen family bought the team 25 years ago to what they've done in sustaining this team through this time period. I also don't know a lot of teams that actually get to winning a Super Bowl that play the game of cheap. You got to kind of spend money in this day and age if you're going to get to a Super Bowl. There's no such thing as cheap teams that don't have any money are going to get there. Well, tied all these running backs making $20 million a year. All of a sudden, Jeremiah Love's contract looks great, so he's much better than Falcon and Colts and Lions running back. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see on that. Jack says, McVay is a fool if he thinks he can just roll in a day before. 17-hour flight is no joke. Not to mention the time change, too. Flight on the way back will be longer, too, because of the wind. It's going to bite. Yeah, I don't understand his approach on this. I can get the London one where it feels like that's a little bit more of a puddle jump compared to going out to Australia, where it just feels like you're going to a whole different kind of world. Seahawks will have issues in the running game this year. You guys just don't know what you had. No, I think it's more of that we understand in Seattle because we've been kind of faced with things. I think there's a lot of outside voices coming in limitless into this on the Walker situation. And I appreciate that you guys are loving up on Walker. He's a fun running back, but we've gotten to face here in Seattle what drives running game success. For those on the outside looking in, being I'm seeing a couple 49er fans in here, Ram fans that come in. We drafted 2 running backs in the second round back to back. So what we did is we try to, for you, those people, and you may be one of these people, Limitless. I'm not saying you are, but if you are, there are these people out there that would say running back success will drive that's the engine. That's the thing that will take running success and make it go. And it's a little bit like the superhero quarterback outlook. In fact, I would probably venture to guess that a lot of people that look at the running backs make the running game go have a lot of the just go get a superhero quarterback and that's all you really need for your team thing. That's the only thing you need to be looking for your team, right? That they have very static methodologies of approaches when it comes to building football teams. Because what we learned here is that that's not the case. You can't just take a really talented running back and say, yeah, I put you out there, you're going to go find success. That in actuality, what makes a running game work is what all of the analytic folks tell us make a running game work. A great offensive line with cohesion and talent, a passing attack that can keep a defense honest, a quarterback that's not restricted. So the defense has to, as they say, defend every blade of the grass. Of course, as well, a defense that's not being molly-whopped up and down the football field over and over again, getting scored upon constantly so you can commit to running the ball. So you're not playing from behind. It's all of this assortment stuff. It's having a great offensive scheme that can maximize the run game to the ultimate. But sometimes I do find that all seems to be just sort of thrown by the wayside. And again, I'm not accused saying that Limitless is with you. I'm just, it's a little bit of my personal look at this and have a lot of discussions in regards to this, that all of that stuff I just mentioned get thrown out, tossed out, and that everything gets really microscopically looked upon on the running back talent. And everybody wants to just kind of look at that per se. And to me, that stuff that gets thrown out is the driving force. And I mentioned this because that was the driving force in last year's team, Limitless. If Walker was so sensational as so many people are saying, why wasn't he as effective early in the season? Why did the light only turn on at the end of the year? The talent was still there early in the year. He wasn't injured early in the year. Shouldn't he have been still just as dynamic as he was at the end of the year as he was early on in the year? And it wasn't he was bad early on in the year. But the Walker that you saw at the end of the season was not the same Walker of productivity that you saw early on in the year. And the reason didn't have anything to do with Walker, and it's to my point of this whole process. Walker didn't run the ball worse early on in the year. He just learned the system better with time. That helped improve him. The continuity factor of those guys playing together over time and learning this new system helped. Sam Darnold getting more acclimated in the system so he could be the dangerous side there the teams had to play up to, and cover, and the double teaming the GSN, and then not bringing the guy up in the box, and the staying in the cover two shells. All of this stuff is, and it's a lot of extra stuff to think about for running game success. But this is what drives running game success, not the magical running back. It's nice to have the magical running back. You want talent in the backfield. But this running back being the holy grail thing just doesn't work. And it doesn't fit to what we got taught here in Seattle recently in regards to this running back situation. No team in NFL history over the last 20 years has gone back to back in rounds 1 or 2 and taken a running back in back-to-back years, except for the Bengals. They did it in 13 with Gio Bernard and some other guy. It didn't work for them either. And they made the same mistake we made, which is you went and you said, oh, it's about the talent of the running back. It's not about all of this other stuff. No, it's all of that other stuff. And then go get the dynamic running back. Top it off. Make them the cherry. Don't make them the sundae, is what I'm trying to say. I get where you're coming from on it, but I think you're going to come to find that this running game is going to be very effective. And I just hope that for all those people out there that are hammering the Walker thing on this, when you do see the running game be effective this year, when you are seeing it again as a top 5 rushing attack again this season, that can be as much a teaching moment to say, oh, here is something that shows me that this is the truth of the running game, that it is not the old school methodology. I'm not going and getting Eric Dickerson. I'm not going and getting Barry Sanders. I'm not going and getting Adrian Peterson, and that can drive the bus. I've got to put the bus together, and then I bring him in as that final kind of part and piece. Johnny says, seems weird for some players to get 100 times other players. Yeah, it's not exactly a fair sport when it comes to how they dole out the money. Limitless. It's the O-line that drives the team, and I agree. But why doesn't the same thing apply when folks are talking about K9's first few years in the trash O-line? Agreed. No, I do agree with you in that you did not give him those things to work with here. He didn't have all of those parts and pieces I just talked about here until really the end of his time here, that he got that and then he found success with it. But in the back of that success with it that he had last year is not a Kenneth Walker that ran for 2,000 yards. He had a really good year for a running back. It was a really good year. But again, was it a year because he's so talented and driving it through? Or once a running back has those factors working in their favor, they then can go and take off. And then if I can provide almost most any good talented running back those factors in full, not in part, not some of the factors, but I can put all of those factors, great scheme, cohesive, talented offensive line, capable receivers, capable blockers up front, capable quarterback play, good defense on the other side of it. I can give them all of that. I can show you running game success, and we will have running game success this year. It will be there. You're not going to need the growing pains of Fleury. With the commitment, it will be there because you're going to get the second year returns of all of that stuff. If the returns were there in the first year, when we typically see OCs having to get all of their players learning the ropes and going through all the ups and downs, the second year of it is going to be more improved, even with the new OC. You're going from an outside Shanahan zone system to an outside Shanahan zone system with some modifications built in. Even the terminology is almost the same in a lot of different areas between these two systems and how they've run it. So I agree with you in that K9 did not get those things working in his favor, but this is also kind of to work into my point, this Limitless. If K9 was so amazing, if it is all about the running back of K9, if it is that this guy is Barry Sanders reborn, then he would have ignited through every year of his career despite that scheme, despite that offensive line, despite the quarterback play, despite where the defense was. But he couldn't overcome that. And that's why and maybe it's just the two different outlooks of it. That's, I guess one camp can kind of see that and they take away one piece of data. I look at that and I take away from that data. Rushing game success is not driven by the running back position. Do I want to go out and seek to find a talented running back? Yes. Do I want to build a deep stable of running backs? Yeah, absolutely. But rather than it being the ultimate priority, as I think it sometimes gets discussed about, as we treated it in drafting Walker and Charbonnet before getting the rest of that stuff taken care of, you're getting it backwards a little bit there. And if you happen to lose a star running back, but you have all that stuff still working, you are still going to have an effective ground game. It's still going to find success and be one of the most successful running games in the league because few teams can put this type of stuff on the table in this manner to find the same kind of success. We go blow by blow through some of these teams, and I think you'd find a lot of question marks in some of these spots. Oh, their defense there. Don't know about their offensive scheme. Oh, there's the quarterback play that we could probably talk about with that team there too. That's what you're more often going to do with a lot of these teams through the league. We've got it all taken care of. Check, 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 check. We'll see though. This will be another interesting, I guess, data point Limitless on this is whether or not running back drives the success or whether or not these other parameters are really the weighty part of it, as I believe it is. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, we need to bring back Robert Stack for a very special Unsolved Mysteries, the Shanahan accident, and the substation. Picture, if you will, a station out in the middle of Santa Clarita, pumping electricity at an unbelievable pace. And then one day, a player's ligament explodes. Just one. And then another one. Suddenly, like popcorn, it's going off all across the football field. Ligament after ligament, snap, 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 pop, pop, pop. What is going on today on Unsolved Mysteries? Freaking classic show, Garth. Classic. No, I don't want him to solve it. I want it to remain a mystery. Because with every lingering day that remains a mystery, with every successive month that electricity does not get moved, more of the effects. That's the sound it's making in the background on Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Every day. Arteries, ligaments, tendons. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. We don't want it solved. Just leave it there. I'm sure it's fine. Jack Maloney, Brando, the main downside the Rams are doing won't be week 1. It'll be week 2. Nearly 30 hours on a plane changing time zones will screw them up the next week. It's going to bind LA end of the year. You definitely wonder about it on both areas of it. That's a good point. I thought about that too, as well, as you're flying both that long coming back for that game too. They got a little bit of extra time for game 2, but still, man, it's a lot of flying there to get around on top of playing a football game in between, and I'm glad it's not us. I would be bitching and moaning about it quite a bit right now if it was us. Simply Sims, well, at least the Niner faithful Rams scams or Cardinal sins, or the rest of the league are taking Sam serious. Laughing out loud, doesn't even use his legs to run, and they're hoping he tears his ACL. Micah says, I was thinking next year for Spoon too. He can wait and we'll franchise tag him if he can't agree to terms, which by next year he will. Yeah. And I think that it's as much next year I'm willing to reach. Next year I'm willing to go to where you want to be paid, Devin. I'll meet your asking price, but you're going to have to wait a year from now for me to get to that asking price. And that's to me where there's a very easy way that this could go that direction if his demands are such, and where it gets kind of simple. It's like, look, we'll make you the highest paid. We'll make you the highest paid by a reasonable amount of the last guy. You want to be the next highest paid by kind of, for lack of a better word, a little bit of an unreasonable amount. And so we'll do that, but we're going to wait a year to do that. And that's to me where, okay, that I don't think Devin can really squawk or get angry about that at that point. And the team's being pretty good to him with that. Jordan says, players are stupid demanding the highest dollar amount possible when they are a great organization and a winning team. Well, it's tough. They're getting a lot of counsel on this, that they need to get every last dollar bill that they can. When these guys get money like this, I know that there's people coming at you from every area of life that need help. And, you have a lot of weight of responsibility on your shoulders. NFL careers are short. So I understand completely the players trying to get every last dollar bill that they can. I wouldn't, in no way would I say that I feel like it's greed or anything there. It's just as much that, your team's got to be smart too with this, and we got to win championships, and teams aren't smart or going out there and winning championships if they're not being smart in how they're delving out their contracts and having lines that they draw on the sound every which way and around to say that this is as far as we go and we're not going to go past this point. Jack says also, I got a great idea for a GoFundMe for a Ram substation. Who agrees? I'm with you, Jay Jordan. I would think on some of this is part of why I appreciate JSN's deal, is that they allowed that to get structured in such a way that really save the cap hit of his cost off down the road. And that you would hope a few of these players in this organization can get that. And if you can get 5, 6, 7 guys that can kind of wrap their head around this concept, that's when you can really put together a great team. And I think you saw this in the Derek Hall contract. It's a little bit there in the Abraham Lucas contract, though as much of that's because you kind of took the risk of signing him a year early before the performance really came fully to bloom. But that's what you'd like to do. Because if you can put these kind of contracts together where you're getting rewarded, but you're not pulling every last buck, now we can take that cumulatively saved cost to build the better team. And if you're a great team, and if you're winning championships, and if you're not necessarily maxing out every last dollar bill you're getting paid right now, but you're setting up your post-football career to continue that money coming in because you're going to be a ticket item, can you not make it up down the line a little bit? It takes a little bit of extra math and imagination, but I think it's there to be seen. Did the cornerback guy you guys were talking about get injured? So he got traded to the Indianapolis Colts from the New York Jets, played a couple games with the Jets, and then did go down to a season-ending injury. But the Jets did sign him to a contract extension, I think, either just before he had the injury or just after. I can't remember. What if he says he's his bold bones amounts? I don't know. Catalyst, I've watched a lot of Spoon's film from last year. Zone coverage, tackling, blitzing, or otherworldly. Still, is he a true cover corner? I'm not sure. Well, I don't think he's necessarily the traditional guy in that you're looking out. I think that he can do the man-based stuff. He's not asked to do it because of our defense is so heavily driven by zone defense in nature. You know, man coverage just isn't as much there, and that's just as much a Mike thing as it is that I'd say that's more a Mike thing than a limitation of Witherspoon thing. He was great in man coverage coming out of Illinois. That was his du jour stuff. It was less zone stuff and more man-based stuff in zone, just running with guys step for step. I think he can do it just fine. I do think he is a little bit of an unusual lockdown corner, and that it's not just a per se Revis guy that's out there just taking away targets all game. You know, that he can do that stuff, certainly, but you have to look at him as the measure of the player and what he brings all to the table. And that's really maximally value in this type of defense that wants its defensive players to do a variety of different things. And the more that you can do, the better in this defense. And he is a shining representation of that. So probably part of the reason that Mike loves him so much. So he's not per se, but still worth every dollar bill when it comes to this extension. When did Spoon say 40 million? Gonzalez is going to get more than him, and he's not breaking 40 million per. Did not say 40 million per, and that's why I've been trying to say with this conversation, there's a lot of conjecture within this and guesswork within it. He did say in the car in Hard Knocks that he felt that the next most important position behind quarterback is cornerback. And so if he thinks that, and he's just, I think some of this could be, and again, this is back to just, we don't really know on this, but you come back to like, look, you're drafted 5th overall, you sign your contract. The guy that was drafted at 20 overall on your very same team just signed his new contract. From your standpoint, you may think that you've played every bit as good as JSN has played on the other side of the ball. You've been that good on the defensive side of the ball. And if JSN's making 40 million per year, then why shouldn't you? So there is a little bit of advanced math being done here. But I think that when he's saying that on Hard Knocks, I think there is a little bit of something to that. You know, it's not nothing, I would say, but we don't know. We don't know. I mean, again, we come back to Limitless. The deal might even be done. You know, it might already be signed, sealed. They're just kind of waiting to announce it. Sounds like Arnold's got a couple teams he's been meeting with. Wow, 20. That's actually awesome, Pete. Oh, thank you, man. Everybody's hating on our running back coach because he curses a lot. I mean, all these coaches curse a lot. I was watching a little bit on because I didn't have HBO last year, so I've been watching a little bit of the Hard Knocks from last year in season. And I mean, all those coaches, it's one thing that stands out to me with every one of these coaches. It's like, my gosh, you guys. Fit a couple of natural words in between the cuss words so that we can cognitively understand what you're trying to say. And it's like, mother, you get your ass up in that. Like, oh my gosh. $20. Wow. She's gotten up there. Yeah. Dixie Brandon, sorry to hear Zena's feeling her age. Such a beautiful cat. I'm dog man. That doesn't sound right. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It is the hard part. You know, you've been with these animals for years like this, and especially my case with Zena and my pumpkin here. It's been, 12 years with her and good 15 years with Zena. And it's, they've been such a part of the life and all the travels and all that. And, they sometimes go slow with it. And that's the tough part where you're just kind of watching the slow process and you're doing what you can to make it, easy and gentle, and you don't want them to suffer, but then you start wrestling with all that stuff, and it sucks. It does suck, that part of it, but she's really happy, and she's got grandma coming around feeding her chicken all the time, and she's living her best life at least. So got that part. Dixon, Brando's the only decent Seahawks fan. The rest of you are pig pens and easily manipulated. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dixon. I think. Luis, there was an orange cat in my neighborhood as a kid that lived near Woods Trail. Every time I went through, she was there and came up to me every time. Super cute. She's there for years. Orange cat energy is a real thing. If you're ever thinking about going and getting a cat, I would always highly recommend being on the lookout for an orange cat if you can, because they're a lot of fun. They're very energetic. They're unique little spirits. They go by their own time. Yeah, you do. You do. Yeah. They're very lovey. Randall in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the Fiverr, man. Says, I like Spoon. I think a deal gets done. I just don't want any part of 38 to 40 APY. Size, injuries, and a lack of turnovers working against him. I'd be open to a trade. Well, I think this year when you're trying to repeat, it's just you can't put trade on the table to me, Randall, with this year per se. And that's where it's like kick the can down the road to next year and let's cross that bridge and find out where the price is at kind of at that point. And considering that the cornerback market right now is only at $31 million, that is the ceiling. To think that that's going to increase by 1/3 value in a single year, it's not impossible, but probably very improbable that in a year it's going to increase up to that $38-40 million territory. And this is why, if that's where the asking price is at, it's just a bit too much. And you just kind of go, we'll deal with this down the line. But I think you just push it down into next year. And I think you're a little more willing potentially to get kind of closer to that stage of it next year. But I get where some of your hesitation comes on that. He's not the biggest guy. He plays very violently. That is a bit worrisome there. I'm more than willing to pay him above and beyond the highest paid cornerback in the sport. I don't do it with 2 years of club control and 2 franchise years kind of sitting there still in the books, but I would be willing to get there to that point with him. Just got to kind of wait to the right spot. Dixon, it's all good. We all love banter here. The only thing and then it's why my mod's kind of asking you on this one with it a bit. It's just in regards to, we get a lot of trolls in here. And as you can see with the way the discussion goes today, we're trying to have a lot of inner discussion and turn over topics and try to have some debate between us, and if you have somebody kind of coming in going, yeah, you guys are horse shit and y'all suck. And I'd piss in your guys' faces if I could. Okay. Wow. Where'd that come from? And you're not doing that per se, but it starts to have a bit of that effect if it's somebody coming in looking to kind of throw things off the rails a bit with it. So we're a little sensitive to it just because I got no rules here. I'll talk about anything. I'll talk about any NFL team. I'll talk about the Niners. I'll talk about the Rams. You want to get into the third stringer of the Rams edge group or the 49ers third running back on the roster, I'll happily talk about it. My only one single rule, and it's one a lot of people have a problem with, but my one single rule is just treat the people in my chat with respect. No one's going to last in a chat or watch your show when someone's being disrespectful to them. They're going to leave. And if you're costing me viewers and you're having people leave my stream so you can be you, it doesn't really help me out or help out what we're trying to accomplish here. And that's all at the end of the day. And that's why I say I always love having Niner fans in here. I always love having Ram fans in here. It's just with that one itty bitty teeny tiny singular caveat. Just please be respectful. And I know it goes counter to all of the trash talking that's in the history between these teams and all of what exists in all of the online portals and every other aspect of this hemisphere, but it doesn't make our community go. We don't run on that fuel here. We operate from respect and wanting to have really cool, deep football discussion if we can. That's where the good stuff's at for us. Trash talking just doesn't, if you hear me on the stream, I don't do a lot of it. It just doesn't interest me. It's low IQ stuff. Let's deal in the high IQ if we can, or at least try to ascend to that, try to aspire for that if we can. We may not reach it, myself included on that, but we're trying to aspire to get to that place if we can. Or Titan, when quarterbacks are asking for $40 million a year, I say the hell with that. Just trade up and get a Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart and draft a cornerback in the second or third. Well, I think there's certainly an argument, and I think that's where some people will come in on this as they look at Witherspoon. As I say, he's an unusual guy in how he is a lockdown corner, but not your traditional one in how it's necessarily molded. So a little bit harder to see and understand because of that a little bit. You got to have a little bit of the imagination with how you look at him to a degree. But with that said, it is a defense that doesn't play a lot of man coverage. It's not going to have its guy out there putting you on an island. It's a lot of like, we're dropping 7 guys into coverage. You're playing a lot of zone. You're reading, reacting in space. Can I find that in a second and third round cornerback? Do I need to be paying top of the market for that kind of performance? And I think that there's a really good discussion to be had within that. And I agree. I mean, the heart of this again comes down to whether it's cornerback or anything else. If you're a quarterback coming up to be paid, and the top guy in the cornerback room market's making $65 million per year, and you come in and you say, I need to make 75 million per year. Wait, what? And that's the equivalent to what, if you're asking for that mark right now, be it Gonzalez or Witherspoon, that's what you're kind of asking for in equivalency. And it's like, that's where I think as an NFL team, you're in very much your right form at that point to say, no, there are those teams that are cheap. There are those teams that don't reward players when they should on the timely basis that they should. I'd offer our team has never been that team. So if you get to a point with this particular team in Seattle, if your representatives do, to the point that you've driven negotiations out to that stage of things, it's more an indication about you than it is us. And that's where, to me, I am a little bit more when we get a year out from this into next year, if a deal hasn't been done, to where, sure, I'll be a little bit more open to being creative. My ideal is still to get him paid. My ideal is still to find a way to get as close to his asking price as I even can, potentially. But you're absolutely right. There is always a line that you're not going to go over, and it does get hard to validate spending $40 million, frankly, on any cornerback in this sport, even a Patrick Surtain. You know, Dixon, it does get tough when you mention the cheap angle of it. My brother, y'all are sitting on $79.5 million of cap space. In a Super Bowl go for it year, you got $80 million in the reservoir. Like, isn't that kind of a representation of being cheap? I'm not saying it's cheap, but it does look pretty close on the surface of looking kind of cheap. Especially when you won't spend $20 million to move a substation just to give your guys at the very least a little bit of peace of mind. The league has presidents they'll use for determining suspensions. That's why Puka will likely miss 2 games this year. That sounds about right. Jordan, I could see Darnold taking a team-friendly deal. Should have another big season. Seems like he'd be that type of guy. I sure am hoping he is, man. You know, being able to keep this position, this quarterback position where it's at into the future, and just it's locked in. We don't have to worry about it. We can address everything else on this team that we may need to. Would be a big weight off the shoulders of this organization. And I hope he is. I hope he's reasonable about it. Because I think from the quarterback position above any other has, you know, really little room to be that, like, well, it's a short quarterback career. You know, I only have so much time to earn. You know, it's like you quarterbacks play for 20 years. You can, on a given year when you're in the middle of a championship run, on your second quarter contract with that team as a former top 5 pick with top 5 quarterback contract money, you could theoretically get that spot where maybe I could take a couple million less on this one. Just, you know, a little bit. I'll make 50, not 60, right? 45, not 55. Luis, you guys brought up on the idea of trading for Verse on the stream yesterday. Not only would it be hilarious, but it seems like a good ideal. He'd fit and he's young. What would we have to trade? It's a good question. I think when I went back and looked at the Rams equivalency for kind of what they gave up as far as what Verse was worth in his part of the package of that trade, to me, it came down to kind of a first and a second was about what they kind of got for him back in return to the Rams, you know, if you really broke it down. You could maybe talk me into there being a little bit more value than that, but that's somewhere in the territory of what it would be. And I do think that there's a potential that this could be on the table because, like you said, he is a very good fit to this defense as far as the power edge player that he is, the way he wins and how that suits Mike Macdonald's edges. I think you're talking first, second, third round as probably a trade that you're going to have to give up at that point. You know, you're coming around a little bit faster to potentially having to pay him the contract extension that Cleveland's now not going to have to pay him there, which could be a part of those negotiations. But, you know, I mean, it's if the 1, 2, 3 doesn't get it done, you could always kick in next year's third where you still have 2 third-round picks next year to just kind of seal the deal if you had to at that point. You know, I don't think it would quite get to being that cost at the trade deadline. But if it got up to as much as that, then you could always kick in the extra third if it took that to overtake everything. But I think it'd be a 1, 2, 3 compensation would be somewhere, I think, in the area. Mick says, Brandon, did you see Anthony Richardson's third string quarterback for the Colts this year? Do you think he didn't work out because he went to the Colts, or was he just always a what if kind of player? Well, I think that there's a couple lessons to be learned from Anthony Richardson. I think first off, you've got to be worried about jumping on guys that have such limited college experience. You know, college success, college starts, even if just outside of college success. I've started a lot of games at the college level. Has been a really good indicator for future success in the NFL level. And I believe with Richardson, he had like 15 starts or something like that coming out of college. So your data and the tape was so limited. And I think some of this has come down to, you know, motivation and drive. I mean, injuries have come into this as well, but I think that you do wonder a little bit as just on how motivated are you to get yourself better as a player throughout this time. You know, he's very naturally gifted. And when a highly naturally gifted player just kind of is stuck in place / regressing, you start to wonder about, are you getting the, you know, stuff outside of the physicality stuff locked down? And my guess would be no with Anthony. I don't know any of this for sure. And, you know, he's had some kind of fluky things. The band snapping him in the eye is kind of weird. And some of the other stuff that he's had injury-wise isn't his fault, because initially when he walked in the door there, the Colts did it wrong. And this is the part that makes this so tough, because I said at the time with Anthony Richardson, what you have to do is sit the guy for a couple of years pure. Don't get him out there on the field right out the gate. Don't try to, because you're going to be drawn into trying to work him into RPO concepts. And you're not going to have him actually learning to play the quarterback position. You're going to try to do the Robert Griffith. It'll be part of an NFL playbook, and it'll be part college playbook thing. And that's just, we're not in that era anymore. It's hard to kind of know where to peel one from the other. And that's why, as I say with this, Mick, this is the problem with just simply saying, go draft the magical quarterback. Because then when the thing doesn't start to work out, now you can't quite parse out, wait, did we not give him the right offensive scheme? And it's that, wait, did we not have the offensive line in front of him? He's under too much pressure and it built bad habits, you know? Oh, wait, no, it's his work. It's hard to kind of pair it off. If you take care of all of your stuff, then go get the quarterback, then the quarterback fails, then you can just say purely, well, look, we're going to pick some bad quarterbacks sometimes. That's the nature of the beast with picking quarterbacks, is that it's still kind of a crapshoot. When we did all we could to give him that success, we did everything we needed to do, so we can firmly come to it that it's really on his shoulders at that point for why he didn't succeed. And more often than not, to a very big margin now, I think what we've learned about, especially with all of these reclamation projects in secondary areas, Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield or Daniel Jones doing what he's doing over here, that seeing that tells us that it's really more often than not, these teams just simply grabbing the guy, tossing him into a crappy situation, and then when he doesn't succeed, throwing him into the trash. And that it was them that was getting that wrong, not the player necessarily, you know, and that's where this does get hard on your question to quite be able to parse that through, because the Colts did not take care of their P's and Q's. They did not have a good offensive system in place. It's just like a running back, you know, not a good offensive system in place, not a good defense in place. Offensive line at that point, when he was first walking in there, still, Nelson was good there, but Clark was kind of getting old at that point on his way out. You're trying to get Raymond settled in as a young player there at tackle. We're working their way with skill positions there a little bit. Pittman and Pierce, Downs, it's okay. You know, you finally kind of get Warren in there this year. He's instantly kind of becomes one of the more dynamic pass catchers for them right out the gate. I don't know with Anthony, man. He might be one of those reclamation projects to keep an eye on. T-Man, only thing I can possibly see is Max Crosby trade if the Spoon deal goes south, but I say this all offseason drama and he signs. Agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to get done. Yeah, so I don't know, Dixon, on the Russell Wilson caving negotiations thing. I know you're having a discussion with Megan a little bit. John didn't cave on negotiations and overpay. He paid Russell Wilson what he was deserved to be paid at that time. Russell was a top-notch quarterback at that point, a Super Bowl winner, multiple-time Super Bowl. He had played in his first rookie contract. He had earned his deal. So, Russell's people wanted to be paid 20% of the salary cap on a sliding scale yearly. John did not cave to that. So that's where the negotiations began at, is that we want Russell Wilson to be paid 20% of the salary cap on a yearly basis, and it will slide by what he's going to be paid based on that. So you brought the numbers down substantially off of that cost. And then when the cost became too much, you didn't pay him, you traded him. That's the other part about you saying that he caved to Russell, is that when Russell started to try to demand too much, you moved off of him, and then Denver was willing to pay that same amount you weren't willing to pay, and then they paid the ultimate price in doing so. So it again goes against a little bit of your initial point with that, is that no, he paid him what he was worth at that time. And the second that Russell tried to push beyond that amount too much, he put his foot down and moved on. Breaker in the house. What's up, Breaker? Brando, how would you react if you wake up to see half the team hired Kirk Cousins' agent? I know how I would react. Probably fearful, man. Guy's a genius. He's been making moves for years in the shadows. They call him the Shadow Man. Best in the business, that guy is. Who's more likely to make a jump from honorable mention All-Pro, Charles Cross or Paris Johnson? Probably Charles Cross, but it might as much be because of the success of the teams. I think both those two guys are just really, really good top-end left tackles. I think sometimes the measurement gets stuck on, that standard that's sort of been set out there for the Ogden, Orlando Pace, Walter Jones area of left tackles. Are they going to get up to this spot of things? It's like, well, maybe not up quite to that area. But maybe Charles gets a little bit of a boost of notoriety by the team success, and stuff can work that way sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Andre Whitworth was an all-pro tackle until he went to the Rams, to my point on this. Sometimes that you can be elevated a little bit by the nature, but I think they're both much closer players into their top end and where they're going to be landing at than they are bottom end. And they're both pretty solid overall. Good all-around tackles. I don't think there's anything hugely dominating about either, but guys that just usually will get the job done. Yeah, see, it's Dixon, I think, and I don't know if it's necessarily, maybe you're just used to it like the Niners. It's like, you want to be smart with the money you spend. And I'm glad you're going, okay, maybe not, you say, okay, cheap, maybe not cheap is the wrong word, maybe stingy. This is again to where you go, the importance of being, what actual money did you spend? And me referencing like Jody Allen being a top 10 spending owner in her time over the last, I think it's a 3 or 4 year span. I remember seeing the data on this last year, and that's real money you're spending. That's true blue cash. I can show you countless players throughout the years that you've extended and given them the money, and that you didn't do the Jerry Jones thing by often or not. You gave the guys when they were worth it through the third year of their contract. Charles Cross, you paid him in the third year of his contract. Abraham Lucas, be it a JSN. There's plenty of examples of this team being more than willing to pay guys. I think what, maybe, and I'm not saying this is the way it is with you for sure, but maybe there's a little bit of a confusion here to what you've seen with your 49er team, where they just constantly pay guys all the time. Is it good to give Christian McCaffrey that extra contract extension? Was it really smart to pay Trent Williams another extension? Kittle as well? There comes a point in time with guys, what you're talking about with like Thomas and Chancellor that you mentioned above. Chancellor went on and played 1 year for the Ravens and he was done. Sherman had one all-pro season for the Niners, and then stuff started to fall off really quick. The team made tactical decisions about players that were aging, that weren't going to be their best selves, that weren't going to be their prime selves, and they were smart and they were right in the decisions that they made. They're not wrong in retrospect. Keeping Richard Sherman here would not have taken you to a Super Bowl. Any of those players. I think what it is part of the championship building experience, Dixon, and part of the one that isn't get talked a lot about is the cold-blooded nature that you have to employ at times. I got sentimentality towards this guy. I love this guy. He's one of our guys. Where's this play currently at? Is he in his prime? Is he operating at his best? Is his prognosis from the doctors and from the coaches and from what I'm seeing on the practice field that his future is going to see him operating at his best? And if the answer is no, I can't hold on for sentimentality. I got to look towards what the projection is showing me. I would offer to you that your Niners have not done enough of this. There's been too much of holding on to the past, too much of Debo, come back to us. Come back to us, Debo. You guys can't even let go Brandon Ayuk. I think that you got to have, as a team, to have championship sustained success, you got to be cold-blooded. And that's not the same as being stingy. That is that here's a team out here in Kenneth Walker willing to make Kenneth Walker the highest paid free agent running back in NFL history. And we're not willing to go that high. We'll pay Walker a certain amount. It wasn't like we weren't willing to pay Walker. It wasn't like we weren't willing to pay Bryant. But smart teams have a price they'll pay for a player, and then they don't go beyond it. Dumb teams have a price they'll pay for a player, and then the player talks him into it, or the fans talk him into it. And you show me representations of that, I'll show you examples of teams that aren't getting championships on the back of that strat. Corey, Brando, one thing I'm struggling with, let's say Milroe looks great the preseason and next year he wants to be the starter, but Sam asks for way too much. What direction do we go? I think there's actually 3 options on the table. Well, there's 4 options on the table for you, Corey. And I think it's worth remembering the 4 options so that you don't become limited in your vision of possibilities, so that you don't become corridored down one line to where you feel forced to have to go. That's why I would say the 4 is really important to keep at the forefront of your mind, because Milroe is the one place. To your point on it, the potential of having to overpay Sam is the other option. I need to be paid this. And then there's 2 other options on the table there. Option 3, which is not necessarily the number one option I'd run to, is that you look for one of the quarterbacks in this class. There were already people talking about this class being equivalent or close to what you were kind of getting from that 1984 draft. Elway's and Marino, from Elway to Marino, like the documentary said. And there is a possibility. Could you replicate a Russell Wilson type situation where you go get a guy in the 2nd round, 3rd round, bring him into this situation with this team, and he can really take off? The defense becomes even a little bit better. The running game becomes even a little bit better. Can you get to that spot of it? Now, it wouldn't be necessarily an ideal one, because you'd obviously have to give up just so much in order to get up high enough to get a quality quarterback to make that run. But the 4th angle of this is trading for a quarterback or signing a guy like Baker Mayfield if the price comes down for him. Maybe he wants $60 million with Tampa Bay. Maybe he's willing to come down a little bit lower here. Or you look for other options to trade for out there. For a team. Does a Burrow become available if a Bengal team falls short? Does a CJ Stroud become available if a Texans team falls short? Are these other options there? And remembering that the last 3 times that you've attacked the quarterback position has been a success. It's been varying levels of success. Russell Wilson, smashing success. Geno Smith, just a success. Sam Darnold, a smashing success. But you've gotten that success not by necessarily climbing to paying the ultimate price or packaging all of these picks together to go get the flashiest prospect. You've done it by finding market opportunity. And that's what you need to do when it comes to the quarterback position again next year. Market opportunity. Where can I find the guy that I get at this price, which is not as expensive as other teams are paying for the position, and still get the performance I need to get from the position for us to have the ultimate success? And that performance does not need to be top 5 level of play. So I think you just got to be willing to be imaginative when it comes to this situation, not get rolled into a corner. I think if you get to the position where Sam's demanding too much money and you don't want to pay that money, I think that there's a real position on the table where you could see both of the 2 guys get traded. You move Sam and you get draft capital, and then you figure out what you're going to do with that draft capital, and then you move Milroe for some other draft capital, or you just hold on to Milroe as the backup at that point and let it roll with that. But I think you got a multitude of options here on the table, Corey. And I think you got to consider all of them, with the market opportunity being the item at the forefront in your consideration. It's a good question. Micah says the 49ers lead the universe in dead money. Team is old and broken. They'll have a negative cap space next year due to dead money. Yeah, you capture well, man. Louise, McVay's logic is that week one doesn't have to be a win, that it's a long season with plenty of time to get wins. He just doesn't want the time zone adjustments to lag past week one. I guess I get that to a degree. And it does get tough, though, in a division that came down to the line last year. They came down so close. The difference between home field advantage, first round bye, that you're willing to kind of roll those particular set of dice in that manner that early, especially for a divisional opponent. Where Street says he's just mad his GM is paying inflated contracts for his old ass team. Laughed my ass off. Y'all had a young core 4 years ago and can't move on. Stingy based on what? Trying to properly evaluate players and not overpay based off of inflated market prices. Catalyst nailed it. Nailed it. Only successful unless you have a line, unless you have Barry Sanders type talent. Crimey was on those bad Lions teams. My favorite running back of all time, T-Man. I just think he was one of the most unique talents the sport's ever seen. And one of the few guys who, could kind of do it on his own. Charlie, Brando, did you like preseason PC scrimmages more or less than the new Mike Macdonald Fan Fest practices at Lumen Field? I mean, I liked a little bit of the Carroll actually playing a game thing. Mike gets a little bit more of let's get used to coming into Lumen Field. Let's get used to warming up. Let's get used to kind of going through motions. And you felt that last year at FanFest where it was just like, it just there wasn't a level of intensity on the field or on the sidelines. Players were connected. They were in on it, but it was like, it's not the same as even the practices were. So there's a little bit lost there. But the thing that I like about it is that there's a reason for this. And the reason has to do with the Tennessee Titan practice on Wednesday. And after Wednesday practice, you've got the preseason game coming up on the weekend. So it's like you're setting these stages and you can see how you're physically setting the stages for the players for them to be just right. And you want that physicality, that practice to be ramped up on Wednesday, maybe more so than even on the Fan Fest. So, at the end of the day, what Mike's doing is driving the team into the preparation mode to be right for game one from a physicality standpoint. And I think he's taking the right steps. The key being is his openness to do the inter squad practices that Pete was not willing to do. Pete was worried about injuries. And I think that it's really gives you a great practice to truly get the intensity out, really get the hitting in there, really get into that nature of testing yourself and building up that callus that you're going to need for the season so that you can be able to operate physically in that same manner every week. Chris is outsiders put too much on K9's late season, postseason success and forget the rest. Agreed. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit too simplistic on the outlook of K9, and he was a good back, but it's missing a little bit of the full story when you just lock in on this last part of his time here in Seattle. And there's such a lesson there with the Walker Charbonnet situation. And I say this because we're the only team that's done it. Go look at the last 15 years in the NFL, folks. At teams that took a running back in the first or second round in back-to-back years. It doesn't happen, It doesn't happen. Three guns deep, whoever was the GM for Bill Belichick, never paid his players. He cut them or let them go or traded them before they reached their downfall. This is the truth of it. And that was really as much, I think, look, he had Scott Pioli there. They had guys in that front office. It was very much an interconnected group, but Belichick had his voice in there too. And they were famous for it for many years of going out there and moving a guy like Richard Seymour to the Raiders and getting a first round pick back and really being on the right side of that decision-making time and time again. I remember when they got us midseason for a Deion Branch first round pick that we gave up for him. And we basically traded him because he was like the Super Bowl MVP. And we gave up that, you want to be that team. And that's had a big part to why the Patriots continued their sustained success is because they didn't get sentimental. It was about what's going on right now, not getting captured by what happened yesterday. What's going on right now. Cold, maybe too cold sometimes, but cold, hard-nosed, and you make the decision. And that's what they did. And I think we're definitely pulling a bit of a page out of that book. Yeah, see, Dixon, I'm glad to hear you don't like the Purdy deal, because that's where I think, and this is the touch where I think with the Niners, it's not their bad run organization, but this is where things are going a little wrong right now. Is it's too much rewarding, it's too much spending, it's not enough of making the tough decisions at times. And the Purdy deal was one where you signed a $53 million contract, and it's another representation. You negotiate against yourself. Nobody was giving Brock Purdy $53 million contract after a trade. Zero. Nobody in the league. Not one other team. But the Niners got captured by the situation, and it's kind of been a representative by what has happened with the McCaffrey negotiations and the Trent Williams negotiations multiple times over. The inability to parse off of Ayuk at that time, which the team kind of already wanted to do. Jeremy Hill, that was the other one. Yeah, it was Gio Bernard and Jeremy Hill that they went back-to-back with the Bengals. It was 2013-14, I think. Maker Brando, you're wrong. Everyone knows. Walker made the offense work like Mafi made the defense work, not the system and effectiveness of your scheme. Exactly. Fleury, hey, Brando, have you touched on Ontario Foster yet? A great story, man. Don't know a lot of what to make of the situation, but he's been doing great in camp. He's been mentioned by multiple players. I've seen him on a variety of clips making catches. Sounds like he's got a little bit of that just I'm gonna grind, I'm gonna fight and tear and make this happen kind of energy to him, which is cool to see. It's a stacked wide receiver room, man. He's got to fight his way through to make it in, and some of what will determine this may be as much what he can do special teams wise, as the way he's been popping has been mainly offensively and catching the ball. Ooh, Charlie's high on Walker there with KC. I think he'll have a good year. I do think they're going to run him until the wheels fall off down there. That may not last a long period of time. Seahawks daddy, my favorite offseason stat. When Darnold wins 14-plus games next year, he'll become the first quarterback in NFL history to win 14-plus games 3 straight seasons. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Oil Titan Carson Beck's look like Joe Montana 2.0, and Ty Simpson Mendoza are struggling. I mean, we'll see. I think the thing that stood out to that game the other night, Oiler Titan, was there was a lot of vanilla looks being shown on both defenses. And, the telecast made a point of mentioning this, and I think it's worth noting, is that you've got, Hackett as the offensive coordinator there with the Cardinals. And, then you got Evero, who's the defensive coordinator for the Panthers. And those guys are like lifelong friends. He's the best man at his wedding for Hackett. I could totally see a conversation being undertaken before that game of like, hey, can you not blitz the piss out of Beck today? Because I'd just like to get him some nice base looks and get him some confidence going. And sure, I got you, buddy. I could easily see it being something like that. It was a good performance. Don't get me wrong, it really was. But, let's tap our brakes with Beck just a little bit off that one performance. Very impressive. But these guys as well have yet to even be in a game or Titan, to really kind of show what they can do. Man, you were a loud cat. Lone Hawk, 2K4. Outen was the one who turned the running game around, and he's still here. If there's another learning curve because of a new OC, it should be shorter than it was from last year. Good points, man. Certainly Alden's effect once he was in there, and after you kind of moved off the running back coach, it definitely found a different layer and level of success at that point. Corey, everyone seems to forget our run game was awful for most of the season. It was last 5 games plus the playoffs that worked well, but most of the season, the run game did not work. It's true. We had the commitment to it, but it wasn't necessarily super effective until the end of the season. And that had a lot to do with the scheme just finally being not only implemented, but getting more refined by the players and understood by the players that they could execute it better. And that's the running backs included, but that's why these are the factors that drive that success. Man, I always liked Sanders because he was great and he was humble. When he scored touchdowns, just handed the ball to the ref like it was business as usual. That's true, he did. Yeah, he was just an easy player to root for, man. No one's ever been quite built like Barry. There's a lot of guys that look sometimes a little bit like him with some of the, but I still maintain that nobody juked like Barry juked. Nobody could cut on a dime like Barry could. We need NFL films of Ed Sable talking about the substation. Can Job step up? I think he can, man. I mean, he's going to get picked a lot on because teams aren't going to be real eager to be throwing at Emanwari or Witherspoon, but I think he can. I think he's going to be more than capable over there for us. Have you seen the substation picture with Mordor in the background? I have. It's awesome. There's so many good ones. The substation on Twitter account is a must follow too. You gotta, if you're not following that thing, you have to. But there's so many good ones. And that's where I say to this, like, you can come to me all day and tell me that we've got scientists that I still doubt, by the way, there's really been deep independent studies done on this thing. Like, I think that they've done some cursory stuff to try to satiate people and shut them up, but I don't think that that means that this has actually been debunked. And I think that it gets to the point that it's in the players' minds. You just need to take steps to rectify it. It's getting absolutely absurd at this point. And they're still kind of just sitting there going, we're not going to do nothing about it. Okay, good luck with that. I can't wait till we get the place at free agency at some point, Luis, when we get a guy that's in tough negotiations between the Niners and another team, and there's been a bidding war, and both comes down to both teams offer the same amount, and he's in the press conference, and he's like, well, it just kind of came down to, like, both teams were willing to offer what I wanted to be paid, and I just kind of came down to I didn't want to play in front of the substation, man. That was the differentiator for me. You know what I mean? And you go, all right, yeah, I could see it at some point. Substations frying the entire 49 organization. Kyle's in shambles, 41-6. Need I go on? Didn't even mention the crazy animals in Australia. Maybe a snake will get a hold of a Stafford, or a kangaroo goes after the 49ers. When the 49ers gets caught punching a kangaroo on camera. Which would be the Niner most likely to punch a kangaroo? I'd go with Bosa. I think Bosa or Trent. One of those two would probably be a kangaroo puncher. Sounds like a derogatory term. You know what that guy's deal is, don't you? What? He's a kangaroo puncher. Oh. I know, man. I know. Not back. So do you think trading for Crosby at the deadline is actually a possibility? Imagine if we're sitting at 6-2 or 7-1 during that time. I think it's a possibility. I think when it comes to the Raiders right now in this situation, they had a bit of a budget in place and they signed a lot of guys in free agency, and then Crosby's full contract got relanded back on their laps after the process had already been undertaken to sign out those deals. And so I think from a budget standpoint, they're a little bit in over their head in that realm of things, which to get his base money off the books now for half a season might not be a bad situation for them to be able to do. And then you got a great draft coming up this next year. I do wonder about this fact that this draft's so strong, if not that it's going to be impelling teams, motivating teams to be willing to maybe move players they wouldn't typically, because they know the kind of players that they're going to be in line to go get with the extra draft capital. And I feel like the Raiders, if they're going to be smart in their organizational process and how they're building this, would see that right now to where it's like, okay, we can go get these picks for this draft. They've got to come to their piece where it's going to be a first and a second or a first and a third rather than being 2 1s. You're probably out of the realm of getting 2 1s at the trade deadline at this point. Maybe not impossible, but I think it's probably highly unlikely. I think the Ravens were probably one of the few teams that was even willing to get to that place in the first go around down this. So, yeah, I think it's definitely possible the Raiders get there and are willing to do it. I think it's still kind of a fluid the situation that can go either way. But if you're asking me about being a betting man right now, beyond us trading for him, I just think that Crosby gets moved at the deadline somewhere or another. Don't know where, but I do think that the Raiders do move him. They'd be smart to do so, in my opinion. T-Man, what did folks say when they let DK, Lockett, and Geno go? Memory of goldfish. Just went out and won the whole thing last year. Yeah, it's kind of the funny part about like criticizing this team right now about their process and approach. They've gotten so many hard decisions right, to your point, T-Man. And we've just, on the back of getting those decisions right, also just succeeded in experiencing the ultimate goal of this sport. So it does get kind of hard where the Seattle lands right now. It's going to be kind of the beauty of this upcoming season. It's sort of like, you take your swings, but you're really not getting much out of us emotionally because it just doesn't land. You've had all of your ammunition taken out of your weapon. Did you see the tweet about our new owner being asked about the grass field? I did not. I saw somebody asking about coming out to practice, and he's like, I'm letting the experts do their thing, which is a good answer. Not a micromanager. Charlie Brando, what do you think of the whole Chicago Bears stadium situation? I think the NFL owners are getting a little bit tone deaf at times to the cost of these stadiums and the fact that they just, it's all on the taxpayer to pay. I think that these owners are in a situation where it's increasingly getting kind of troublesome for them to be able to stand on this and say that here's, look, we just had the release. Packers are a public traded team. So the NFL puts profits. We learn what they make profit wise because of the publicly traded aspect of the Packers. And so you're making $450 million off the television revenue alone. $450 million revenue off the television alone. That doesn't touch ticket sales. Doesn't touch merchandise. So, a stadium costing multiple billions of dollars, and you're talking about taking sections, you come up to play and say, okay, city, we're going to ask you to make a multi-billion-dollar investment, and we're not going to come out of pocket at all. So what I love about Paul Allen in building the stadium initially here is he was willing to come out of pocket to build the stadium. And I think you've got to, as an NFL owner, be willing, if you're going to come to the taxpayers, to say, you got to foot some of this bill. You got to foot some of the bill too. And you've got the room to do it. They all play this, we're so broke. We're so broke. Like, you guys got money for days. And you want to have all these stadiums with all the bells and whistles and all the luxury boxes and all this and all that. Well, then come on, It's really a great theme to this whole show. It's whether it be like negotiations with Witherspoon or stadium deals on this. When one side's coming in and saying, we're going to just dictate the terms to the other side wholly, that doesn't tend to sit too well in negotiations. Negotiations are about sometimes finding the middle ground. But I'll tell you what, these owners don't want to try to find that middle ground. They want to find the way that they can hold cities over a barrel and force them to what they want. I think I hate it. I hope it's not going to be a growing trend in the NFL where teams aren't actually playing in their home state or home city. I don't get it. But it is a little bit of a trend. It's going on with Kansas City too as well. They're going to be playing in, what is it now? Missouri or whatever? Not Missouri, but Kansas. Have a good one, Nicholas. Appreciate you, man. Mark my words. What do you think of the visit of cornerback Terry Arnold from the Lions? I think it's one of those situations where you're always looking to improve your team whenever you can. Don't know about his legal situation and how long that's going to last or when the suspension comes down or how long the suspension will last. But he's a guy that they've had interest in going back to the draft. And he was in consideration for them in the first round. If they had traded back and they had missed out on Byron Murphy, and you went back to 24-25, Terry Arnold very likely would have been probably the pick. Oh, we got Derek Hall cheap, man, compared to what these other edge rushers are getting. Puka will get scared of the big Australian spiders. Yeah, Charlie, you got to get the bag when you can in the NFL. I don't begrudge him on it, man. I'll make an aspect with a player where it's like you ask too much money, then I'll be in favor of saying, well, we got to make the tough choices as a team then. But I totally get players trying to get every last red cent that they can. People glaze Brady for taking a pay cut, but it's easy to take a pay cut when your wife is worth almost $500 million. It's true. That's true. And I mean, he took a little bit of a pay cut. It wasn't over the top crazy, but it was a little bit there, and you give him, I do think he started taking some of those pay cuts a little bit before, she was even married to him. But that being said, it's an unusual situation. It's very unusual, to your point. Bubba B, if we can get 6 to 7 guys to take the team-friendly deals or structures, that'll set the standard for other players coming to a winning organization. It will indeed. And if you can get those locked-in foundational guys to all kind of, look, you're not taking a significant discount. I'm not asking you to take pennies on the dollar. I'm just asking you to not max every inch out of that contract and putting the pain and suffering on the books as hard as possibly can be put, as a lot of team players will to teams. And if you can find that common way to make that go, it's the more guys you can fit, the more of the core that you can keep, the longer the team can be sustained and winning. It's a very tough thing to get landed on young players that are trying to get theirs. But if you can get those guys connected to it, it's something that can have a resonating effect for years to come, to your point. I heard a crazy stat about in college. You had more defenses than yards given up. I don't know if it was that good. It might have been. It was good. Let's agree, Brandon. Mike's defense is heavily zone and match-based coverages, so it puts Boone in the best positions. Yeah. And that's where it's a little unusual for people who want to look at lockdown corners, I think, through sort of the Deion Sanders or the Darrelle Revis. Even Sherman was much more zone than man. And you can be dominant in zone, but it's going to look different than it looks when you're dominant in man. Man, there's nothing prettier than a man press corner in the back pocket of a receiver. The most layman of NFL fans can watch that and say, there's a guy doing a job fantastically. It's tougher when the guy's in off coverage, hitting the back foot of his drop, driving on a ball. It's kind of like, where you just ran to the spot a little bit rather than some of the reactions that can take place within that zone system and what they saw in front of them. Just a little bit harder to kind of identify, but still can be great nonetheless. D-Man, people will freak out at Spoon's contract numbers, but it's the cap hit that's most important. Structured properly per year hit will be mitigated somewhat. True. It's all about structure. Whereas his team's in shambles so much that he's crying in a division rival stream. Just, I think Big Cat gets a contract too, Wicked. It's a gut instinct thing, but it just feels like where everything's kind of moving towards. Football isn't white collar, it's blue collar. Too many critics of Hammock looking through their software dev office worker jobs. Correct. And it's like, that's how those guys talk to each other. That's how locker rooms speak. It's a lot of swearing to each other. It'd be nothing but cuss words if you're in a locker room. Like you get 55 men around each other. That's a lot of testosterone flowing. There's going to be a lot of F's, a lot of shits, a lot of, good luck changing that. You know what I mean? It's normal, healthy locker room conversation. McVay got to be scared of kangaroos. That's why he's flying late. Agreed. There's got to be some reason to it. Y'all know when it's time for Xena. It's tough on that though, because like last year I thought she was going. She got super thin. And it was like, took her to the vet, and the vet didn't know what to do. They're like, I don't know. There's no help. And she was down to it was to bones. And I finally got her one night, like old school style, to just drink a little bit of milk. And it sort of like kickstarted something in her to where she was like, she would start to eat the rest of the food then, and she started eating, and it like picked up. But man, it was close last year. I was real close. But she's doing all right. She's just, it's, you know, they got that way they move when it's late. They're just kind of like, it's, you know, the body's hurting a little bit. Orange cats are the best, man. I never thought the Garfield book was kind of like actually based on some realism, but like the Garfield cat energy is a lot of some of the energy you do get with orange cats. Yeah, general patterns. It's the same thing in like the same spirit you get in a locker room of people swearing and they're all going to be a little blue. It's like the same thing you're going to get in an infantry unit in wartime. You know, it's nothing but them cussing. It's how guys talk to each other in those environments. It's how we communicate. Donald's looking great. Working out today. He's come back for sure. He is coming back for sure, man, AD. 100%. 100%. It's really at this point just about like how they get the contract structured. How they get the contract structured and timing. Luis, my roommate coming up, has an orange cat. She's lovely. When I visit and crash at his place, his cat cuddles with me on the couch, just sits in my lap. You're right about orange cats. Oh, they're so unique, man. And I didn't know until I got one. You know, this one I got was supposed to be a birthday gift for my ex-girlfriend, and she ended up picking me, the cat, not the girlfriend. Yeah, they are so unique of a spirit, man. They operate off their own. They got their own wiring. It's not like any other cats I've ever seen before, but they're cool. They're fun in a good way, you know, not in a crazy way. Kangaroos will wreck you. They're meant to be there to be feared. Yeah. When they do that hop move and they got the little velociraptor, yeah, they can do that little kick with the velociraptor claws, you know, you're like looking at your disemboweled bowels, you know, like, oh. One of those scratches where you barely feel it across your belly, you know, it's like, oh, I think it got me in the belly. Oh, those are my intestines. Those are my intestines. I wouldn't mess with a kangaroo. My orange cats are Rusty and Mango. During the season, perhaps it should be Sam and Fleury. Let's go. The power of the ginger. Charlie Brando traded Seahawks backup offensive line to Saints since they had a major injury late last week. Ooh, did they? Let's see what they got here. Dylan Radins. ACL, guard tackle. Boy, the Saints are getting some injuries again this year, huh? I don't know where they had Dylan. They must have had him at left guard. You might be able to. I think you're going to have a hard time moving much of anybody. You know, what's Christian Haynes' value going to be out there? You know, you're talking late, like a day 3 pick, maybe for some of these guys, like a real late day 3 pick. Dylan Radins, I don't even know if he was slated to be their starting left guard. Probably David Edwards was the guy that they were looking as their starting left guard. So it's a possibility. I would certainly hope John's shaking some of the bushes to see if there is a possibility out there, because you might have a little bit of a 1 or 2 logjam spots of guys you're releasing that'll maybe get signed to other teams that you'd like to get something for if you can. So maybe, but probably unlikely with it. Leonard Moore is the truth, Luis. The truth. How long do you chat ban people? We just put people in timeout if we do. I've instructed with Megan on it that we're very hesitant to use the ban hammer. I tend to like to see if I can get people, for lack of better words, trained. You know, I think the people come in with an energy that's not always like just them being childish or that's just them being, you know, a trolly moron. I think sometimes it's an industry standard out there in some chat rooms and places you get on the online hemisphere where this is just how people talk to each other. So you have to kind of reset, or try to reset it if you can. You can't always do it, but try to reset a little bit of the thinking here, because everybody's got a perspective and view. And I think that, you know, the more you can bring people along to the way you're doing things, the more we can kind of expand the conversation. But Some people dig their heels in when it comes to that type of stuff, and you just can't get to them. But a lot of people can. I've had a lot of people who have come in with that, where they come in showing their ass at first, and they kind of turn around and go, "Oh, you guys don't do that here? Okay, I'm good with this way and the other way it is." And then that's where it gets really cool. That's where you can have some of the fun conversations. Warhammer, I didn't realize this many people overrated Terry Arnold. He sucks both off and on the field. Warhammer is not in on the Arnold experience. Well, I think the only thing, they're only bringing him in if it's going to be cheap and there's no cost, right? Warhammer, where this is all about a situation where you're bringing him in for the hopeful upside that may exist there. I was the biggest Arnold guy coming out, but I will say a lot of people did like him a lot more coming out than I did. And he, to your point, has kind of struggled a little bit as a pro so far. Injury on top of it. How much cap space do we have left? About $26 million. $25.4 million. So yeah, $26 million. Maker, my only hope is that no one in the division signs Kirby Joseph. Bro's a knee tackler. I think he's got a chronic, the irony of it for a guy that's trying to go out there and end some careers with how he's taken out some knees. I think he's currently dealing with a chronic knee injury, Banker. That line, pray for that line secondary right now. Pray for it. You got Branch coming off the major injury. Kirby not able to get healthy. Terry Arnold out. DJ Reed looked like he was starting to get a little bit into the late statesman end of his career last year. Kendricks, I'm okay with Arnold. You're not giving up anything big cost to get him. I think that he hasn't necessarily realized the potential of what he offered coming out of college, but he's a rugged kind of outside corner that can tackle and, has good physical ability. So, he'd be a fit to this defense. So it's really one of those just low risk, high reward kind of moves. There's really no downside to potentially bringing him in, especially if you're going to probably bring him in and have him first kind of in an inactive state as, he is suspended. So it's just you always trying to look at seeing ways to improve the roster as a whole. I don't have a lot on Monterey Foster filler. I think it's cool that his name's coming up and, it is legitimate, I'm sure. And that you've had these players talking about him like they are, and that he's really, showing out in camp. I think his value will come down to special teams play a little bit on what he's doing with that more than it will be what he does as a receiver. And a guy that you probably also feel like, if you have a Ricky White or you have a Cody White and or one of these kind of receivers and the last guy you're kind of keep on the roster, and it's like, well, this guy might get plucked somewhere else, but no one's going to pluck Monterey Foster. We can get him on the practice squad. Definitely. And that may be a way where that's kind of the thing that works against Monterio here, where it's like he's able to make it, but just can't make the active roster because they look at it like these other guys, we're going to lose. We let this corner go. We let Nehemiah Pritchett go, so let's keep an extra corner and we'll keep one less receiver. Could be another way they go with that. But sounds like he's been making plays, man. And multiple people have been mentioning him, including Jalen Milroe the other day in his interview. So cool to see. And you don't hear guys talking about this, many guys talking about a receiver like this unless they're doing some legitimate stuff. It's kind of akin a little bit to what we saw or we're hearing about from Horton last year a bit. Three Guns Deep, what's crazy to me is when trolls come in and start putting down the team, why not hype your own team up instead of putting the other teams down? Yeah, I don't always understand the intention behind it either at times. And especially when you're not actually trying to make your argument, but just sort of speak in terms of like, this is just how it is, right? You're not actually building your case, but you're just saying this is what it is. That's the commonality of it. I think some of this, to the people's credit that do come in like this, I think some of this is a little bit industry standard in places that you go in the online hemisphere and the debate and the nature of the way the discourse goes, which I think sucks because some of it is so, like I say, a little bit low IQ, and that this is a sport to me that is actually a sport of intelligence and a sport that should lend itself to people that have a little bit more depth of thinking at times. But it is a bit of the nature of the you ain't with me, you're against me, so you're my worst enemy ever mode of thinking that exists in this world too right now. Beating Russ 4 times in 9 years is terrible. Big skin definitely helps. This is where I've asked Megan a lot through the years too, of her and asking her to kind of deal with this stuff too as well with it, and you guys as well, where it's not always fun. I know it'd be a lot easier at times to probably just hit the band hammer when the stuff comes in and then just keep all the riffraff out. But there's always the inherent drive as well to make sure that we're not turning into an echo chamber here, and that we're not also getting that place where I get a little cringy when I think about places that eject people out just at the first rung, and then it starts to become kind of a punitive thing that can be used. And that's where it's like, be willing to have some difficult discussions. Be willing to have some of that back and forth. And that can be part of what separates us here. Yeah, Montero's had a hell of a camp, man. And you love hearing the story about a guy that's been taste a little bit of the real world, come back now, and you just know that hunger is there as much as any player on this team, I would bet. It sounds like he's making it happen. Louis says that Jared Verse trade you outlined sounds a bit pricey. Is he worth it when factoring that draft picks are gambles and he's proven in the NFL? Or if we spread the picks across a few years? Probably be hard to spread the picks across a few years, Luis, because they're going to want to take advantage of this really good draft class and probably at times packaging picks to get up a little bit higher in the draft specifically so the Browns can go get their quarterback in the future. I understand it does sound pricey. I would just relate it to being that if you're making this kind of trade at the time that you're making it and you're one of the best teams in the NFL and you're looking at handing the Browns as like the gemstone of the trade, here's the best part of this trade is our first round pick, which is going to be 31, 32 overall, especially after you give us first. And that's the part where I'm adding that extra third round pick in because it's a late first round pick. It's basically an early second round pick, an early third round pick, and an early fourth round pick. That's really what you're giving up in that trade, right? It's technically a first, but is it really a first? And so that's where I am kind of building a little bit of extra math into saying you're going to have to give them a little bit more. The good news remember, Luis, is that you got the 2 third round picks this year, and then you have the 2 third round picks next year as it currently stands. So we kind of have the ability to swing that with, even after you move that trade, for instance, even after you move this trade for Verse, you would still have 8 picks in the upcoming draft. They hate us because they ain't us. That's it, man. I mean, they're watching a really well-run organization. They got their coach out there crashing his car. They got every other player coming back time and time again every other year for a new contract. They're injured across the board. They can't solve any problems, substation issues, old-ass roster, end of your Super Bowl window. Meanwhile, you got this third youngest roster in the NFL going out and winning the Super Bowl in the first year that their window opens, having seen the smartest, youngest coach in the NFL just on his rise, having a complete team, stem to stern, right to left, back to front, deep as hell, injuries not a problem, contracts and books as pristine, clean as you possibly could ever ask for. So he's got to look at all that and then look at all that. Look at all that and then look at all that. And yeah, I think for some Niner fans, it's kind of bumming them out. I can't blame them. It bummed me out too. We're going forward. We got $70 million on our freaking cap. John Lynch, explain that to me. Like if I was the owner, I'd sit down with John Lynch. How you doing today, John? Doing great. Great, John. It's good to hear you're doing good. Glad to hear you're doing good. I got one item of note for you today, John. Yeah, what is it? Training camp's going well. What do you want to talk about? What's on your mind? Why, in the name of God, in a year where we're at the end of our rope, we're coughing out the last of this little Super Bowl venture that we're on, are you sitting on $68 million of cap space? Well, we're just trying to think about, 2027. And, we're $22 million in negative money right now. Are we going for it this year or not? Yeah, we're going for it. It's all about this year right now. What are you going to do with that $68 million? I don't know. You don't know. We'll do something with it, or maybe we'll roll it over. Oh, you can roll it over to the year when we're now out of our Super Bowl window, to where now McCaffrey's retired, to where Williams is retired. We're probably moved on from Bosa. We're going to roll it into that year. When Brock Purdy's contract really starts to come into bloom, we're going to roll it into that year. It's dark, man. It ain't dressing it up. It ain't manifesting something that isn't there. The Niners situation is dark because they've not run things correctly. It's not that they've run it piss poor, bad, worst in the league, trying to overstate it in some manner in that realm. It's that you're in a division where two teams at the top of this division are on every P and every Q, dotting every I, crossing every T. And you can't afford to be one of those teams that's kind of missing a couple of these points, as the Niners sort of are right now. And they know it's going to hold them up a little bit short. They know it's going to cost them a little bit. And the problem is then you got to get through the window to now the reset, to now back to the new window. You haven't even gotten to the reset yet because you're still squeezing that rag for those last couple of drops that exist in the run of this window. Donald didn't play a ton of college games. Didn't play a ton of games in college either. He would have been better off staying one more year in USC, 100%. And that's where I think, like why a guy like Beck, for instance, has the kind of game he does have in that first game that he does have. And I think this was a good point by Cowherd the other day. And that the benefit of the NIL is now going to be the quarterbacks are going to stay in college probably longer. And that in staying in college longer, they get more of those starts. And yes, the number of college starts that you have, the guys that tend to have success in the pros are those guys that have more college starts. So we're going to get better development. We're going to get these guys more developed when they come out. And that's going to be better for the NFL because it's going to mean less having to sit guys for year after year after year after year. Now, if just God forbid, we can get the college game to a place where they're actually having to execute similarly to the NFL level. So they're doing, apple for apple type stuff as far as schematically and how they're quarterbacking, which right now is not the case. Cope, AR barely had any starting experience in college. It was silly to just throw him out there. It was. And you watched him right from the jump. It pissed me off. Go look at the plays he got injured on. Go look up right now. Anthony Richardson gets injured. They're having him run freaking RPO. Like they had him run one thing. I remember watching on a red zone on a Sunday. They had him run an RPO. He runs the RPO. He gets injured. He comes up limping. He's gimpy on the thing. And they come back with the very next play on another read option keeper run for him. And you're like, you guys just aren't getting it, are you? That's where I say that there'll be teams that do things so monumentally stupid at the NFL level, you just can't believe it. You could see how this was going to go with AR if you took this approach with him. And yet they just couldn't help themselves. Got to see what we got. Got to see what we got. What about development? Doesn't matter. We got to see what we got. What about what's best for him in the long term? Screw him. Let's see what we got. What about this potentially breaking him now so that when we get him to the long term, we can't maximize that at that point of his development? Screw that. What do we got right now? It's weird the way they operate. Charlie Unicorn versus the real deal. The only pause would be him wanting $35 million over 4 years. That would be probably where more of the deal would be held up. To your point. Good point in that, which is that it's not probably the draft capital as much. You got the means to get that done. You got the common ground you could probably find with Cleveland. It is how do we get the cap space to clear this thing up on into the future? And that's where John's going to have to get creative to make that happen. That's where you've got Verse going through the fourth year of his through the third year of his contract, and where the benefit would be, you do have the 2 years remaining on his deal, and all of the 2 years remaining would be base salary. So you could do the JSN strap on those numbers on the back end of this deal to potentially make it work as a potential. But that, you're right. That would be the one on that one that that'd be the mountain you'd have to climb and scale on that one to probably get that deal done. Hope you don't throw a 20-year-old quarterback into the fire when he has like 6 starts in college. No. And the NFL teams have done it over and over again. This has not been a small sample size. It is, in fact, it's more of the commonality. It's the rule of thumb than it is the outlier. But it's knowingly stupid. And they know it's stupid. Because to a man, every one of these guys will tell you, it's in our best interest to have this guy sit for a year. They tell you that on draft day. And then you get to about week 6. Let's just see what we got. Maybe we get some magic. Maybe we get some lightning in a bottle. Let's just throw them out there and see what can happen. What's the worst that can happen? A lot. I wouldn't be upset snapping versus Megan. Nor would I. Nor would I. Terrell Pryor was a way better quarterback than Richardson. He'd put more on tape coming out of Ohio State. To your point. Never draft a Florida Gators quarterback. I told Colts fan Richardson was a top 5 athlete, but a 5-round quarterback. Ohio State had a quarterback named Terrell Pryor, went third round 13 years ago. What be? It's true, man. These type of guys exist out there, and there are guys that are just athletes, but not necessarily pure quarterbacks. And they can look really good and they can make some pretty crazy throws and next level athleticism and speed and quickness and moves in the open field with the ball, but you got to still be a quarterback at the end of the day. You can't just live as an athlete. The Hawks Nest, got your text? Yeah, we'll figure it out on fantasy, Megan. We just got to time it up, but we'll get it figured out here this week. I've been trying to roll through a few things. I felt the hate starting to creep in last year, though, for the Mariners. People are getting a little annoyed. Understandable there. DVN got a big haul for Russ, too. The league at the time felt he was worth it, even if he ended up failing. Yeah, that's where it's like, you didn't ever overpay that. Like Russ, plenty of teams would have paid Russ the contract you paid him. And the definition of overpaying is that nobody else is going to pay this salary. And they would have. John doesn't overpay. John's willing to pay. John doesn't overpay. But he'll give you what you're worth. He's shown that time and time again. Worst three, the Niners literally penny pinched so hard that they went after Ayuk's money, and now they're sitting on $70 million of cap space. Laugh my ass off, even though I know there's 0% chance of winning a Super Bowl anytime soon. Well, to your point, it does kind of feel like that. I would maintain that I go to any team out there. If I went to a Kansas City Chiefs fan right now, I said, "You're going for a Super Bowl this year, right?" Yeah, that's how we do it in Kansas City. We're in the dynasty. You got $70 million in cap space. You feel good about that? Do you feel like you can get that done with sitting on $70 million cap? No. Why would we have $70 million in cap space? Why would we do that? What would we do? I go to the Ravens. I go to the Bills. I go to the Rams. I go to the Eagles. Imagine going to the Philly fans. Philly Eagles forever. Hey, Philly fan. Yeah, what do you want? You want a hot dog over here? I'm good. I'm all right. Your team's gonna try to go win a Super Bowl this year, yet, right? Yeah, man. We got AJ Brown out of here, man. We're gonna do it right now this year. Yeah, it's our year. I'm telling you. Okay. Just want to let you know you got $70 million in cap space right now, and they're not planning on utilizing it. Why would they do that? How are you going to win the NFL with 1/4 of your cap space left out? That ain't going to work. Ain't not going to work. Boo them. Boo them. They would revolt in Philly if you did that type of stuff. In fact, the Niner fans aren't. I'm more madder about this than Niner fans are. I don't see any Niner fans bitching and moaning about this. You should be holding these guys' feet over the fire about this stuff. Talk about pick a lane. Talk about driving down the center of a double yellow. Kobe Bryant's out for the season? I was hearing it was just 10 to 12 weeks. No, they still got him out. Not out. 8 to 10 weeks is what we're hearing there for that one. He should be back. Might have been. I was confused if it's 83 or 84. I'm getting old. What's up, Bryce? It's good to see you, man. 84. Yeah, so it was probably 83 I was thinking of. Boomer and a bunch of busts. Micah going to bring Milroe along, similar to how Green Bay slowly brought Jordan Love into the fold. He sat behind Aaron Rodgers for years before starting. Did indeed. It's a good approach if you can pull it off. It's kind of an easier said than done thing, but it's the ideal if you can make it happen. Oh, we got Bryce dropping a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Bryce. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Appreciate your support, man, as always. Hey, Brando, missed you at camp, brother, but man, this offense is going to operate differently this year, and I can't wait for you to get to see the difference Fleury's going to bring. Go Hawks. Yeah, I'm stoked for it as well. Hearing him talk about some of the stuff, hearing some of the details of your reports on what you're seeing out there, starting to get a little bit of a feel for, the way he's going to go about his business here. It does really get you excited because it does feel like I'm going to try to take advantage of all the methodologies in place in order to attack these defenses. I'm not going to be hyper specific to one or two given areas and how we're going to operate. We're going to try to utilize a little bit of everything as we can. Tempo and shifts and snap motions, quick snaps, and allowing Darnold control and option routes and different formational groups that you constantly are sprinkling through and in there and interworking it all together. It's hard to do. There's so many details within that. It adds so many layers of complexity, I think, in trying to run it. I mean, just getting the pre-snap stuff right and guys set and aligned in the correct place that they're supposed to be aligned. And that can be a challenge in itself. But I love the fact that he's committed to doing it. And I think you got to kind of do this in the NFL now. I don't think you get as hyper specific to just kind of, we're going to live in this corner and that's going to be who we are. I think you got to be more of like offense and defensively, we're open to everything, and a lot of it's specified by, as he's mentioned in his press conference this week, Bryce, specified by the opponent you're playing. We will attack by where you're weak. We will attack by where you struggle. We will attack by where we can find mismatches. And that's going to put your players in a better position to succeed. And as I was saying earlier in the stream on this, I don't think all coaches are always doing that, Bryce. I think it gets a little bit clinical and I call my plays and you execute the plays. And, it gets a little bit simplified, whereas this seems a little bit with a little bit of a layer of complexity to it, which I'm stoked for, man. I can't wait to see it. And I think based on what you said in camp and what we've heard from other reports, that this is going to be a pretty fluid acclimation process for Fleury. And then whether he gets the results exactly of what Kubiak got, it's going to be a lot closer to getting the results of what Kubiak got than it's going to be of this guy of like, I'm in the deep end and I'm barely keeping my head above water kind of energy. Just don't see that at that point as a real possibility on the table. But man, I missed getting out there to you too this year, man. Hopefully next year I can get down there. I really would have loved to have seen training camp with you guys and meet up with some of our folks on the channel. You guys held it down though. You guys did a great job out there in your coverage, and we'll probably be able to get out there next year. Just got to kind of set it up in advance a little bit here. Appreciate you, Bryce. Thank you, man. Please do, if you guys get a chance, sub on up to the Hawks Eye with Bryce Coots. If you're not already, me and him are going to be doing our Friday film breakdowns this year, looking at schemes, looking at plays, doing a little bit of breakdown on those plays. So you definitely want to get subbed up to my man out there. Barry Sanders also had the most negative rushes in history. Yeah, but that spoke to the negative rushes weren't really happening because of too much dancing. They were happening because of too much penetration, and too much penetration because of the fact that the offensive line wasn't particularly well put together. And then that comes down to where you can find some snaps with Barry where he might have taken some dancing where he could have been more decisive, but that again, where you get a running back that's living behind a line that's constantly draining, that's constantly allowing penetration. It's going to force the back to start to feel like almost every carry he's got to start to look for that clearance in the backfield before he can even get to finding the hole. Fleury beard is a 2 to 3 year process. Bryce is getting there. I need the commitment from Bryce on the beard front. I feel like there's a lack of commitment. I feel like the energy's there. The hair's there in theory, but I think there's some trimming going on. I think the wife's coming and saying, no, it's not. I can't go that long. I can't go that long. Bryce says, I could say this year there was more intensity than last year at the practice. More than last year. Ooh, love to hear that, Bryce. G. Stern, thank you for 37 months, 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that. Hawks Nest members will be doing Hard Knocks Watch Along again this week. We'll have a call-in show here in the next couple of weeks as well on Saturday, a couple of weeks from now. So more of that to come for you guys on that end of it. But Chase, thank you for your 37 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says, hey, B, I really hope we get the Spoon deal done soon. Feels like it's dragged on for a while. Why does Spoon's agent think he has so much leverage? Well, he's in a unique situation where you have two guys that are due to be paid and be the highest paid of their sport, and you represent both. And you probably feel pretty high on the hog as an agent in that situation. You probably want to try to use that unique circumstance to the ultimate. And by that, I mean, make sure that you're getting both those players, not just the highest amount, but utilize the leverage from both camps to maximize them both out. if I was the agent, I would be trying to do that. And I would be pretty sure that that's a little bit of what's probably holding this up. If this was no Gonzalez as part of this situation and simply just we were locked and loaded on this was only about Spoon, I think that this deal would have already been done. So it's just a unique situation because of that. And it forces this to probably take a little bit more time than we'd like it to take. But like you say, well, you don't say it's going to get done. I do think it gets done before the start of the season goes. But yeah, to your point, I don't think he's got the leverage right now. I don't, despite you having both these two representatives, they both are under club control for essentially 4 years. And you know, agents are always pushing on this type of stuff. They're always trying to, and that's their job, is to push this envelope. But that's why there's always a line. There's always a place that teams get to and they go, okay, no, we'll go up to here and then we're going to say no. And I think in Gonzalez's case and in Spoon's case, they might be fast approaching that line. Matthew Kaufman, hey B, did you see the Cam Coleman one-hander? Kid looks special. I like Coleman's tape. I've got a 3rd round grade on him, Kaufman. I'll give you my basic breakdown here on him. There's one fundamental thing that's got me worried with him, and this is where it's going to be nice to have a final year of school. And this is why I wanted to look at these guys in advance, because it gives us the metric about whether or not they are able to improve upon the thing that you're looking for in that final year to step forward in their game. So here's my comp for Cam Coleman, Matthew. Make this what you will. My comp, and it's not just because he has Coleman in the last name, he plays a lot like Keon Coleman coming out of college. A contested catch machine, straight line speedy. Cam's custom move is to challenge vertically and either win over the top or have the cornerback scrambling with the ball en route, giving him a chance to leap his body into position to extend and high point to the ball. So this was a breakdown I had put before you saw this highlight catch of him. The highlight catch is an exact representation of him at his best. So keep that in mind, that that's not him all the way around as a game. That's just, here's my shiny, brightest best here in what I do at my forefront. But there's other stuff in the game, of course. Hands are on the line of being elite. Hands are on the line of being elite, both in consistency and catching the ball out away from his body, and in being able to make that catch being drug around or impacted with the ball in flight. Doesn't mind physicality through the route at all. Not change of direction sudden, and will be limited on his yak. Needs to improve his route running, as he can't rely on being a jump ball artist in the pros. So, like Keon Coleman, really rugged through his route, really rugged through the catch point. But a lot of what he's doing is, rather than generating separation in my route running, I'm going to go get the ball and outbox this cornerback for the ball. You know, that I can deal with the jostling and the physicality and still make the catch. But change of direction, a little bit limited with them, which leads me to believe that there'll be some difficulties in tapping fully into that route running spectrum in full, which has me a little bit worried on the top end and where it may reach. He's definitely an NFL wide receiver. Definitely should get out there, but we had a guy in Keon Coleman that was very similar, where a lot of what he was doing was being rugged through the route. It wasn't about running pristine, clean routes. It's about being more physical than you at the catch point. And this is the one skill that is so much more missed than hit at the NFL level, when that's how you were living life in the college game. You got guys like Drake London, shining examples of it working out true and great and right. You got guys like Rome Odunze that was doing it all over his college tape, and we haven't exactly seen that come to full fruition at the pro level. We've got Keon Coleman, who was all over the college tape. That's the way he lived life. It hasn't exactly come to fruition. So I like Cam. It was a great catch from him the other day. A lot of room here for him to grow in his game. And if the route running can come forward, if some of the limited yak that I see from him can come forward, he'll elevate up my draft board a little bit higher. Some people have him already in the first round. I think that if you have some deficiencies in change of direction and route running there, it's going to limit a little bit of your top side. And if I've got limited top side, I do drop those guys down into more of a 3rd round range of things. But if you were to tell me that you had him a little bit higher, I'd understand completely. Pumpkin is the official mascot of this dream. Did you get the orange cap because of Garfield? No. But I wasn't, in looking back on retrospect, I actually liked Garfield a lot. We had gotten Xena, my black cat, a few years prior, and this is well over 14, 15 years ago. And we'd got my black cat, and she had kind of chosen me. So I had a girlfriend that did not like that. And she was like, well, I had an orange cat named Pumpkin when I was a little girl. So go out to the city and find me that. And so I went out there and scoured the city and found an orange cat. And then this orange cat here ended up picking me. So on the breakup, I got both cats husky. But not necessarily because of the Garfield, though I was a fan of Garfield when I was a young man. Pumpkin being a cat with the concept of the internet must think you're a crazy person. Talk to yourself. No concept. True. It is Pumpkin's channel. Glad she's back on the cat tree now. I got to get her back in spot for this. She's given up on the cat tree for a while. Delilah, give me Reggie Bush's jukes. Give me Shady McCoy's cuts. Those guys were elite in that realm too. Definitely had some cool, unique moves to what they did in that way. Louis, the substation Twitter started editing the photo and making the substation bigger for each injury they get. Such a good Twitter. That's what Twitter's used right. It's being used in the right way at that point by that account. Sweetness or Barry are the best running backs of all time, no doubt about it. Absolutely. That's my impression as well. Reggie was great though. Yeah, Reggie had some definite unique stuff with him too. The stop and start with the cutting ability. 0 back to 100, back to 0 to 100. Substation would be more funny if Homer Simpson worked at it. That's true. That's what the substation uses to create an image of Homer like falling asleep and accidentally turning up the voltage. Pumpkin has hops, Signer. She can leap, man. She's a big girl, but she can jump. Wu-Tang, thank you for the $5 donation, Wu-Tang. 49ers at the end of the season. When we're healthy, we can beat you. 49ers a month before the season starts. Off-season got hands. Yeah, they love, especially Lombardi. He loves to go to that first game of the year last year. My first game, that first game of the year, we got you. Well, congrats. Congrats on winning the first game of the year award. But yeah, if only they could get healthy, and in which I have to think with the Niners, they're going to be doing a lot of that. But only if we hadn't left $70 million off our books, but only if we hadn't paid every player over and over again, but only if we hadn't squeezed out the last of the Super Bowl, only if. That's the legacy of this Niner team is, but only if. But very true, Wu-Tang. Thank you for the donation, man. And it doesn't look like they're going to get healthy at any point in time this season as it stands right now. Even their coach is catching strays. Kangaroo puncher, get him, Seabass. You mean JSN's son Lenore? Yeah, those kangaroos get after it. They don't mess around. Pumpkin Q levels off the charts tonight. Yeah. She likes being back on camera. It's been too long. We pay after her call in hydraulics and short shorts. Wu-Tang, people disrespect Sherman, but he was no slouch when they went cover one. He locked up Prime AB and held Megatron to peanuts. Yeah, it's where lockdown corners can come in a variety of different ways. And I know that there's archetypes of the Revis Sanders types that look a certain way and play with a certain type of manner, but you can do it with other ways too, like Sherman showed. And to your point with the cover one, like when you did have to go to man coverage on the outside with him, his track record held up really well. He wasn't asked to do it a lot, but when asked to do it, he was effective at it. And that's where some of the narrative with Sherman would be, well, he's just got to completely live in zone 24/7. It's like, well, no, There's concepts like you with cover one. There's man match concepts like you get with a lot of the cover three stuff that they ran, which a lot of times can be more difficult than the man stuff. Man stuff, I'm right in front of you. I'm impressed. I got to run step for step with you. I'm in off coverage. I got to play man match zone, meaning I'm first in off coverage. You get a head start of speed. I then have to anticipate reactively to what I think you're going to do. Now, there's a skill set for both camps and how you do it. And you can be successful either direction. But the zone guys shouldn't be put in some box of, well, you can't put them on an island. You can't just have them travel with a guy. You can't just, like, no. They're every bit of as effective as those lockdown guys are in the way that they were locked down. It's just a different manner, different defense. At least I don't know if it's just me or if this is universal, but when I used to play corner, zone felt super easy compared to man. I was decent in man, but it definitely was trickier than zone, especially off coverage. Well, that's definitely playing man and off coverage is tough. Because that's the ultimate of I can't ever just stay on the top side and know I've got help underneath if it's an in-breaking route. That's going to be the ultimate difficulty. If I'm playing man, I need to be in press to do that. And look, man coverage is a tougher thing to do because it's going to just come down to, can you straight stay with this guy? Can you stop and start, change direction, and then be as fast as this guy is in coverage? And there's just, not all corners are wired to be that in that manner. But I think you're right. It's tougher to do the man, especially the man off coverage stuff. Oh my gosh. Without any sort of cover three drop or any sort of just like, well, I can always just kind of stay on top of them. Oof. That's a tough one. Hopefully coaches didn't call that a lot, Luis. How you doing, Bob Zweed? It's good to see you, man. Jordan, being a Seahawks legend for the rest of your life with a couple of Super Bowls and a ton of winning is well worth signing a team-friendly deal. I think so as well. Matthew, hey, B, do you remember Witherspoon locking up Jamar Chase's rookie season? It almost feels like he's regressed in his pure coverage ability. He's had some moments that he's got a little bit. I think the part of this is a little bit of the bouncing of the inside-outside, Matthew. I think if from day one you put Witherspoon on the outside and he was allowed to live out there in full, I think he would be the best version of himself. I think kind of constantly having to be bumped in and out. In that rookie year, it was all in the slot. So when Chase does a lot of slot stuff, and when he was in there, Witherspoon did well against him. It is a different animal when you got that guy on the outside and trying to deal with him out there, I think a little bit. But no, I think he's still been a very good player. Remembering Matthew, he's the highest rated corner in the NFL last year by PFF. And that's playing the majority of the season as an outside corner. So he's had some bad moments. The conference championship game, he gave up more than a couple of catches. In his own words, I played like crap in that conference championship, except for the end, of course, where he came back with two big plays at the end of the game. But no, I think he's played really well. And remembering that the targets don't tend to go his direction a lot. Quarterbacks are going to, you look at Job and the target level that he got, or that Woolen and the target level of he got, that speaks to him and how tight he is in coverage. Just simply how quarterbacks kind of avoid going his way. Wu-Tang Sherm also had pretty outrageous numbers of INTs because he lurked in zone and read the offense and had a nose for the ball. Sherm also put his whole ass body into tackles. 100%. 100%. Again, what's more likely, Seattle's offense going from third ranked to 10 overall, or defense going from 1 to 10? Probably 3 to 10 would be more likely. I don't think either situation's necessarily very a likelihood to happen, but best defense in the NFL dropping to 10th without really losing anything that's that impactful to cause it. The only reasoning I could see on either of those scenarios occurring would be injury, or they're Titan as much as anything. Skull there, Bob. Hope your Vikings do well this year. Yeah, swearing is, if you find swearing offensive, don't join the Navy. That's it, man. Get a group of men together. They're gonna swear. Luis, if I get a cat, it'll be a black cat. I just like the spooky look. Also, football practice felt like boot camp. Laughing out loud, one misstep on a route, and it's like, what are you doing? Wake the F up. Oh, they'll get on you, man. Yeah, they'll get on you. I got a black cat too, bro. So I got the black and I got the orange. The best of both worlds. Daryl, Says, hey, Brandon, Missouri-based Hawks fan here, and I just got tickets to watch them live for the first time in Arrowhead. Cannot wait. Go Hawks. Well, congratulations, Daryl. It's going to be a hell of a game. Hell of a game. Are we going to Arrowhead? Or is that the preseason? Preseason, I'm thinking. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're going on the last preseason game. Sorry, Daryl. I'm a little slow right now. A little slow. I was getting caught up on the regular season game. But how cool. Get a chance to go into Arrowhead with them going to be moving the stadium soon too. And to be in a place with so much lore and history to it and be a part of it, even though it's a little bit of an older stadium. But hopefully they give you a hell of a game to watch too as well, man. Congratulations. Good to see you in the house. Bob says, I'm glad you won the Super Bowl. Just live in Port Orchard. Well, thank you, Bob. Would love to see you guys be able to land on your quarterback out there in Minnesota, man. Still kind of feels like just on the outside looking in that it's sort of just nobody's quite taken the job by the horns quite yet. Not necessarily played bad, but just nobody's really quite ascended to grabbing it. Ain't all orange cats male? Yeah, that's where my ex really put me in a pickle because she said I had a female orange cat when I was young, and little did I know that only 4% of the orange cat population is female. So, yeah, I had to do a little bit of scouring there, Mazer. Jim Belfer, don't forget, the next year we're going to be able to go into a corner market in a huge corner year in the draft. Yes, sir. You're going to be sitting in a good position. Kind of an odd place to be in, Melfer, but we're going to have so much fun with the draft next year, especially if they have all those picks and just the variety of different directions you can go, you know. B, imagine if trading a top 10 edge that is under 26 and having to beg a retired legend to come out of retirement just to beat Sammy D. We got in their heads deep, man. You know what I mean? They got thrown off their trot pretty heavily, I think, with some of the moves you've seen them make. And I love to see them aggressive. I always love to see a team going for it, man. I don't care what team it is, even in our own division. I just appreciate it. But it does speak to them feeling like they've, like I said, have had a gap to broach here. And if the fan narrative on this, the national narrative on this, the luck fluke narrative on this was true, they wouldn't be doing every move in the book to try to overcome us, which they are doing. Pretentious Cameron in the house. What's up, Cameron? Thank you as well for being a long-time member of the channel. Feeling real good about the offense this season. I think our offensive line is going to be really good. Go Hawks. I feel the same, man. I don't have the trepidation some do about this offense and seeing sort of some doom or gloom potential that exists here. I just don't see it. And I think you mentioned one of the big reasons is that offensive line. And I've said, folks, I cannot think back over the last 3 decades, the last time we returned all 5 offensive line starters the very next year. It has been a constant revolving door, a constant interweaving parts. Here this, now here over this. We'll start this guy here this year. Here's a stopgap. Here's a bridge. Now you actually have the continuity and the cohesion that Fleury mentioned himself earlier on in the stream and some of the stuff that we talked about. And that should provide a better opportunity for success from this team on the whole because you got it. I agree completely, man. I feel the same way. I think I think your offense is going to hit the ground running, relatively speaking. I think they're going to be able to build upon some of the stuff that they'd finally started to kind of get hunkered down by the end of the year in the running game. And I think that with it, it's going to allow you to really find some success early on this season, where a lot of people, I think, are anticipating the offense sort of being in a feeling its way through period or something like that. Cameron. It's good to see you in the house, though, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support. Baker, if you do sign Arnold on 3rd down, we all know where the ball is going on defense. It's probably true. It's probably true. Maybe we trade away a bunch of next year's draft picks for Gonzalez. He played so well in the Super Bowl. I was impressed. You never know how both these situations go. It all Sort of just depends on what they're asking for. Jared Verse buys the Seahawks, though. I don't know. I mean, you might be surprised. You might be surprised how much you're able to bring him into the flow with if you traded for him. You watch how much he's leveled up on Seattle suddenly then. Especially when he gets that crowd noise working in his favor as a pass rusher. He's going to be like, hell to the yes. Luis Dawnfiner 49ers is such a great name for such an old team. If they need to help their cap space, I'm sure a couple of them remember where the gold is. John Lynch will use Claude to give an explanation. I'm telling you, man, I missed this channel. I've been busy this summer. Thank God football's back. It's the way it goes, man. You got to take advantage of summer. Got to get it in while it's getting good. Glad to have you back in the flow, though, man. We're going to have a hell of a year this year on the Nest. Maybe Hawks Nest, then you have the Jags playing the compensatory game, then fumbling the strat. Yeah, that was hilarious on their part. We're playing the compensatory game this year. Like, good luck. You let Devin Lloyd walk? Okay. I'm watching Devin Lloyd last year. I'm like, man, he is really realizing the potential that he offered coming out of college. Yeah, we're going to let him walk. Let's let him go. Why? You guys got the money. You're good, Bob. He says earlier, I said the Mariners are the Jets, the baseball. I need to make a correction. They'd only be the Jets if the Jets never had Joe Namath. Yeah, pretty much. At least they got a championship, right, Luis? They've had a championship since the 70s. Was that the 70s on that one? I think it was. Julie, how you doing? Says, hello, everyone. Just counting down the days until the season starts. Absolutely cannot wait. Go Hawks. We'll go Hawks, Julie. We're getting closer and closer. We got true football this week. Some preseason action at that. But, boy, you can see it. It's coming down the horizon line here fast. Yeah, Lane Johnson. I mean, he got 17 years. It'll be his 18th year or something, banker. You get 18 years in as a tackle. That's pretty done. That's pretty good. That was a hell of a run. A couple Super Bowl championships. Great Rocky impression. That's my jersey. I just go to Rocky. Well, you got to take why are you going to spend on money? It's $68 million. Baker, thank you for the $2 donation. This is Brando. They can use that $70 million on the substation. Well, that's the great irony of it. It only costs $20 million to move the substation. You could put $20 million to the substation and still have $50 million to go out there and spend. I mean, if I was an owner, legit, I'm a billionaire owner, and I'm to the point that my players and post-game pressers are talking about the substation, that they're talking in podcasts, that it's permeating my locker room. There's going to come a time or another as a billionaire that I'm going to fork out the $20 million to move the damn substation or move the practice. One of the two. Like, how damn cheap do you got to be? And somebody's mentioned, well, like the lawsuits, like this is what they were mentioning on the roundtable there. It is like, well, if they move it, then there's the lawsuit aspect, because then you're acknowledging that there was something to the science of it. It's like, not necessarily. I can just say I'm moving it to give my players peace of mind. There's no, as well, they could still come down the line and prove this anyway. Like, you could be just prolonging and increasing the cost on this down the line if this is going to be a problem, if there are going to be lawsuits. Continuing to have more players play underneath those conditions for more years creates more lawsuits. So even that tactical approach doesn't make any sense on this. Bob, okay, can anyone tell me how Kyler is since we have him here now? Kyler got to be one of the main beneficiaries, Bob, of the Russell Wilson effect. That being that used to be if you had a 5'8", 5'9" guy, you'd say there's no way this guy can play quarterback in the NFL because he's just not going to be able to operate an on-time offense. Spread concepts became in vogue in the 2010s. Undersized quarterbacks can now suddenly operate because they're living in shotgun 24/7. Air raid offenses are starting to get into the NFL. Well, now a couple of years later, air raid offenses have not quite got their teeth in the NFL. Spread concepts have started to go by the wayside. We're back under center action now. And this is now not going to suit Kyler's game. On script, on time, throwing from behind 6'5" trees in front of him that he can't see over the top of. It just doesn't fit Kyler. It won't fit Kyler. And I don't kind of quite understand why Minnesota went after him, considering the type of defense he plays on practice in a Get Forgiven week, and then, considering the offense that they run. But he's going to be bad per se. I just don't know if he's going to, you're looking at him and say, well, he's good, or he's getting us over the top, much like with JJ. Like you'll feel like the quarterback is as much a deficiency for us as much as it is a plus. When an Niner fan asks about 5 rings, just ask how many pendants they have. Their VHS tapes no longer work. Luis Brian Fleury looks like another time he'd been an eccentric wizard. He does, man. He does. He's got a little bit of that Merlin vibe to him. They should be calling them Old Faithful. Bryce could get some beard extensions. Up to Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant got injured in Bears practice. Knee injury. Didn't tear the ACL, but had something pretty serious there. So he'll be out 8 to 12 weeks. Phoebe, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Phoebe. He says they talk about the Seahawks OC. They still made the playoffs, so I'm not too worried. Since we're on topic of stupid, the Jags played the comp game, then fumbled. Yeah, the Jags playing the comp game made no sense. And that's where they made the mistake to me of, it's as an elite team, you can play the comp game, but the comp game can't be played that the culmination of the comp game is that you come out collectively as a much worse team. And I think the Jaguars come out of this taking some substantial hits that hurt, that they're going to feel the impact of, that they didn't necessarily overcome in their drafting or what exists in their in-house development. And the Lloyd one is the shining example of that. Like Lloyd, after the year that he's had, as the player he's been for them, deserves to get paid. Maybe they know something in the background and he's a live wire. He's not all in about all ball, but looks pretty good to me. Looked like a pretty complete linebacker to me. And the stage that they were on should have been more about stacking talent than being afforded a place that you feel like talent can walk out the door. When you're a Seattle Seahawks team that wins the Super Bowl and is so young in how you do it, you can afford to let a Kobe Bryant, a Kenneth Walker, and a Woolen go because you do feel like you have that in-house development. You have built such a deep roster in that way. But the Jaguars kind of weren't in the same area, and I thought they definitely got a little bit cute with it. Say nothing of the draft, which was just a weird draft. Their young general manager out there does some very, I'm super smart and young, and I'm super on the cutting edge, and maybe I'm just a little bit too much on the cutting edge. Maybe just a little bit too much. And if you're meaning the Eagles OC, he's going to bring in a little bit more of an intricate attack there. I'm not sure if it was the Hawk or the Eagle on that one. Feed me. Oh, feed me. Thank you for another $2 donation. You guys are very kind as ever here on the channel. Really appreciate you. Top 3 worst fan bases besides the Niners, Cowboys, and Rams. Steeler fans have had to quiet down in recent years, but they can be troublesome. They can be a little bit troublesome. I don't know. It's a good question there. You kind of took my best options there off the table. I don't know. I don't think I have a strong opinion past those four. Those four have been the most that I've had to deal with that have been the kind of annoying. Maybe Packer fans. Good question, man. There's some good fan bases that usually it tends to be pretty cool people. That tends to be the rule of thumb is that, they tend to be pretty, especially if they're out of your division. They don't have any like hate for your team directly. It's like you can kind of get along with them. There's just some that have been obnoxious. And you kind of mentioned the main ones. Especially when it comes to the 49ers and the Cowboys. But I would throw the Steelers probably on in there. I probably include them a bit. Maybe Chiefs fans. Thank you for the sport, feed me. Garfield's awesome. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Does Emmanuel Wilson run similar to Gus Edwards from Baltimore? Yeah, I mean, they're both, I would say that they're both no-nonsense downhill runners, and that they've got that in that. There's definitely that comparison to be had. Yeah, I think that's a good comp, man. I mean, they're just going to get downhill, and Gus Edwards, a guy that averaged 5.2 yards per carry, 5.3 yards per carry, 5 point yards per carry, 5 point yards per carry. It's kind of wondered he didn't get more work with the Ravens during some of his time there. But yes, I think that's, you got a guy that's got a little bit of size, a little bit of extra weight to him, a downhill. I'm just going to get after you. I'm going to use this. I'm going to get that momentum going with that weight behind me. And if you get in front of me and we collide, I'm going to fall forward. I'm going to get a couple of extra yards on the finish of every run. So yeah, I think that's where you'd it would be a little bit simplistic on guys with a little bit of height more than you have on certain running backs. A lot of 5'9" guys. These guys are more in that getting close to that 6 foot range of things. And then you're getting a lot more extra weight on them than you typically get from running backs. And that if, with a little bit of the explosiveness they give you, they give you a little bit of that smidge of explosiveness, you combine all that together, and that's what gets you a pretty competent, capable, productive back at that point. But I like the comp, man. Yeah, I haven't thought about it a lot with that, but that's a really good comp, I think Gus is probably a little more of a tackle breaker. Emmanuel's a little bit more of, we're going to hit, we're going to collide. I'm going to finish every run. I'm going to get you an extra yard or two on every single run, whatever I gather on that. So that might be where there's a little bit of a difference between the two, but closer in similarity than difference, I would say, Randall. Great comp. W3, Brando, 2-part question. McVay gets head coach in 16 and picks Goff. In 18, he falls to the Pats. After 1 year, he traded for Ramsey. After 2 years, he needs an elite quarterback and trades for Stafford in 21 and wins it all. There's not necessarily a question in that first one. So you might, W3, have to kind of present what you mean as the question there. I thought with McVay, he inherited Goff. So maybe your question is if he comes in and picks Goff. So the 2-part question is 5 years later, he sells the future again for 2 corners, 1 edge and AD 99. If you're that good at head coach, why do you need the Avengers to compete? Well, I think you're touching on part about confidence in yourself and confidence that you have to soup this up. And I think for the Rams, they've decided that they're going to make these big major moves to build the team up. I will say with them, I agree with you that it's the way they're going about the business is not the ideal. Multiple ways can work to get you to a championship. And I would love nothing more than just to knock the Rams approach on the super team and say that this has never worked. But you did kind of try to build a super team in the last Super Bowl win that you had from a Rams perspective. You brought in Von Miller on a trade deadline deal where you give up a second and third round pick for a half a season of Von Miller club control. You brought in Odell Beckham. You know, you had made a variety of different moves that prior offseason to kind of soup that team up in the manner in which you did. And prior to that, they had done the Ramsey trades and the Brandon Cooks trades and added this guy and added that guy. I mean, so it has been a bit of their mode for a while and how they've gone about it. And this year has taken it to an extreme level. I'll give you that. Like this is them taking this operating procedure and we're going max with it. So we'll see in that tone of it. And I think historically speaking, these kind of moves, when you're trying to put a team together like this, that's quote unquote a super team, it doesn't tend to be something that works. But to the heart of your question, if McVay is such an outstanding coach and he's just so amazing and he's just such an elevator of talent, you know, there does come a point in time that we need representations of elevation of talent. And I go back to the times that I can look at this Rams offense, even with Stafford 2 years ago, where you didn't have Puka and Cooper Kupp on the field at the same time, and that Rams offense was stagnant. That Rams offense was struggling to score points. And so, you know, we'll see with time with that. But you're right. He just kind of gets that, no doubt about it. You're a genius and you're a player. And that, you know, to your point on this W3 on Madden, you saw a developer. You know, they've got like archetypes of, you know, the offensive archetype is a Ben Johnson for a head coach. The defensive archetype is a Mike Macdonald, and they've got the developer. And they've got McVay's face in there for developer. And you're like, well, wait, is development really your guys' du jour move? And or is it more just kind of building the super teams and making the big major splash moves and you make it work? And it is more to me of a little bit of that. You have done a decent job of developing the later round guys, but that doesn't mean you're necessarily development is your claim to fame per se, to your point on that W3. 3 worst fan bases. I'd love to see Brandon's take on this. Well, I mean, he kind of took the teeth out on me because I would have included the Niners. I would have included the Cowboys. I'd have the Steelers on there. That would probably be my, you know, pure 3 if I had to just, you know, present it. Those would be the ones that I would go to. There's a couple others you can kind of, you know, nitpick a little at. You know, Packer fans can be annoying. Eagle fans can be like Philly folks can sometimes be when they're not always the most, you know, agreeable. Let's call it that, you know. So there's some ones that are definitely like, Patriot fans, you know. But there's something a little bit extra with those particular 3, I think, Seahawks Daddy. Like if I've gone to a bar and there's Steeler fans, they're going to be super loud. Cowboy fans will be super loud and annoying. First Niner game would have also been easy if Rick Woolen could have played the ball in the air instead of doing fadeaway jumpers. It's true. It's true. Thank you, Wu-Tang. Louis says, I meant off zone in terms of off coverage zone being the easiest. And man, I'm usually impressed. Okay. I thought he was having you run man out of off coverage. I'm like, oh, yikes. I get that. No, I could see where that would be tougher. And you've got to have a certain base skill set of physical ability to do it. You know, if you're missing a little bit of speed out there on that outside, if you got quickness and change of direction, you might not be able to do it. Where zone can kind of, you can protect deficiencies within a zone cover corner, which we come back to why you're willing to maybe in a heavy zone system be wanting or inherently driven to not necessarily overpay a corner because you're like, well, we're not getting the bang for buck in doing that because of how much zone we do play and that we can get guys in there interchangeably a little bit. What's the tricky part of following deeper routes? When you have to be able to turn once the ball's in the air in zone, you can keep things in front of you and break on things while seeing the quarterback and ball. True enough. It's also where you get a lot of the mobile quarterbacks. You know, it's gotten hard, Luis, with running man coverage. And I think a lot of the man coverage concepts have bled out of the NFL as much as they used to. Because if you have a mobile quarterback and you get guys in man coverage with their head turned to the quarterback, less people to go get that quarterback if he breaks the pocket and starts scrambling, especially if you don't have a spy on him. Eagles, Patriots, Cowboys, John. Yeah, we're thinking alike on this. Vikings because they're mean and annoying. Southern Mordor substation memes. They're glorious. Glorious. I think the Chiefs are washed too, man. I predicted last year, and people were willing to flame me on the stake for it at times because I was like, the Chiefs aren't making the playoffs this year, folks. And everybody, I got a collective. It's like, dude, this isn't hard to see where it's going. You know, they're at the end of the run, the end of the road. There's no more train track left. And the signs are already there in this training camp, in my opinion, for the Chiefs. Still haven't solved the wide receiver situation there. Yeah, we play the Chiefs and the Cowboys preseason and regular season, which is kind of interesting. We don't care what the media think. Dixon, in regards to this, in regards to the media's thoughts of our Seattle Seahawks, here's what the Seattle fans think about that.
We did not care.
Don't care. In fact, I think it's going to work to our advantage. We fly into the radar as Super Bowl champions. Charlie, I think the Chargers makes too much sense for Vita Vea. And you talk about a team that needs to identify where they're at in that 4 stack I talk about. You're rebuilding, you're ascending, you're in purgatory, or you're elite. Chargers are right at that stage of ascending to elite. And they need to push themselves to the elite stage of things. And a Vita Vea move like that can help you get there. The time is right to strike on this situation at this point, in my opinion. And the defense definitely could use a little bit of an invigoration there. You know, you've got some guys like Mac, 35 years old, getting a little bit more help on that line at that point and getting some of the rotations rounded out, because now you can run Vita Vea and T.R. Tart out there, and that's a good combination of the nose tackle position. But they seem the team to me to make the most sense in making that kind of move. How are the Rams after the season? If the season hypothetically does go the Rams' way, I feel like the Seahawks are still in a good spot for several seasons. I can't see the Rams keeping the team intact. For record, I still think we do great this season. I'm saying if we don't get the Super Bowl. I get what you're saying. Stafford has said that his intention is to play multiple years. If that is true, they can get this done into the future. They're not running into anything, as far as I understand it, cap-wise, where it's going to be completely horrendous for them in 27. Currently, right now, they have $79 million of cap space for 2027. So that money's going to go quick. There are 4 contracts that they really need to get done right now, and if they don't get them done this year, they're going to have to spend extra money next year. You know, they got 3 Witherspoon-like situations and facing in front of them. You know, like Byron Young right now costs you $27.5 million. You wait a year, it's going to cost you probably 33, 34, especially if he matches last year's play. Steve Avila costs you right now $15 million per year. You wait a year, might go up to $20 million. Kobe Turner costs you $23 million a year right now. You wait a year, might cost you $27, $28, $29 million per year. So they've got a lot of contracts, and that's not even speaking to the Puka deal. It's going to run you nearly $40 million as well. So while they have cap space for 27, and they're good cap space for the future, little dead money, they do have some contracts that are going to keep them from being able to do anything outside of that. But they'll still have a very good team. Yeah, we're the Super Bowl champs, man. There ain't nothing sad to hear. Jared Verse used to be a Seahawks fan as a kid, I've heard. He'd warm up to us very fast, trust me, in a trade. The Rams Seahawks hate has grown hot, but especially after they moved him out to Cleveland. You don't think he can, you know what I mean? Louis using Claude has given too much credit to the Niners. They're using beta chat GPT. Maybe so. Jenna, thank you for the $5 donation. It's good to see you in the house too, man. Hello, Hawks Nest fam. It's good to see you, brother. Brandon, what explains the Rams' desperation with Garrett and Darnold? Did we really break McVay, or do they want the Super Bowl win in SoFi? They know that right now the time is running out. Stafford does not have long, and he's one bad hit away from his career being over, and them, having to really go and find something quarterback-wise on a team that's really good. And now is the time to strike, and the window's not going to last a long period of time. And they're trying to maximize it. I think, to your question, Hart, There is a narrative out there nationally. There is a narrative out there from analysts that somehow last year was very close, that the Rams really should have won it, in their opinion, and that it's neck and neck between these teams, and maybe even the Rams were even a little bit better team last year. Like, this is some of the narrative that's being tried to be pushed. It's not the fact. It's not the truth of the situation. And the Rams are showing you that they're acknowledging it's not the truth of the situation by all of these moves they're making. They're indicating that Seattle team was a problem. That Seattle team is likely to get even better this year, next year. So we can't just stand pat and hope that the luck fluke thing will break our way this year. We got to go above and beyond to overtake that monster. That is what their moves have told us. Beyond breaking McVay's brain, it's more of a representation of what the Rams think about the Seahawks roster and how truly good it is. That's, to me, what this shows. Janeth, thank you for another $5 donation, my man. Appreciate you for that. Felt FanFest was more organized and flowy than last year. Harbaugh also had a lot of interesting special team drills. He's getting into it, man. He's a mad scientist there working that special teams unit, especially with all these new rule changes that allow for a creativity that did not exist in the special teams realm in prior years. But it's good to hear that it was a little bit more organized. I went last year and it was a little bit more of like, this just kind of feels like a soft practice a little bit, where you had kind of expected a little bit more of, like you had with the Carroll years, of we're actually going to get some, true football back and forth. So good to hear that they got that a little bit more on lock, with it. Sounds like everything went successfully and had a good practice. And much like this training camp, Janet, it sounds like everything's just fit the form in the way you'd like it to be. Get the good practice in. Everybody comes out healthy. Some guys looking good that you hope will start to, come forward. Or Elijah Arroyo gets a touchdown catch yesterday, for instance. And so it's good to see, man. It's really good to see. But glad you got out there, and thank you for the support, bro. Appreciate you for that. I'll try to get out there myself next year if I can. This year just got a little bit too tight monetarily speaking. Very kind of you, though. Harbaugh's going to go off this year. Full Rashid Shaheed and full Torrey Horton. He is going off. Look, I'd be sad if I wasn't old enough to see my team win a Super Bowl. Luis, I've never been to the East Coast before, except for Florida and the Carolinas. I imagine anything north of Virginia is Jersey Shore. Is it true? I kind of, in certain ways. East Coast has just got its own kind of animal, and I maintain that people a lot of times try to look at this country with just sort of a one-size-fits-all view of things, but there's so many different regions and areas and different types of cultures in different sections of this country, even multi in different states. Part of what gives America its flavor. Feed Me, thank you for the $5 donation. Says John Lynch, the AI told me keeping the substation was a good thing, but in reality, AI just wants better connection and is evil. It is. It's already Skynetting him. Feed Me. It's already Terminator 2ing him, and he doesn't even know it. Psychologically manipulating his subconscious. Hey, as funny as that is, Feed Me, at least that would make sense for the reality that we're facing right now, which is that we're just going to play like a child with the monster under our bed. And if I just put the covers over my head, the monster doesn't exist. Oh, I can feel its claws scraping at my feet. But if I just put it over my head, then it doesn't exist. That's kind of what you feel like the Niners are doing a little bit with this. And it's not making the story go away, but instead only making it grow more and more and more in size. But you might have finally tracked this thing down to a source, Feed Me. AI might be fully in control. We might have our first sentient AI example going on with the San Francisco 49er front office. I need somebody to make a meme with 49ers practice field next to Chernobyl. It's coming. And then we got to have the helicopter in the background that went down. We got to have it in mid turning sideways going down as it went over the nuclear fission material. You give me some ideas here. Wicked Curves. Thank you for the $10 donation, Wicked Curves. It's bad enough I live with a Whiner fan, and then to hear another Whiner fan in chat crying because his team is owned by the substation. That'd be a tough pill to swallow. We got this problem. Oh, do we? Yeah, we got a problem. Okay. It may or may not be a real problem. Okay. And the players, though, they think it's a real problem. Like all of them, a lot of them. A lot of the former ones say it's talked about a lot in the press. Okay. Okay. They saw some trees there that used to be big and beautiful and green and flowing, and then the trees started to wither and die, and the substation's gotten bigger, and the effects seem to be increased with that, but we don't know for sure. Okay, just don't do anything. What? Just don't do anything. It'll go away. But players are talking about, people are making memes of it, which then the players see the memes, which makes the players talk about it even more. It doesn't seem like it's going away. Give it time. It'll go away. Just, do you think naturally? Yeah. News cycles, 24 hours. People will forget about this tomorrow. They're literally putting substation on Captain Phillips movie guy who goes, I'm the captain now. They're putting the substation on his head as he's pointing to his eyes saying, I'm the captain now. That's where the memes are getting. That's how deep this thing's going right now. They're putting Mordor in the background of your practice facility online right now. I think it's gone a little bit overboard. I think we're at a point of having to probably get to a action item standpoint. But not San Francisco Wicked. So if I'm a fan watching that as a Niner fan, like, I can't do nothing about it. My team's doing nothing about it. Every day another injury racks up, only further kind of confirming this weird thing scratching at the back of my skull as far as a potential issue with this team, on top of all the other issues with the team. Coaches getting into car crashes, holding on to players who don't want to be there, who you don't want, who you're trying to get the money back on their contract, to an old-ass team that you're just trying to retch and squeeze and eke out the last bit of juice of potential life they have to give you a team that can go out there and win football games. Like, I'd be in the same place, frustrate the hell out of me. I'd be sitting there going, man, this is not a harbinger of something good on the horizon. There's no silver lining to be had here. I got black linings every direction. And again, it's meanwhile, you're looking up north to the team that just won the Super Bowl in your house, that blew the doors off you in the playoffs, that won the division twice over to go get the job done. And they're now just starting their rise. They've just cracked out of their egg and they've already become the Phoenix. Yeah, it probably has got to stick in the craw a little bit. You know, I can't blame them for them. That's why I forward a little bit on the channel here with some of these fans, because it's like, that'd be tough for me to have to live through as well. I'd be struggling with that as a reality of life as well. And look, I've been in some dark times with my Seattle teams. The 90s, the late Legion of Boom era. We've had our moments too. We've had to go through the bad to get to the good. We haven't had to long for the VHS days, but every fan's a little bit different in that respect. Wu-Tang, I like Philly fans. They're like the wrestling heels of football. They kind of are. Where there's almost a little bit of a wink in the way that they go about it because they're so over the top in the way they go about it, Or some of those other ones, some of those other fan bases are just like, no, I'm going to be just a dick. I'm just not ironically, not to just kind of play into just to be straight this way with it. So this is where I use a little bit of the AI, right? You know what I mean? Like I get an idea of something like that. You mentioned the Hector Hammond. That's what I did. I told, and what you do with the AI is you don't just tell the AI to do it fresh. You get some assets. And so I had the assets of the Brent, the practice field. And I've got, of course, a shot of Fleury. And then that's the cool thing where you can tell AI is like, okay, give Fleury a Green Lantern head from the Hector Hammond, and it'll do a good job on it. I was impressed with the results. Mo Barclay, you're on the background while I work. It's nice. Thank you, Mo. Thanks for listening in, man. I hope the day is going by fast. What I'm not sure about fans, but Bino Cook every year was Notre Dame quarterbacks winning the Heisman, and number one pick is the Steelers are winning Super Bowl every year. Oh. Bino was a character. Yeah, I thought Goff was there under, and that's what he might have been in scenarios if he had come in there and drafted if they had done the same thing, which that might have been his question, which I think they would have taken a similar trek. Well, who knows, too? I mean, McVay was so early in his coaching career at that time, too. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Have you sussed out the positive impact of Leslie Frazier? Well, I think he's, Mike Macdonald's spoken about him many times on the impact that he's having. I mean, he spoke about it at first on having a guy like him that's an elder statesman that's been at all three levels. You know, he's been a player, he's been an assistant coach, he's been a head coach. And so to give that kind of wizened perspective, as Mike said, he's a guy that can help you see around corners before you see them. You know, can tell you about problems that you're not even knowing that you have to anticipate. And what that allows is taking what was the youngest coach in the NFL at the time that you hired him, and Mike Macdonald, and speeding up the learning process for that young coach. And it's the very same thing that McVay did with having a Wade Phillips come in. And I would say that if I was any NFL team that was bringing in a young coach right now, I would absolutely have this as the secondary step behind it, is who is the gray beard that I can go find to guide this youngster? Don't just throw the young kid out there and say, okay, learn your way, you know, but instead have that guy out there that can be the elder guy to get you through there a little bit. So Frazier, I think, has been a monumental part to this championship experience. I think, you know, his impact not only on Mike, but just to know when he can come in at moments. For instance, I remember a couple of years ago against the Buffalo Bills, there was a horrible play where you're trying to stay 0-for-0 with the Bills. You're fighting it out with them. You're trying to stay in the playoff hunt. And you got a key third down stop that you get, I think, a third or fourth down stop. And Derek Hall blasts Josh Allen late, and gets a penalty flag. You know, and then there's a whole kerfuffle between him and Jaron Reed. And then there's another kerfuffle between them on the sideline. And at the end of the situation, you have Leslie Frazier pulling Derek Hall aside and explaining it to him, you know, talking him through there in that moment, grabbing on, not letting this go off. Just let's step down right on this instantaneously. And so it's more varied. It's more non-specific, I would say, the impact he brings, John, but it is weighty nonetheless. And this is what every young coach should be trying to angle for. At least we're going for it, unlike the Niners with $70 million in cap space. That's right. I mean, that's the thing. Can't deny the Rams are going for it. Can't deny they're doing everything they can. And that's where I say it's 4 different states of teams: rebuilding, ascending, stuck in purgatory, or you're elite. And if you're an elite team, you need to operate like an elite team. And that means not leaving $70 million of cap space on your books. This is something a 5-year-old child can understand. I'm going for it. You're going for it, Billy. You're going to try to get a championship. I am? Yeah. Billy, if you're going to try to go get a championship for a team, do you think you got to spend all of your cap space to do that? It's hard to get a championship, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You probably got to spend the money, don't you? I want to spend all my money so I can be as good as I can be. A 5-year-old can get this concept, but the Niners can't. And I keep coming back to maybe it's because the darkest place of their little heart, places that they don't like to talk about at parties, they know this team isn't good enough. They know they're already in the reset. They know they're already in the place of rolling over money. Rolling over that money. Maybe they're already angling and looking for how they're going to get out of that Brock Purdy contract. Already pinpointing the moment that they can move on from Bosa. This alternative seems much more likely than the former of going for it. As I've said, and nobody's given me an answer yet, go show me the last NFL team that we know was going for it, wasn't successful in getting a Super Bowl trophy. It's the key here. Wasn't success. You don't have to show me the successes. We'll open it up even more of a spectrum. Give me the teams that we can all quantifiably say that team in this given year is going for a Super Bowl who sat with $70 million of cap space on their books. Show me one. Or if you want to say, well, the caps raises with times and there's inflation and all that. Okay. So show me any team out there with the percentage of their cap they're sitting on right now that kept that amount of the cap space off their books that win one. So you will not be able to find one. And the Niners are damn well aware of this fact. So which is it? They just think they're so smart they don't need the money? Or in actuality, they know they're already in a soft rebuild? It's one or the other. There is not an option number 3 here. There's nobody else left to pay. You already paid them. Phoebe. Sorry, one sec, guys. Oh, sorry. Hawks test. I think the only reason the super team is able to work because they convince guys not to be paid, which is rare. I'm very serious how the offseason plays out. Curious how the offseason plays out. Yeah, Rams have done a good job with these 4 guys that they have in linemen who are due to be paid, who've earned a new contract, who are on their rookie deals, and said, look, we're not going to pay you right now. You're going to wait. And they've got these guys to wait. Kudos to them if they can pull that off. Just got here. Arnold visiting today makes me think our cornerback room isn't where we want it. No, I think it's just more about a long-term view with Arnold. I don't think it has to do with the cornerback room not stepping up or fitting to what they'd like to see from it. I think it's more of just, here's an opportunity to add a talent on a low-end deal with no real risk. Maybe it's a stash situation where he's going to be, potentially suspended for a good part of the season, but then we can have him as in reserves if we need to call upon him later on down the line. I think that this is more of that, Brent, than anything else. And so I think they're okay with that. Dick says, I respect Brando for fighting for Geno and saying he's a top quarterback when he's on the Seahawks. Thanks, man. We had some good Geno battles there, man. And I still stand on business when it comes to Geno. It's one where situation eroded around him for supporting parts, which made him look worse as the time went along. And then going to Raiders went to an even worse situation last year. But quarterback position is one of those spots that's a tough one to evaluate in this day and age. Cozy. McVay didn't soul the future first time, was in the playoffs. Often it's something about don't picking guys in first round and paying them much money before they reach the peak. In this season, we had 3 running back deals. None got what Love got in guarantees. I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, they're very hesitant to not reach guys unless they're paying for that peak play, like you say, Cozy, which I think of what you're saying on that, on the gist of it. Rams do things smart. Stu, did you see the 2 fights that have made news with the K9? I really realized this training camp, which is inevitably more heated, but both were with the same person and it got heated. Yeah, there seems to be some tete-a-tete going on in the training camp between those 2 guys. Andy Reid is notorious for running a very intense training camp. And I'll tell you what, that Missouri humidity in the middle of summer ain't nothing to shake a stick at. And it's a lot different than the heat of Seattle, and that's going to make guys mad. It just pisses people off having to be in that kind of weather and work out that way. So, I don't know if it's a thing that shows off him, like his ego is so grown. As you said, it happened to a couple of guys. There might be a little bit more backstory to it on that one, but I don't think there's a ton into it. Still not a great look for Walker, obviously, Stu. It'd be a bummer if Bud Clark don't hit. It would. I think he's been playing pretty good, though. Louise, I've had 2 separate dreams this week that I was on the Seahawks and Coach Macdonald wants more production. Disappointing way to start a move in the morning. Hey, you're all in though, bro. I dig that. Tells you got Hawks on the mind, man. I think after this year, Stafford will be so demoralized that he'll retire. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I wouldn't deny that, man. He's been a problem. Rick Darcy, I see the Hawks beating the Texans. I'm putting $100 on it. 1,100 to 1 right now. Oh, 110 to 1 right now. Pays out $11,100 on a $100 bet. Let's go, Rick. That's my pick, man. You know what I mean? That's been my Super Bowl pick is Seahawks versus the Texans. I think the Texans are going to be the representative of the AFC. So I don't know, man. I'm not saying you already won the money, but maybe I kind of am. Luis, I can just see John Schneider giving a Saruman speech about how the Seahawks are made, but instead of Isengard, it's Cleveland. Lord, you guys cracking me up. Oh, Wu-Tang, thank you for the $20 donation, my man. Very, 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 very kind of you. Let me get my button right here. Appreciate you for the $20 drop. You guys are just amazing in your support to this channel. Second to none, I tell you. Wu-Tang, low key, got more smoke for the Rams this season. They were so whiny about losing. Can you imagine the Rams of all teams acting like the refs did them dirty? They needed to get punked for the karmic health of the sport. Yeah, I definitely gave Jake the business last year when he started talking about referees and officials and just how nice it is to hear that from Ram fans. For the last 7 years, how many times I've watched their games going, what's going on? You know, least penalized team of the year, least penalized team of the year, least penalized team of the year, like I saw this note last year was like the Los Angeles Rams, the least penalized team in the NFL in 2019, then the least penalized team in the NFL since 2020, since 19, then 21, then 22, then 23. Like it just kept carrying forward. So yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting on their part, and I'm ready for it as well. I'm glad it's the end of the season. I'm glad that this is going to probably stake up and prep up to the place that we were last year, where like the stakes are as high as they can possibly get. It's going to be as intense as it possibly can get, and reveling in this rivalry. It's the greatness of any of the teams that come out of this. Last year's championship for the Seahawks, potentially a Rams championship they get this year, or Hawks championship they get this year. However that goes. And however, maybe you're a Ram fan hating the Seahawks, or how much as a Seahawks you're hating the Rams, appreciate the fact that then them being so good raises the level of the greatness cumulatively. That the indelible mark in NFL history of these teams that win in this time frame right here will last, will echo, will carry, will be talked about in a manner that a 2016 Broncos Super Bowl winning roster wasn't or won't be. It's like, you know, you're only as good as a superhero in the comics by your, what do they call it? A coterie of a rogues gallery. Isn't that what they call it? Coterie of villains or something. There's some terms for this, right? It's kind of the truth, right? Part of what makes Batman's having Joker. You know, part of Superman's having Lex Luthor. And we got that right now. We got our Lex Luthor. We got our Joker. And our Joker's been out there this offseason in the Rams with his arm sales and getting the guns. And he looks like he's all strapped up. We're doing it smarter. We don't need to make the big moves. We just need to be smart in our moves. But I love it too, man. I love it too. And even then, I think the hilarious part here is the refs didn't do them dirty. It was one of the great ironies I had about the Rams. Like, first off, it's Rich. You guys are the ones that are kind of complaining about calls going against your favor. Number two, the calls were right. The 2-point conversion was the correct call. It's one of the most wild things to me in history. It's like, I get it as a fan if you're like, they got that call completely wrong and I'm pissed about it and it cost us. When it's, they got the call right, but I'm going to bitch and moan about it because they took too long to get the call right. They had help from New York to get the call right. Well, who cares? They got the call right. Isn't that what we all want as fans? Isn't that the one thing that we've asked over and over again, universally? 32 fan bases saying the same thing, but it just didn't work in your favor, so you conveniently don't like it now. Okay. I'll bitch and complain about calls throughout Seahawks history. The one commonality between all of them, they got the calls wrong. Wrong on the field and wrong in retrospect. In the Rams situation, right on the field and right in retrospect. Thank you, though, man. I appreciate you, Wu-Tang, and I'm ready for that smoke as well, man. Let's bring on this rivalry. We're all better for it. Football and the watching experience is better for it. The anticipation is better for it. The intensity of the games will be better for it. The eyeballs that we struggle on the West Coast to drive to us from the East Coast because they just don't seem to care start to watch, start to tune in, start to schedule our games in prime time, back to back at the end of the year. That's what this brings about. And that's a great thing. That's a great thing for all of us, even the 49ers. It's over 3.6 Redigen. Not bad, not good. I got to get that now for the roundtable on Tuesday, Wu-Tang. I got to get that soundbite from Chernobyl. Not bad, not good. Did you know 49ers minority owner is Edison Power? That can't be right. They should sign the substation or give SS a 3-year contract. Substation 3-year contract, $50 million guaranteed. Then it'll get injured. Then they can sign with the Jets. That's the way to get rid of it. They were also very particular about stopping video recording. Yeah, boy, they and it made it worse because they switched the fields now on the Niners. So the substations were always there in the background of shots, but now they flipped the fields to try to get people to not be able to record it. But now it makes the substation look like it's grown 4 times bigger in one off season, which just makes more people talk about it now, Janet. It's literally going, it has so much legs, the story. It's just, it refuses to go anywhere. Wicked says, my brother believes it's a real thing about the substation. I mean, here's the thing though. Look, I got a book up here that I wrote when the sleeper awoke. It's, I'm into conspiracies. So you give me a good conspiracy and I'll chew into that with both teeth and, I'll chew on that thing all day long, but so I already have a predilection to being leaned into these kind of theories. But with that said, I mean, you do start to wonder if it ain't the substation, their training methods are really broken. Either way, it's not good. They need a Faraday cage over the top. Maybe that will be the solution, Charlie. Might be cheaper than moving the actual substation itself. Have a good night, Janet. Appreciate you, mate. Looking forward to this season, brother. I think Shanahan was getting into the grape. You feel me? I wouldn't be surprised. Louis, hot take after your description of the 49ers, I think they'll be a losing record next season. I think that they're heading into a place of it. I think that look, the signs aren't good here through training camp already with the multitude of injuries that they've dealt with, the age of that roster with the injuries already starting to come to form. They have given themselves a very narrow needle to stuff a camel through this year. Could they do it? Potentially, yes. Anything is possible. When we talk about likelihood, or we talk about if you're trying to, gamble on what is more of a likelihood, this or the other, I have them still making the playoffs. Some of that has to do with, Luis, from my perspective, finding myself left wanting when it comes to the NFC North, when it comes to the NFC South, and even, yes, the NFC East. I just feel like this NFC is still the stronger conference than the AFC as it currently stands. But I also feel like a lot of teams in this conference could have done more to show some of that similar type of aggression to what the Rams shown this offseason. But instead, a lot of them kind of soft served it. They might have gotten a step here forward, but they also took a step back over here. And the Bears being kind of one of the greatest representations of this. So I certainly could see it happen, Luis, for sure. He has 50-foot-10 wall. That's it. Just put a tin bubble over the top of it. Watch the injuries suddenly just go down. Creates more problems. Yeah, something on that traffic situation was a little funky with the way that, especially with the weird report being different than the reality of it. Something weird there. I blame Shanahan's practices more than the substation. Definitely doesn't probably help. Stu, I guess I really should be grateful to have a Jets fan as a partner. He's had humility beaten into him. So he's always ready to cheer for my team. Jets are good people, man. Jet fans are good people. Every Jet fan that I've run across in my life has been salt of the earth, good people, man. They all are. And they're one of those fan bases I often talk about, Stu, where your heart goes out to them like Buffalo Bills fans, where they're as dedicated and as loyal as you could ask for, yet have not experienced the ultimate reward. And the thing that I tell to all these fan bases, the thing that I tell to Mike on the round table every week is I know you're suffering. I can see you're suffering from from very far away, but I'm seeing it. And in seeing it, I'm really, 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 really appreciating the fact that we're not in that area and that we get championships, and I'm really savoring it, and I'm savoring it and chewing on that steak as I'm looking at your situation and realizing, oh, that's rough. That's really tender though. That's really savory though. Right. There's a bit of me in doing that and looking at it, but I got to give them credit. Jets fans, for the suffering they've gone through, for the lack of any optimism that there's there to be had. They've leaned into the struggle. He runs his team in the ground in practice like his dad did. Not a bad move now with the new rules, but he pushes the envelope. I have heard that about Shanahan. Definitely have heard that about him. Phoebe Hawks Nest. And if the substation's already pushing the envelope, that just sort of takes you right over the top of the cliff with a kick to your lower back, as you're facing away. Phoebe Hawks Nest, imagine you're already sore from a game and you see that behemoth substation next to you. Would be nervous? Well, that's the whole thing about the power of the subconscious mind, right? Sometimes things don't need to be true to be real. There is a thing called the placebo effect. And if it gets into your mind that this thing is a truth and a reality, that this substation and its electrical veins are ripping through my body on a practice daily basis and just tearing and ripping and clawing and staring through, and electricity is voltaging through my brain and my body, and it's weakening ligaments. If that's in my brain, I think that's the truth. If I start to believe that's the truth, guess what? That becomes the truth in my body. There's a little bit of something to that, right? This is why you nip this in the bud as an ownership and you don't let it get this far down the line. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Thank you, Brando, on Leslie Frazier. Spot on. I think he was the most important hire on that whole staff, John, of the initial guys you brought in. It was Leslie Frazier. And you can see this from me, John, at the time, because I literally had a live stream show that we did when Frazier was hired. And I think I had him with like angel wings on his back, and inferring a little bit of him being a guardian angel for Mike. And it's a little bit like having the effect of a Cooper Kupp with a young receiving core that you can bring in and bring guys like Rashid and JSN and Torrey Horton along, and that you can accelerate a learning process by bringing in wisdom like that. And it's worth so much to be able to do that and speed that process up if you can. And it's a place that I think that not all teams and all people are thinking about with these kind of situations when you hire a coach on that manner. But Seattle was. And rightfully so. And it's just one of the ways that they're so smart in their approach, so universally smart in their approach, is you can take individual decisions bit by bit by bit and understand how all of these smart individual decisions stacked up to a Super Bowl winner. You didn't get lightning in a bottle. You didn't flip a coin and it got up onto heads this year. You did this because you tactically, year by year over the last couple of years, made so many right decisions in a row. And Frazier is absolutely one of those guys. One of those right decisions. Revenger, Holmgren leading and more learning versus Macdonald leading and Frazier is guiding. I guess makes more sense to guide versus learn. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of Revenger of just generationally different players resonate with different styles of teaching and different ways of motivating them and different ways of connecting them to the process. In a way that works for Holmgren in 2002 might not be the same way of methodology that would work as well in 2025. But that is admittedly more of a guess. Spec, Brando, hope you're having a good Sunday. Thoughts on Terry Arnold having a second visit with us? At a glance, it seems counterintuitive to how we want a locker room, or is there something we don't know? I think that this is much of a long-term view with Arnold. I think that there's going to be anticipation of suspension. I think that you're always looking with this roster. It's less about, well, we don't feel good about our cornerback room, and it's always about market opportunities. There is a first-round talent that is on the open market right now that will not cost you first-round money, that will not cost you trade compensation, that you can get for basically free. That is the epitome of a market opportunity. And the team is looking at that as an opportunity to say, hey, what if a fifth corner in our locker room at some point this year is a former first round pick that's just realizing his physical potential? That's kind of nice to have. So I think it's more of that. I think that there's more of a look of this, but admittedly, I don't know a lot about the Arnold situation in the background. What's the suspension going to look like? How does the legal matters play out as far as when does that come into tow? But it's been inferred a little bit in the stream today that this is somehow an example of the corner in the back room not being up to snuff, or that's not what this really is to me. You were already talking about Arnold last month before you even got to training camp, before you even looked at the cornerbacks that were here. So this is just as much about John always looking to improve the roster in every way and looking at every place that he can, under every rock he can, to make that happen. So I completely get this. It's a low cost, no risk kind of maneuver that's got a lot of upside to it as far as potentially getting a first round player for nothing. Well, if the 49ers don't want the cap space, we'll take it. Certainly will. Banker of the 49ers are in reset mode, maybe drafting 25-year-olds in the draft, part of the process. New contract, and they're 30. I was joking, Niners are the first team in NFL history to come out of an NFL draft and their average roster age actually got older. It was pretty wild. But you ain't kidding, Banker. Like, what are you, really, guys? Okay. You got teams out there that'll go for like guys who are 20, 21. They're like, yeah, give us the 25-year-old guy who needs to develop. Not even like the Romello height, like he's ready to go now. It's like, ew, sample size snaps this year. Let's wait. We'll get a couple years down the line. We'll see what we got. Patriots have been lucky with quarterbacks past 25 years. Bills were lucky with Kelly in the 80s and early 90s. In 2020s and Allen. Jets, Dolphins. One will get lucky with Manning next year. They're due. You're right. They're absolutely due. Hell, Miami's been waiting since Marino. I like it, man. Stu, I joined the chat late, so I'm not sure if I missed it, but I saw Grant Cohn talk about how Bosa was thought to be sitting in. Thoughts? Well, one of the problems when you keep rewarding players over and over with multiple years left on their contracts, Stu, and why John says he does not do that, is because once you do it for one guy, then everybody wants you to do it for him. And it gets very hard to dig your feet in when you've already done it and set that as the standard. And so if Bosa was sitting in trying to get a new contract, then guys have been rewarded in doing this in the past from a Niner perspective. Work for Trent, work for Christian McCaffrey. But with that being said, there's no way the Niners are going to sign him to a new deal when he's had multiple ACL tears. He's got a cap hit coming next year that's going to be incredible, which probably requires him to be moved at that time. So he can try to do that, but I don't think it's going to bear anything out. I don't know if there'd be necessarily a lot of truth to it. It makes more sense to me, the guy coming off an ACL, that you're managing his practice time, and you're going to be very careful with how you bring that guy back, especially being that it's not just his first ACL, but he's had 3 total torn ACLs in his career. So you're probably just more of a care thing on that. I can't see how he could have, to Brian's point on this, Stu, I don't see how he could have any leverage to hold in and to, like, they've rewarded him, they've paid him, and you're coming off missing most of the year last year. Just the timing is not right to try to get a new deal at that point. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. 49ers, Little Shop of Horrors. Feed me, Seymour. It's good. That is a good little movie there. Rick Moranis, Steve Martin in a completely unhinged role as a dentist. And Bill Murray comes in, and so he's the sadistic dentist that, like, is injuring all his players, injures all his patients, like, put them through pain. And it's a musical. It's a weird movie. Like a shop owner of a plant shop or flower shop that has to, like, feed people to this, but it's a very weird concept. But I do see the substation with a little bit of that. Feed me, Seymour. One of the funniest parts of that tweet from the substation there is they showed Mike Evans catching a ball, and it was like, nom, 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 nom. Stu Brando, agreed. I'm currently living in the East, and the humidity makes me mad, and I'm not even working out in the heat. I would take 20 degrees hotter in the West Coast over humidity. It's no joke. I've done the East Coast too, and I hear even the Midwest can be even a little worse down there in that at just this time of year. But yeah, it's nothing to play with. And, there's a reason that they got that movie called 12 Angry Men. And, one of the center characters of that story is the heat. Like that is the central point of that story, and the heat and driving these men crazy and them trying to figure out the guilt or innocence of the kid in the movie. But it does, man. That heat can just send you, and you're starting to get in the dog days of camp, and you're getting chippy, and you've had this guy hit you with a couple of cheap shots already, and you're like, enough of this. I'm going to flip him, which is what Walker did. Like, I'm going to flip him for real. How you doing, Diego? How long do you think it'll take Fleury to confidently call offensive plays? Oh, there's probably going to be a little bit of a learning process. I think he's going to be able to be sped along in that process by having so much of the staff here from last year that can kind of, I think, help to guide him. But you kind of never know on this. With new offensive coordinators, you just don't. I could make a guess, but it would be a little bit of a blind guess. I think he's going to be able to get this thing going pretty quickly to being a productive offense and being closely aligned to what we were doing last year in general terms. I don't think we're going to have to wait through half a season to get there. Oh, and Brando, what do you think of a scenario of tagging Walker and drafting a corner like Hood at 32 versus what we did? Thoughts? The franchise tag is a very tough thing to use, and I think it's gotten tougher to use with time. I think it's very hard to do this when you're doing this for a devalued positional group and asking a player to swallow that, especially for a guy that's really earned the extension, as Walker had earned the extension at that point. So, I think you do find yourself in a troublesome territory of trying to use that, in that you can do it in theory, but that you're going to deal with problems from the player. You're going to deal with, issues cascading kind of down by doing it. Because look, I mean, let's face it, Owen, the cap hit of a $15 million cap hit for the running back position last year, I think is what it would have costed. You could have fit that into your cap. You could have fit that in your cap easily. But it still doesn't solve the solution long term. You're still facing the prospect of walking a year after. Would I have liked that to the alternative of the direction you took? No, because I think I'm on board with John's strat here. And what John's strat is this: I want a talented running back, but I don't want to pay for a talented running back. I want the running back where they're going to be maximally effective and I'm not overpaying. When does that happen? Well, it's going to tend to happen on the rookie contract. Both accounts, John. You're going to tend to see a running back at his most maximally productive on his rookie deal. And then he's going to be, especially if he's a good back, on his cheapest note on that rookie deal. So John is hyper concentrated in on, I'm going to go get that rookie. I'm going to go get that really talented runner. The resource to the running back position from our standpoint we're putting into will not be monetary. It will be draft capital. And I think that's the creative way that he's found to create a talented running back room, while then not putting a lot of money into it. So he's kind of found the creative middle ground there, Owen, to making this work. Whereas teams tend to be, I think, an all or nothing. We're either going to be willing to put all the money in the running back position, or we're going to try to go cheapy creepy all the way around at the position and just try to manufacture it around by the edges a little bit, So I think I would have taken our path over that. I'm not a fan of the franchise tag because I do think there's some problems down the line that you deal with in that. The timing was really right this year, Owen, and letting him walk to maximize the compensatory turnaround that you're going to get for him. And so I'm okay with it, because I think that what you're doing is you're drafting guys high on the rookie contract at the running back position, max them out on that rookie contract, use them up to the utmost, then let them walk, hopefully turn something around on the compensatory front on a big contract when you do flip that around, and just keep wash, rinse, repeating by that fashion. That's the way I think is a smart way to do it, where you're finding the creative way to put talent in the backfield without spending the money, because we're told and has been proven out, when you spend money on running backs, you don't tend to get the bang for the buck on that kind of deal. Motion looks real fun. Baker with his intense division battle. End of the day, poor Mike and his Cardinals. I do feel bad for Mike. It's not easy out there. Louis says the Rams weren't even bitching about a bad call. They wanted the rule itself changed. Yeah, that's how far it got. It's like they acknowledged that the rule, the call was right, but we'd like to really just try to change some stuff. Like, come on, guys. The banker, you guys are going to come there the day before in Australia. You're going to be all tired and beat, but the Niners are going to be so beaten down that it's not going to make a difference. Still grab them. Correct call, right, Callis? It's the right call. Definitely some coddling there by the refs through the years of them going back to LA. And it's always been the sneaking suspicion there a little bit with that, where it's like, yeah, you want to make LA a thing. You've had a market that's lost 2 NFL teams prior. You don't want there to be a third of that. You want this thing to root down. You want those roots to grow deep. Jake complained about whistles. My goodness, all last season when all those calls that went against them were correct. Yeah, that's right. I like the substations providing power to so many people who use the power to make memes about the substation. I wonder if the Raiders wish they took Jeremiah Love first overall, traded the Boise running back, whatever his name is, and drafted Carson Beck in the second round, or Rams wish they took Beck instead of Simpson. No, I don't think so. I mean, we got to tap or break. So tight. He's had one good game in a preseason against a base defense running nothing intricate. Like, we'll see with him, man. I don't think that's smart showing up to that late to Australia either. And, you know, our girl Megan here has been obviously done the trip from Australia and back, and she's confirmed this too, but they're going to try to let it roll. So he has legs. Shame most of the Niners players don't. There's nothing left, Megan. It's bone on bone. You know what I mean? The substation's hooked up to an AI data center creating memes about the substation. The computers are learning. They're self-replicating. Megan says McVay time management has never worked. So pulling up in Australia a day prior checks out. It does. And that's the thing with him is he's not crazy because it has worked for them. I mean, how could you not from his standpoint of like, we did this in London last year. We walked in, we blew the doors off the Jaguars, a great team last year. It wasn't like it was the Raiders that we were out there in London doing that too. Why not stay in that mode? But you do feel like Australia is just a different horse of a different color on this one. With all these injured Saints are having, yeah, they're getting struck, aren't they? Lost a couple of guys. Tyson's looking good though. Didn't they last rank or dear last in training staff and player recovery? Yes. Yeah, they've not been well graded either. Not Beck, so what would a Sam Darnold friendly deal look like? He's currently $33 million a year, so what is you up to 40? You're going to be more 45 on friendly. I know 45 seems expensive, but keep in mind, not Bexo. You've got Baker in a similar territory of performance without a Super Bowl victory, asking for $60 million. So 45 right now is the bare minimum floor of a Sam new extension. I'm guessing, of course, but I think it's a pretty reasonable guess. The price will go up significantly. I think 40 million is probably a little too low. Maybe you can come somewhere between the 40 and 45, but I think you're closer to 45 than you are 40. With all the injuries Saints are having, watch them end up with Arch Manning for the second time, 97, 2027. Possible. Tell you what, over that, you got some teams that are really angling for that tank. Cardinals are one of those teams at the forefront of that, I think, this year. So, you know, we'll see. But there's some teams that I think are going to struggle. Giants will be one of those teams in that place, I think. Raiders are, I think, going to struggle a little bit there. It's going to take them some time too, but you never know. That'd be a cool story. 3 times a game for the last 10 years. McVay using random timeouts. He is random with his timeouts, man. He uses those things like you get 6.5. Yeah, Frazier was crucial. Catalyst. Most head coaches don't. They got to just figure it all out on their own. And yeah, cool. Mike's willing to have the help and doesn't have the ego to say, like, I'll figure it out. It's like, no, man. Use wisdom when you got it around you, You can find a way to not have to learn the hard lesson. Don't learn the hard lesson just for the sake of your ego or pride. Maybe if the Rams head coach spent more time coaching up special teams and less time putting product in his hair, they'd have made the Super Bowl. Cry more, Ram fans. Ram fans are spicy tonight. Let's go. I love it. I hope they come out swinging versus the Pats. They're going to be looking for revenge. It's going to be a tough game, man. Those 2 receivers to that roster now do change some of the complexity of that game versus the Super Bowl game. Thumbnail graphics great. Thank you, Dust. I try to have some fun with it where I can. If I can make you guys laugh with a thumbnail too, I'm always looking to do that. Didn't they want Cooper Kupp to take a pay cut? No, they want him to retire, Catalyst. They're putting pressure on him to retire, not merely a pay cut. Kind of a weird situation with they're dealing with Kupp, especially for what he had done for them as a team. Very strange. I just keep wondering back to maybe it was just they had a real fear of him going to the Niners or the Seahawks and things playing out kind of like how they played out. You guys are live? Yeah, we'll wrap it up here soon, but we managed to make a good almost 5 hours in today. Little shop of horrors with the movie that gave me morbid fear of dentists for life. Be bad for good reason. They had him doing some pretty crazy stuff there on that. So he was over the top on that. And boy, it had a little bit of a similar effect to me too as well. Very much an 80s movie. Pumpkin says, hey, what's up, y'all? LeBron, sign up Terry Arnold already, please. He's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. That's right. No real big thing you've got to put out there in doing this deal. Like, you can go out there and sign him and put him on inactive until the situation's figured out. There's a lot of creative ways to get this thing kind of potentially figured out without having to cost you any buck or change. John, I meant what I said about Cooper Kupp being valuable as a player and valuable helping out the team. Yeah, he serves in a secondary role that can't be not undersold. You felt it on the Hard Knocks with some of the segments that they did with him, but he is a huge addition to this team on a variety of different levels. Luis says, I asked earlier about the feasibility of maintaining this Rams roster. If you're saying is true that they can hold it together for a couple more seasons, then surely the Seahawks should also. Seahawks are in an even better position than they are, Lewis. They're at a more of the end of the window, but they have well situated themselves. We're in a better situation cap-wise. We're in an even cleaner situation cap-wise. But the Rams have done a good job. And certainly when we talk about the comparison to the 49ers and their management of their cap, it's 9-day difference. Do I love the Rams? Forgot to mention that Woolen gift that everyone said was a little ridiculous for playoffs when they complained about the 2 points. Yeah, I agree. And it's where a lot of people want to get onto the Rams were in all these games and it was all so close last year and it could have gone either way. And it's like, we had an 18-point lead at the time that Woolen got that taunting penalty. That's a pretty big penalty there. That allowed you guys to stay in that game or else we blow you out. And on all 3 of those games last year, you win the first just barely because we're missing a field goal at the end of the game. We win the second game. Then we win the third game by even more. And we're separating ourselves with each successive game. You're not getting closer. You're not getting closer to solving us. You're getting further away. And this is where we get back to Stu. Why did the Rams go so far over the top this offseason? Why have they done so much to catch up to a team that they seem to be so close on the surface of, so close to. Well, maybe their outlook wasn't that we were actually that close. And I think the Rams have made moves here this offseason that have indicated that. Trap Cat, the call was right. They had 6:34 to take the lead back, and they scored first in overtime. Yet we got the 2-point conversion in overtime to win. Yeah, it's like the game didn't end there. That's why getting caught up on one particular call in a game and trying to like hyper focus on that as being some end all be all to the whole game is silly. There's 129 other plays left in the game to parse through. Nothing ever comes down to just one play. It's ridiculous. Whenever Ty Simpson starts, the Super Bowl window's closed. That's facts. Also, if you're familiar with Warhammer lore, Kyle Shanahan should go full Amicia with his recovery. If the 49ers turned into Adeptus Mechanis, the substation would power them instead of hurt them. Just go cybernetic, go transhumanistic. I love it, man. If you can't beat the machine, become the machine. Be the machine. Have a good night there, Megan. I'll be hitting you up on the fantasy front here, and we'll get that figured out soon enough. I'm a pretty seasoned flyer, but crossing ocean usually takes me a day to get right. Flew from Houston to Japan once, 19 hours. You need those smelling salts and black coffee. It's not easy to overcome that, man. I think it's going to have an effect on that Rams team. Some of you were saying earlier, maybe it's as much as that he's like made his peace with, if we lose this first game, we lose this first game, but I'm not going to put game 2 into peril. We're going to get in, we're going to get out, and get this season moving on to the next phase of things. Could be. I think the Patriots have the same offensive line. For the most part, they do. They made one signing. Forget who they got, but I think they got one guy. They drafted Lomu in the first round. Tackle. Brando, what is the wildest conspiracy you follow, believe? The wildest one. Oh, I think the reptilian conspiracy is a pretty crazy one. I come pretty close to thinking that there's some legs to that, you know. So that one's a pretty wild one out there. The reptilian theory, you know, and how that kind of goes, how that depth one goes. That'd probably be the wildest one that I sort of kind of believe. I'm not into some of the ones that are a little like, you know, when you get into like the flat earth stuff, I'm like, okay. All right. Like, I do have a line. Spec, can't wait for the season. Time to defend our title and push for another. Hopefully it'll be a full, fun season. I'm expecting it will, man. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have a hell of a year here on the Nest, and it's going to be fun covering this team. So stoked. Sorry you're dealing with the smoke out there, Maze. Treacherous right now. Stu, it's dumbfounding how people who haven't been west of Mississippi are shocked when they travel west, as if the clear documented images are fake. Yeah, it's just different style of life out here, different type of weather, different type of way. You know, people that come out from the East Coast tend to like it, but we're also kind of wired differently out here. They tend to notice that as well. We're a little bit more loose, free and easy. Don't take ourselves as seriously. Thoughts on the Rams plan to travel in 2 days before? I think it's silly. I think that you should get there earlier for this type of trip, but they're doing it, Stu, because they've had success doing this on their international games in London. And so it's worked for you well on going to London, worked well for you going to London last year. They're trying to apply the same application this year. It might work, but I think it's a little bit too far, and I think it's going to affect them. Sounds good, Meg. I'd go a week. Stu, I'd go like Maze says here. I'd go a week early. You want to acclimate yourself for that. It's the first game of the year. You've got the time to do that. It's not like it's mid-season of the year, right? So you could go down there early, but it's hard when you've had the success of doing it this opposite way. I get that too. I am going to Hard Knocks. I will be streaming Hard Knocks Part 2 this Tuesday. I can't live stream the show itself, but I'll be reacting, of course, to Part 2 of Hard Knocks for members of the channel. So yeah, I'll get that stream link out to you guys tomorrow for sure. Be on the lookout if you're a member of the channel on your community post, as I will, and patrons as well, of course. For both camps, I'll be sending out links to you guys here tomorrow on that side of it. Maze Brando, I've been watching every channel I can get to, and you're still the best, and it's not even close. Thanks again. Oh, that is very kind of you to say, man. We got great channels doing great work, and always trying to improve here, man. Always trying to get better with every stream I go live with you guys. Just hopefully find a way to just, even if it's just a little bit at a time, bit by bit through these years, keep trying to get better for you guys and put on great content. And I'm really proud of what we've been able to set up for this upcoming season. We got the Behind Enemy Lines locked in. We'll be doing multiple play-by-play games during the week, film study sessions, different interactions here with some of the other content creators. And I think it's just going to make all of the content we do produce on this channel all that much better for it. I appreciate you watching, and you guys have been just tremendous throughout not only seasons, but the off season, staying locked in and connected to this process. And I really do appreciate it. Helps me get through there. Yeah, it was Vera Tucker. Thank you, Catalyst. So they signed Lamu, but it's the Vera Tucker signing that can be a very hardy one. It helps him because you sign Tucker and you bring him in, and maybe you can now kick Wilson into center, and now you're getting on the right realm of getting the right players in the positions. You know, get Wilson into center, and eventually you hopefully get Campbell out into guard where he should be long term. David Brandon. Wow, the Iron Man's still chopping it up. Has anyone discussed extending more money to extend lockup Big Cat instead of the bidding war for Spoon? I think people are looking at, we're going to get both of them done. I don't think it looks like it's an either or situation. And, you know, maybe you're trying to announce both extensions kind of about the same time, but I think they're working on both in the background, and both are a priority, you know, 1 and 2. Could be 2 that you're trying to get the Big Cat done before Spoon because it's a little bit more of a pressing matter. Those are people all live in Los Angeles. I mean, it's in my book right there, my 700-page book. So it's central in my, in the book that I wrote. But yeah, it's a pretty wild conspiracy. Louise, from the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. It's taking them over, man. It's taking them over. I think Cole works very well for the Niners. Very well. Yeah, the Antarctica one's another one that's crazy. The ice wall and that's another nutty one. Like they're working with ex-Nazi. You know, like, oof. You know what I mean? It goes pretty deep. Brandon, by the way, I accepted your friend request on Discord. Sent you DM about the fantasy league. Yes. And I'm trying to get the time to get around it. This is the hard point with doing the fantasy stuff, man, is just it's got a back burner until I can get through some of the regular work. But me and Megan will connect here and try to figure out what's what and get you some information out. But I did see you got on there, so we'll get you situated. I don't think Bradford's getting a new deal, does Lukaku. I think the price would be too high. I don't think the savings would be great enough for the team. I think you can play a little bit of the compensatory game with him if he has a good final year here. I think you can afford to pay your tackles. I think you can afford to pay a left guard. I think that there's a likelihood with the salary cap roster balance to Lukaku that you're going to have to try to keep center and right guard a little bit cheaper. Not meaning that you can't bring talent to those positions, but you just aren't really going to be able to pay all 5 offensive line starters. So I think more than likely you just let him play out the final year of his deal. Team likes him a lot, though, Lukaku. And Benton, he's one of Benton's favorites. So I would put it with the caveat of you never know. Baker, Brando, since I'll be on Simpson Hate Watch preseason game 1, I'm ready to see if I get impressed. Hopefully he does. And if I was the Rams, I'd give him so much run. I mean, I think there's going to be some desire to get Stenson Bennett out there rolling because he'll be kind of the de facto maybe number 2 pure come game 1. But I feel like this way about Milroe too, man. You know, Simpson didn't have a lot of starts at the college level. And that means I need to get him some action here. He's not getting the action with Stafford out here into the regular season. So let him roll, let him go through the bumps and the bruises and the ups and the downs. But Ben's been here for a couple of years. He's had the time. Let him have the time. Let this kid have the time. That'd be the way if I was a Ram fan, I'd like to see it go. But we'll see We'll see how Simpson goes. It ain't going to help if he falls on his face after what Beck did. Beck did what he did for the Cardinals, and he comes out in game 1 and he looks lost. It's going to be like, yeah. Could have had Beck in round 3. Chase Stern in the house. Good to see you, Chase. If you had your choice between trading for Jared Verse or Max Crosby at the deadline, which would you choose, Brandon? It's a tough choice. I've got the physical clean bill of health with Verse and youth versus Max Crosby with the age and risk that takes. Verse probably costs a little bit more than Max. So Max a little bit more. I'll lean to Max, I would say. But boy, that's a close decision when it comes down to it. And I wouldn't mind if I've got to pivot from one to the other. I got no issues with having to potentially do that. Both give me the kind of difference making edge that I'm kind of quasi looking to add to this group if I can. So I like that. Both fit to what this defense wants off the edge. Both can play with the power elements that this defense requires. So, it's pretty even, Steven. Both are going to require a contract extension after this year. And maybe Crosby's not going to quite cost as much potentially, though we'll see on that front. Maybe he will, especially if he's just had a great year for you. It's very close between those two to me. But I'd probably go a little bit with Crosby because it's just maybe a little bit less draft capital you have to give up. Maybe more impact on what I'm getting as a pass rusher from him, pure and simple. And what he brings to the table on that. It's a good question though, man. But it would be really close between the two. Yeah, and I mean, Banker, you bring it. The potential of the injury risk can't be undersold. That's a big part of it there. I would really be torn. But I do think that Verse will cost you the extra third rounder, whereas I think Max gets it done for the first and the 2. A 1 and a 2 gets it done for him. I think the Verse needs the 3 on top. But man, I'll take either or, bro. I'll give up the goods for either or. Hard Knocks is released every Tuesday for 5 consecutive weeks. Is that correct? I believe that is correct. Yep. It's 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, Koken. Pacific Standard Time. So not 5, but 6 o'clock. Can we box up substation vibes? It'd be cool if we had if the Seahawks had a substation night, like the Mariners do the bobblehead night. If we did a substation night and everybody gets like a little substation as they come into the stadium, and then we just shake it at the Niners every time they're on offense. Catalyst is still don't agree with Will Campbell being slotted to get a left tackle, but that's good for Derek Hall. Manhandle last time. Yeah, it's not. Will's not going to be looking forward to week 1. Power edges are the ones that give him problems. He can dance out there with just about anybody, but like the power edges are going to give him problems, and there's no way his short arms can get around that. Derek Hall, DeMarcus Lawrence, long days at the office for Will. And I'm sure Mike, like I advised Mike leading up to the Super Bowl, of a heavy amount of usage of those two guys on Will's side. Wear his ass out. I would do it again. What am I hoping to see Hard Knocks? What are you hoping to see in this next Hard Knocks? I'm just kind of taking it in. It's just you're getting a peek behind the curtain, so it's just kind of just as much as it's you're drawing kind of all of it in. Watching a little bit more of how Fleury is working and operating. Some of the development of the second-year youngsters, too, like you'd be a Riley Mills or Horton, and how they're featuring a little bit of maybe the connection of Darnold and Rashid growing, as we've heard it's been growing throughout training camp, and so that they've been certainly seeing that on their side. Yeah. If I play the video game. I'd rather have me play a video game. I'm not a super into the lore side of it, but I'll watch the movie when it comes out. Daniel says, if you see next year's defensive ends, there's so many options. Would love to trade up for realistically the Alabama kid. The other two are probably out of reach. Yeah, I've got some issues a little bit with the edge group. Not that I don't like them, but I think that I'm not going to be as much in praise to the degree that others are quite in that area. I think you're talking about, Yanza, I think is who you're talking about. What the hell happened here? There we go. So I think it's Yanzi Pierre is the guy that you're talking about there, Daniel. Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart are blue chip prospects, no doubt about it. They'll be top 6 picks, easy peasy. I think Clev Lubin will be a top 20 first round pick. But then, quite honestly, I've got a log jam of edges and I put them into the 3rd round. There's good stuff the guys give. But for the good stuff the guys give, there's also some deficiencies there that don't quite push them up into 1st round or 2nd round status yet. All of them have the potential of getting into a 2nd, 1st round area of things. They can get there. But there's more work left to be done. Damon Wilson, Anthony Smith, Hansi Pierre, the kid you're talking about out of Alabama, Tidum Tiloti, his running mate, Matayo Ugalele out there at Oregon. Both those guys, they got 3rd round grades. Prince Will Umamalian, 3rd round grade. Adam Trick, 3rd round grade on him as well. Jordan Ross, I've got him in the 4th round. So I just have kind of a log jam. These guys you can have kind of your quick athletic edge snatchers like Damon Wilson or Jordan Ross. You've got your power edge type guys like Mateo, but all they do is just throw guys around and they don't have any real pass rush moves. But it's more log jammy. Those guys have a little bit more work left to be done. I would guess a couple of them elevate throughout the course of this college season, but I kind of need to see a little bit more with them. And I could see us trading up for sure, Daniel. Especially a guy like Clev Lubin gets into like 16, 17, go up and jump up and go get him. I could absolutely see that. But yeah, we're going to watch the Rams Niners. I will be doing the live play-by-play on Thursday night on that game. HHG 100%. Alex says, I'm playing Steel Ink and Lorcana, ice cold and aggressive. Seems like the perfect fit, don't you think, for me? I do. That fits nice. That fits right. Brandon, what do you want to see in the preseason game? Physicality, dominance on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. Second-year players I was talking about that I want to see featured in Hard Knocks, showing some feature this year. I think this team is going to kind of go as far as some of these second-year guys that we want to have some impact on this team have impact. Horton, Mills. I'm spacing out here a little bit. We're getting late in the stream. We're at 5 hours in. I'm starting to space. Just a lot of the second-year guys that you took in that draft class that come forward. Even the guys that even showed last year that they take another step forward, that Zabel has another level to his game, that Imanwari has another level to his game. And then I can start to see some of the flashes. Obviously, in Imanwari, I'm not going to see the flashes of that in the first preseason game. But I think you're going to get a lot of Elijah Royal run. I think you're going to get a lot of Mills run, an opportunity to see these guys and if their development is coming forward as we're hearing in training camp, because I think we are going to need it. Luis, I guess the question is, assuming we take care of contracts that we want to get done, how aggressive do you think we should go for acquiring one more big piece? I think you're in a wait and see place on this as it stands. I think that you're in a position right now where you don't have to make this move or this decision right now. I think it's a great question. And I don't think there's anything wrong when considering it, but I think that you're in a position right now to where you've got a really stacked team. You have a really deep team. There's not a necessity scratching at you right now to have to do this. On top of, you're going to pay max prices right now by making a move. I think you wait to the trade deadline. You make the assessment at that time. If you need to add that piece, you add that piece. If things are going good and true and the team's rolling along and there's not any major issues, you don't have to make a move just for the sake of making a move. And so I would wait more to the trade deadline and be every bit as willing to make any aggressive move in the book that could be on the table that have to be made. But wait to make the move. the cost is only going to go down, and you're only going to get smarter in the position that you actually have to address by taking that road. Yeah, Bradford gets beaten up a lot on Catalyst. He's better than the consensus is in the fan base. And I can understand why he would be in line for an extension possibly. He's getting better and better, but that's one where it might get tough on just that balance game. Yeah, great question there from Stern on that. Thank you, Stern. Chase? Yeah, it's close. It's a great question because I think you can make valid arguments for both sides of it. Jax is beautiful and nice long stream. Should have me covered for the plane. Haha. Appreciate it. Anytime, Jack. My pleasure, my man. Another great stream with you guys today, man. You guys just bring it every single time. I really appreciate y'all for that. Stu, do you have any gauge of how open the wallet is of one of the new owners for contract structure? No indicators quite yet. We're going to learn really soon with the JSN extension and maybe the Leonard Williams extension. Hard to see them doing differently than how they've done it. And all indicators seem to be by this ownership group, even the tweet you heard from them today of when are you going to get on the practice field, Vinod? When are you going to be out there? And he tweeted back and said, I'm going to let the experts do their job. I'm not concerned with that. So until I see differently, I'm going to assume that these guys with a championship team coming off a championship season are going to fit to the form that it's been prior. And I don't think that means that they're going to impel this group at all in the way that they give out contracts, especially when you consider, Stu, how clean the books are in general. You have no dead money right now. You have no dead money into the future right now. The contracts all in the books are all pretty smart contracts that you feel very good about. I'm happy to pay Ernest Jones $11 million per year. Happy to give out the extensions I gave out to Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas. Happy to give the money that I've given to JSN and Cooper Kupp. Or the 3-year deal I gave to Josh Jobe. Or the $10 million deal I gave to Drake Thomas. I'm spending my money well and smartly. So I would think everything would just, keep it going as it's been a little bit in that way, and don't hold them back in the least. Substation night, we all wear tinfoil hats and Alex Jones shirts. Let's go. It would throw them off. Substation snow globes be. I think we're getting something figured out here. We got something on the table here that I think is $1 million idea here. Brandon going strong tonight. He's holding in there, hanging in there. I thought that HBO did do a free trial. They used to, but now I think that they actually force you on a subscription for at least a month. Derek Bullrush Hall, that's right. Maybe an X-Files, I want to believe, shirt. Yeah, they're coming out with another X-Files here soon. Little Mulder and Scully. Yeah, Pumpkin just chilling. She's hanging. She likes being next to Dad if she can. Jack, feeling really good about our Hawks, Brando. I think even if we don't win this year, we're going to be a juggernaut for a while. Can't say the same for the other good teams currently. Owners look good too. Agreed, man. We're in as good a shape as any team in the National Football League, both in now and both from what we've come from to where we're heading to the future. It's a pinch me type situation. I must be dreaming. There are so many dark organizations out there, so many depressing organizations out there that are going nowhere fast. And you have an organization that at every territory, at every turn, at every fork in the road seems to make the right choice and the right decision. It's wonderful to see. Henry Cavill, incredibly strict contract negotiations for the Warhammer show, require the writers to be lore accurate. Very exciting. Yeah, I think it's part of him dealing with the Witcher problem. And The Witcher, of course, that show where they started going the direction they went with that. And he's like, no, he understands how it is. Stay true to the lore and we'll have a great story. Deviate and you will mess it up. And Hollywood gets this wrong over and over, of course. They constantly feel they have to reinvent the wheel rather than just stay true to the source material. Brando, I think the offense will be better this year. How about you? I think it's possible. I think there's a lot of reasons to believe that will be the case. The great unknown in making that prediction one way or the other just is how good of a play caller will Fleury be? How much is he going to utilize the staff prior in his play calling or be single-minded in his approach? Can he sink or swim with it? Is there a sink possibility with them on this? That's the one tough part about that. But in general terms, in the returning of the talent, how stacked the talent is, the continuity, the cohesion, all 5 offensive line starters returning for the first time in what I believe is about 30 years. I mean, that should set the stage for the possibility of being even better. But hard to guarantee or hard to necessarily fully predict for sure with a lot of certainty. Hey, Brando, can we get a quick preview of this upcoming preseason game? What can we expect? A couple things you'll be looking for. Thanks. Well, kind of just spoke to it a second ago with it. Just I'm looking for the physicality on both sides of the ball. This is what the team leads with. We're not a finesse-based team. We're a physical team. You want to run the ball, you need to be physical. That's first, second, third stringers. So I want to see on both sides of the ball, you dominate the line of scrimmage. And then it's really about second-year rookie guys and what they're doing, and second-year guys that you're relying upon. Elijah Arroyo, you want productivity. Riley Mills, you want productivity. You're looking for these guys to develop and advance their game. So let's see some signs of that here in preseason to build to the regular season experience. Not really looking for much else aside from that because it is just a preseason game and there's only so much you're going to get from preseason. But those would be the main things at the forefront of it is, really with the eye of the second year guys or guys that you're looking for in that kind of pop section of things. That'll be where my eye's kind of at. Also, Brandon, check out the Texas receiver. Apparently he's really good. Could push Smith down to 4-6 range. Could fall into our lap. No, he's not doing that. I've looked at him. I like the player a lot, Jack. Coleman is the guy that you're talking about, Cam Coleman. To give you the shorthand on this one, because we did on the show today, Jack, I've done 2 separate breakdowns of Cam Coleman already on the show, and we're definitely getting in the territory where I'm kind of repeating into 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 times over on the same kind of subject. He's essentially Keon Coleman with a lot of overlap. Might be a better version of a Keon Coleman, but it's a contested catch guy coming out of college, which that's how he wins. Not a route runner, a little bit of some issues on the change of direction stuff. I think he'll be a good talent, but I think there's also some limitation to his game that just won't allow him to be elevated in the top 10 range of things. He's a go up and get a contested catch guy. And those guys too often at the college level, the pro level, that singular skill as you lead with wholly, like that's your big sword. It just doesn't carry forward as well into the pro level from the college level as a singular source for how you're going to go win. Hogsnet's correct answer. Read the steel link. The avatar is the steel insignia. Okay. I'm getting a little cross-eyed today, Megan. We're past in that 5 hours, so we'll probably not going to wrap it up. I'm misunderstanding chats and messages and stuff a little bit. Spoon has not been paid yet. They did upload the Hard Knocks episode on YouTube. I had to wait a couple days, but I was surprised to see that was on YouTube as well. Stu, Brando, appreciate the perspective reassurance on the owners and the budget. I think I'm just paranoid of the bad owners who almost are the reason their teams can't go anywhere. No, it's a rightfully worrisome state to be in. These aren't empty fears. You never know what you're going to get with an owner until they're live and they're the owner and you're watching them operate. And there's plenty of guys that put their fingers in pies they shouldn't be putting them into. And that's where it all goes wrong. You can have a lot of smart guys in the front office and smart guys in the coaching staff and a well-run team in a lot of areas. But if the ownership is coming in and they're messing it up at the top, at the basically the origin point, that's going to mess everything else up. And you can still be good. You can still be strong. You can still be a playoff team, but you're probably not going to be great. And that's where I think that there's a valid reason to be wondering about this until we get to really see how these folks operate and what their manner is, and that's, I'm kind of watching closely as well. Jack, if we're going into conspiracy and talking Alex Jones, he always talks about this mystery creepy grove. Guess where it's located? San Francisco. It's called Bohemian Grove. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Moloch the Owl. Who does Moloch represent? Worst team in the season, upcoming season, the worst team. I'm going to go with the Cardinals. They're playing the toughest schedule in football, and they're playing the toughest division in football. They're going to be your number one overall pick next year. How many hours in a row? We've gone 5 hours and 20 minutes in a row. B, are you going to do a live play-by-play of the Hawks preseason game? You know it, Koken. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll be going live for every game this year. Yeah, wide receiver is not a high need for us. I think we'll be looking at other positions. It's well stocked, though. It's good receiver class again, for sure. And I do like Cam Coleman, but I got a third round grade on him. I think he probably likely pushes himself up into second round status, but I don't know. A lot of people are going to connect back to a Keon Coleman type on the tape because there's so many similarities to those guys. And, there's a rich history of a lot of guys at the college level that win on contested catch stuff that just don't translate to the pro level. Some guys like a Drake London, it does. But for every Drake London, I feel like I can show you 4 or 5 guys where it was like, here's a Keon Coleman that won this way and he can't win this way at the pro level. Here's an N'Keal Harry, who was the first wide receiver of his class taken by the Patriots, right? Another guy that all he did in college was win on the contested catch stuff, and it did not translate to the pro level. So you got to be worried about with the receivers. You got to be careful about with receivers, and that's how they win. Because number one, like the Cam Coleman highlight from a couple days ago where he rises up and one hands the ball and it looks really insane and awesome. It looks cool. Going up and winning contested catches looks really cool. But I need route running, separation, that type of thing. That'd be the place where I would, you got to be a little worried about with a guy like Cam. I said my avatar is the Street Inc. Lorcana insignia. Okay. And that's, I'm just spacing a little bit right now, Megan. Sorry. My brain gets this place about 5 hours in where I can just start to feel it goes, and I can't quite connect the synapses. Jack says, Keon Coleman, all hell no. Dropped to the third round then. Haha. I just saw a couple clips. I didn't even know the guy's name. You're on it, man. I mean, a lot of people were bringing up here, and that one-handed catch is standing out for a lot of people, and that's where he's going to win a lot of people over because they'll turn his highlight tape on, and they'll see him winning contested catch after contested catch after contested catch, and they'll be like, yeah, I want that on my team. But that's in doing the draft process every year where I'm always trying to learn lessons, and you pull those lessons forward with you. Roma Dunzier, another guy that struggled. I know the foot injuries have been a bit of a part of this as well, but if you look at the Roma Dunzier catches that he's had through the Chicago Bears in his first couple of years, Washington, it was highlight after highlight of him in contested catch situations. And Penix putting the ball in just the spot that he could go up and get it. But it hasn't translated quite to the pro level. And it's almost kind of like if I just am going to win by being a little bit bigger than this cornerback and out ball skilling him for every ball, and that's the way I'm going to go get my job done. Like, I can't do that 24/7 at the pro level. I got to have other ways that I can win. I can intermix it. I can utilize it. I just can't lean on it. Are you a Rocky fan, Movie Fan B? Yeah, I like it. It's a great movie. Absolutely. Great series. Rando, will Spoon and Leo get paid? I think that there's more than a 75% chance to your question's point that it does happen on both accounts. John Hobbs got Arizona 2-15. I think they're right in that area. 2 wins, 3 wins at the most. Have I seen the Centaur robots they're building in California with bull heads for no reason at all? Ball worshippers, shaking my head. I know. It's always that. You know what I mean? It's always a goat or really? And for no, like you say, for no reason. There's no reason you would put that head on that. None. But yeah. Kogan Brando, of course you will. Dumb question on my part. You go, no, never a dumb question in here, man. I'm always happy to answer. AI's no, it doesn't have to be, but the people programming seem to be on the persuasion. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. You got TL doing 4-part lectures on the Antichrist. And he's building AI code. And you go, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? They're all super transhumanistic, and they're like, CNC visited the Bohemian Grove to overcome the substation last year. Hey, desperate times, Jack, desperate measures, okay? 2027 draft, is there fullback? I haven't looked into the fullbacks yet, man. I'm a good 70 deep, but I have not got to the fullbacks yet. Do any college teams even run fullbacks? No. You maybe find like one or two. You're taking a guy like Robbie Utes that's a fullback playing tight end at the college level. You know, got a fullback body, but they put him as an H-back or an inline tight end, and then you're moving him to fullback. That's the process. We'll explain Lorcano when we're both more awake. That will be better then. It'll land a little bit more. I'll be able to understand it. I get mushy. I find after right about the 4.5 hour mark in, I seen the brain starts going mushy on me. I could feel it. Yeah, it's definitely not very accurate, at least my experience. It's coming along, but it's still definitely a work in progress. It can be a powerful tool, but to your point, John, it's getting a little bit overstated, as this, great answer of everything. It's like, it's a tool. It's a tool. I'm playing through Red Dead Redemption 2 for the first time, about 80% of the way through. Easily top 10 game ever made. I don't know why it took so long to play. Well, sometimes you got to save some of those little nice things, keep them in the back pocket so there's so few. But everyone that I've heard that's gotten into Red Dead Redemption 2 has really loved it and enjoyed it as a game, which is really cool to hear. And I'm really hopeful that Jordan, get this Grand Theft Auto game right. There's some worrying signs a little bit with this game, but hopefully they nailed this one right. I'm worried about Fleury having his first year as an OC, but pretty pumped to see what his playbook looks like. Me too. And I think you're going to see some unique flavor in it. I do. I am too. Seeing double X are all good. Yeah, you're with me on that then. I start to cross. Koga, B, why is it such a mystery with some of these injuries like Neal and Oots, for example? I don't think that the team always wants to feel like they have to tell everybody about all the injuries. They'll give you as much detail as they're forced to give, but they want to handle it in-house and figure it out in the background, and doesn't give us a lot as far as, open honesty and knowing what's going on with the situation, but is what it is, and most teams are going to try to keep things under wraps as much as they can. So, we'll see. We'll learn. And the Oates thing does seem a little bit ominous right now versus the Neal thing, where I think he'll be back in it's a matter of time. Oates seems a little bit more serious. They're trying to convince us now that Elder Scrolls 6 will actually happen. Video game industry really needs a kick in the pants, man. It's lost its inability to innovate. It's working off of old engines that are 15 years old and seemingly refusing to get onto new stuff. When it does get on new engines, there's limitations to those engines. There's a lot of room in the gaming industry to really start to push some things forward. And hopefully it starts to happen here soon. Because I'm picking through some old titles, and I am not liking that. HGG, I believe the Mandela effect isn't real. It's just a psyop by the government to see if they can change history without anyone noticing. Maybe. Very possible. Tell you, there's some ones on that one that messed me up. The Fruit of the Loom symbol and the Bears book. Both of those ones really throw me off. Yeah, Abraham Lucas's injury and rehabilitation was largely kept in-house. It's not anything different. Yeah. That's their mode that they operate by, and I don't got any problem with it. We eventually do learn the truth of it and what's going on, They got the reasons for operating the way that they do, but it's kind of Seahawks standard. B, is their health mysteries have something to do with being off season? Because in season when someone's hurt, isn't it mandatory to say at least what part of their body is injured? Yeah, if they're on the active roster at that time, you're right. It's a little bit more different once you're in season versus when you're talking about training camp and roster bodies and all that. Yeah. You got to be a little bit more specific at that point, or guys on IR at that point or not, So we would know a little bit more in season. But off season, it's going to be a little more innocuous. If the guy's not on the active roster, it can be a little bit more innocuous, unsure. Half-Life 3 will happen 50 years later. I keep hearing you Half-Life fans tell me it's happening. I've heard there's some hope it'll happen. They take their time with these games now, I'll tell you that. And I'm a big multiplayer guy as much as anything. I like first player stuff, but the multiplayer stuff's really for me where it's at. And that's where the vast about 10 years. I just can't believe how stagnant the video game industry has been on the multiplayer front. It used to be really a push the ball forward kind of part of the industry, and now it's just languishing. Health discourse purely due to gambling interest in the NFL wagering. That's true. Yeah, they get touchy about that stuff, don't they? They certainly get touchy about that stuff. Got the new fullback lamp, man. He looks pretty good so far, it sounds like, which is good to hear. All right, well, we got 5.5 hours in the books. I think we'll go ahead and call it a day on that note of things. We've got Tuesday, Wednesday, NFC West Roundtable coming back at you on a double dip fashion of things. So I hope you're ready for that. We'll be doing that throughout the whole NFL season, double dipping on that. We're going to be doing in the regular season this year, Monday Night Football play-by-play, and that's actually going to be on the Roundtable channel. I'll be doing guest appearances over there every primetime Monday night game. Seahawks, of course, football every week. We'll be doing that here on Sundays, doing the live play-by-play, the post-game. Wednesdays will be Seahawks Weekly Roundup at 12 o'clock, and then we'll be doing as well, like I said, the Roundtable on Wednesday. We got Behind Enemy Lines on Tuesday. I'll be getting the full schedule out to you guys in the community post. But a lot set up here for the upcoming season as well. Just a couple of notes, if you guys can. We got the NFL, we got the Seahawks Clips channel, which will be running in full, and I'm going to have that thing cooked up as much as ever this season. So we're really going to be feeding clips into that side of things. We're over on Facebook, over on the TikTok side of it. We got the podcast going. Put some reviews down for there. If you get a chance, give me a review on that side of it. Got the book available here on Amazon if you want to have some little light 750-page reading material for you. Just something light to get you through an afternoon. So a lot here for you to dig through. A lot planned through on this upcoming season. I'm really stoked by what we got set up. I think we're going to have a great year here on the Hawks Nest. And as this show indicates here, with 5.5 hours and just cooking through every moment of it, you guys were great. And you guys are great every time I go live. The support, second to none. But man, I really love how this community thinks and works, and the discussions that we can have here and what we turn over. Every time I get to go live, we always get to kind of take through and turn through some unique stuff. And once again, that was the truth again here today. I want to really thank you guys for that. Bringing it every time I get to go live. If you can for me, hit that like button. It does have an effect on this channel. It does help this channel out a lot when you hit that like button. Sub on up if you get a chance as well, as we are on the road to 30,000 and we're cooking along strong. I want to get there as soon as possible. Just a general goal. Would love to hit it sooner than later. Husky, thank you for finishing us off wonderfully with a $2 donation. Says, thank you, Brandon. Well, thank you to you guys. I get to get up every day and chase after my dream. I got up today and I'm putting together clips of Fleury and kind of putting together, I want to do the show. And it's just, I'm a kid in the candy store. You know, I get to chase my dream. I get to talk about football. I get to scout out college prospects a year ahead of time for the draft, just for the fun of it, for the love of the game. And I get to do that because you guys have afforded me and put me in this position to be able to do this. I am blessed. I'm blessed because of your guys' kindness, because you tune in, because you watch, because you support, because you're members, because you're patrons, all of that. And I really thank you for that, as it's never lost on me of how cool a situation I get to be in and what I get to do. I don't got to get up every day and go in cubicle. I don't have to grind every day. I get to get up and chase my dream. Folks like yourself, Husky, are centered to that happening. And it's such a wonderful thing to be able to experience. I'm enjoying every second of it. I love you guys. I really appreciate you guys for allowing me to be able to do what I do, and really love you guys for just bringing it every time I go live like you guys do. We will be back here shortly. If any kind of breaking news does come down with the extensions, I will let you know. If we do sign a Terry and Arnold, we'll go live and talk about it. Other than that, we will be back here with the NFC Roundtable sooner than later here this week. We'll maybe get the behind me lines there cooked up as well. I'm trying to get a Cowboy content creator on here for the game that's going to come up at the end of this week as well. So, a lot loaded and locked. We're going to get this going, get this rolling. We're already in regular season form. I hope you are as well. I hope you're ready here for the Seahawks team to go out there, and I say shock people. I say shock because we're under the radar. I say shock because they've decided every other team out there seems to be ready to go win the Super Bowl other than us. Hell, they're not even, many of them, even putting us in the playoffs. So they might have set you astray. They might have tossed you off into the wilderness. And just in case they have, let me remind you, third youngest roster in the NFL, won the Super Bowl last year. You're bringing that band back together once again. You're reinforced the ranks. You got money to spend. You got draft capital for days. We're just getting warmed up. So don't you ever forget. Don't you dare. I don't care what they're saying. I don't care who they're prognosticating. We know the truth. We know we're the real deal. And we know we're once again going to go out there and repeat. So keep in mind, and don't you ever forget. Don't you dare ever forget. Go Hawks.